In Donghai City, China. July 6th, Saturday sunny. Inside a Japanese restaurant at Yida Square. Honey, look, my best friend's boyfriend gave her an iPhone 15 Pro. Li Ting held her phone in front of Chen Shi, showing him her social media feed. That's expensive, must cost over 10,000. Chen Shi glanced absent-mindedly. He couldn't even afford 100 yuan right now, let alone 10,000. Chen Shi looked at his credit card bill. Over 5,000 to pay next month. This Japanese meal would probably cost at least 600. He couldn't afford it. No, it's only 8,000. Next month is my birthday, honey, buy it for me. 8,000. Would he have to sell a kidney or his body? He could barely pay for the meal. Honey, can we choose something cheaper? Li Ting paused. What are you saying? I'm asking you for a gift for the first time and you're refusing. I'm tight on money lately, can barely pay my credit card next month. That's your problem. But I really don't have any money. Shouldn't a relationship be mutual? Please understand me. Where did your money go? We go out to eat, watch movies, shop every week. That's over 1,000 gone. Li Ting's expression turned icy. Oh, so you're saying I'm the one spending your money? My friends' boyfriends give gifts worth thousands or tens of thousands. I've never asked you for anything. How dare you complain about meals and movies? They go out every day, we only go once a week. Have I ever said anything? Li Ting wasn't lying. She had never asked for expensive gifts. But Chen Shi couldn't take it anymore. His parents died in a car accident when he was a freshman in high school, and he barely got through college on the meager compensation. Now 26, he had worked for 3 years. Though he didn't earn over 10,000 a month like in the big cities, 8,000 in a third-tier city like Donghai was decent. But he rented in the city center costing 1,200 a month. Dating Li Ting for over half a year meant at least 500 a month on meals and shopping, and she never paid a single cent. During holidays, he had to give gifts worth 2,000 or 3,000. Like Li Ting said, she never asked for expensive stuff, but this was already Chen Shi's limit. In the month of holidays, he couldn't even afford instant noodles and had to survive on plain noodles. Where did others find such reasonable, understanding girlfriends? He wasn't foolish enough to take online loans for love, but living beyond his means was crushing him. Chen Shi felt manipulated, but that was society's norm. Why should it be this way? Li Ting even thought she was saving him money. She stared at Chen Shi, expecting him to give in. Maybe we should just call it quits. What did you say? I said let's break up. Li Ting sneered. Just because of a phone you want to break up? It's not the phone. It's our incompatible spending habits. I suggested cheaper places costing 200 or 300, but you'd get angry. My salary can't support your lifestyle. Fine, we're done. I've seen through you. This meal's on me. Don't come looking for me, you pathetic man. Chen Shi was left speechless. He didn't know what he did wrong. Maybe poverty was the original sin. Li Ting went to pay, and he didn't chase after her. Watching her leave, he felt relieved. Ding, Chen Shi shivered. What's that sound? Soft meal system activated. When a goddess with charm above 90 and fewer than 3 relationships spends on you, you'll receive a 10,000-fold cashback. Chen Shi's mind went blank. Was he awakening a system? But the name, soft meal system, he wasn't a kept man. Li Ting had never spent a cent on him. Target detected. Name Li Ting, age 25, height 163 centimeters, charm 90, occupation accountant, relationships 3, affection 10. Bind or not? Chen Shi had just broken up with Li Ting. Theoretically, they should go their separate ways. But to test the system, he mentally confirmed binding. 617 soft meal coins obtained, cashback 617,000 RMB. Chen Shi's phone vibrated with an incoming message. He felt his scalp tingle. Your Bank of Daxia has received a deposit of 617,000 yuan. Chen Shi nearly fell off his chair. 617 was exactly the cost of this Japanese meal. Holy crap, the 10,000-fold cashback hit already. Soft meal system, soft master, can I use this money directly? Any restrictions? Use directly, no restrictions. Awesome. But why do you work opposite to other systems? They give cashback for spending on goddesses. You're completely flipping the script. To look at my name. Chen Shi thought with Li Ting's values, getting her to spend on him was harder than climbing to heaven. If I found a goddess who is obedient and easy to fool, convincing her to transfer money would be a jackpot. Dream on. You are forbidden from asking or hinting for money. Only when the goddess willingly spends will you get cashback. Soft master, just tell me all the rules now, or you'll be scared it's too good to be true. No direct cash transfers to the goddess. You can hear the thoughts of goddesses with charm above 90. When affection reaches 100, the goddess will be eternally loyal. Her wealth value doubles, and you gain 10 attribute points. Host Chen Shi, age 26, goddesses 1, skills none, intelligence 10, strength 10, agility 10, immunity 10. Average human value is 10. Attribute points can be used for enhancement. Li Ting glanced back from the cashier, crumpled the receipt into a ball, and threw it at Chen Shi. How did he awaken? And we broke up. Will I find such a handsome guy again? I'm so beautiful, of course I will. Li Ting didn't speak, but Chen Shi heard her thoughts. Chen Shi was lacking in family background and income, but he was handsome. Otherwise Li Ting wouldn't have dated him. Dude, soft master, did you pick me because of my good looks? No, I saw potential in you as a kept man. Soft master, isn't your cashback a bit low? Other systems give trillions. Only 10,000 times. Seems a bit underwhelming. Beggars can't be choosers. Want me to leave? No, soft master, calm down, just kidding. He couldn't let soft master leave. Having any system was better than nothing. Others wished they had one. Chen Shi immediately ordered a 1,000 yuan plate of geoduck sashimi and an 888 yuan portion of bluefin tuna belly. The texture of bluefin tuna belly was incomparable to cheap salmon. Chen Shi enjoyed the meal in peace without worrying about who to serve first. After gorging himself, Chen Shi headed straight to the Apple store upstairs. His first words, "Excuse me, ID like an iPhone 15 Pro Max 1 terabyte. Sir, what color would you like? Black. Do you need a trade-in?" Chen Shi looked at his iPhone 7 Plus bought with his own savings during college. Though it was laggy, he couldn't bear to throw it away. No trade-in. Soon the clerk brought the device. Price 13999 yuan. Chen Shi scanned the QR code and paid without hesitation. His bank SMS came in, account deducted 13999 yuan. If Li Ting knew that right after she left, Chen Shi bought himself an iPhone 15 Pro Max, she'd be furious. His balance was still over 6 million. To be a kept man, he needed to look the part. He checked the time. Only 8 p.m. It was summer and the mall was crowded. Chen Shi followed the flow onto the escalator to the third floor where luxury fashion was sold. Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Armani. All these luxury stores lined up together. There were many women in the shopping mall, but those with a charm value above 80 were far fewer. He hadn't yet seen a 90-point girl like Chen Shi. Arriving on the third floor, Chen Shi merely cast a casual glance around. No wonder the salesladies at luxury stores had both figure and looks. The closest store to Chen Shi was Hermes, the top-tier luxury brand. Half an hour ago, he wouldn't have dared to step inside, but now he strode in confidently. "Welcome to Hermes." Chen Shi glanced at the saleslady. She was quite attractive. "Ruan Yi, what's her charm value?" Name: Zheng Fengyue, age 28, height 164, charm value 90, occupation saleslady, number of relationships 8, affection 5. Exactly 90 points, but too bad she had been in 8 relationships. Not surprising given her looks. Only those with no more than 3 relationships could be bound as goddesses. Zheng Fengyue had missed her chance. "But I haven't done anything. Why is my affection at 5? All dressed in lining and Anta, the ultimate loser. He probably came in to take photos for his social media, never having seen a Hermes before. Zheng Fengyue's face carried a standard professional smile. No matter what she thought, she wouldn't show it. Chen Shi could hear the inner thoughts of goddesses with a charm value above 90. Now he knew why Zheng Fengyue had 5 affection. So she's a snob. Salesladies at Hermes were often like this, because they had the right to be. As the top luxury brand, Hermes made LV look accessible. You could spend $1 million at LV and get VIP status, but at Hermes you wouldn't even qualify for it. These salesladies earned 50 or 60,000 a month, far more than most white-collar workers. Chen Shi thought, should I show off to save face? But even if I do, she'll still get her commission. Sorry, wrong place. Chen Shi immediately backed out of Hermes. Loser, wasting my expression. Chen Shi stepped into LV next door. The 2 salesladies at the entrance were pretty, but neither reached 90 points. Welcome to LV. Because neither of these 2 had a charm value of 90, Chen Shi couldn't hear what they were thinking about him. A saleslady inside who had been organizing bags turned around. The moment Chen Shi saw her face, he froze. She was stunningly beautiful. She looked exactly his type, like Han Hyo. The saleslady wore a professional suit and black stockings, only showing half her calves, but still revealing long, slender legs. Name: Su Lu, age 26, height 165, charm value 93, occupation saleslady, number of relationships 2, affection 0. Bind. No need to ask. Bind now. Chen Shi stepped forward. Hello, ID like to buy some clothes. Could you help me pick some? Hello, suits or casual wear? Chen Shi didn't hear any thoughts from Su Lu. She seemed to be just professionally attending to a customer. Let's start with t-shirts. The 2 salesladies at the entrance whispered. Lulu really takes her job seriously, serving any customer. Someone like that should just browse alone. Whatever, she just got scolded by the manager yesterday for poor service. Chen Shi knew luxury clothes were expensive, but picking up a random t-shirt costing 2,300 still shocked him. Damn, is it bulletproof? He had seen online videos where influencers claimed their outfits cost hundreds of thousands. He used to think it was exaggerated, but today, he learned his lesson. Can I try it on? At that moment, Chen Shi heard Su Lu's inner thoughts. If you try it and don't buy it, I'm not serving you anymore. Of course, the fitting room is this way. Chen Shi took the clothes and entered the fitting room. Soon he came out. What do you think? Sir, you're so handsome, everything looks good on you. Chen Shi heard her inner thoughts. This guy is quite handsome, but he's dressed too shabbily. Can he afford it? No, I can't treat him differently. I just got scolded by the manager yesterday. Since this pretty lady says it looks good, I'll take it. Said Chin-Chi. Can you pick 2 more for me? Something simple. Good thing I didn't show him attitude. Of course, 1 moment please. Soon Sulu brought a black and a white t-shirt. Chin-Chi tried them on and came out. What do you think? Very handsome. Alright, I'll take these 2 as well. He's not a low-key rich second generation, is he? 3 t-shirts are already 6,000. Help me pick some pants too. Loose and comfortable breathable fabric. Sulu soon brought 2 pairs of pants. 1 khaki, 1 linen colored. Chin-Chi only tried 1. How does it look? Handsome guy, you're good looking with a great figure. These clothes just make you even more appealing. Chin-Chi was undeniably handsome, 180 centimeters tall, with a well-maintained physique. Otherwise, with his 8,000 salary, Li Ting wouldn't have agreed to date him. He'll take both. This linen one is 3,800, the khaki one, 19,000. No problem, he'll take them both. He really is a rich second generation. I almost misjudged. Handsome, do you need anything else? Help me pick some shirts and suits too. Sulu busily ran back and forth. The 2 sales ladies at the entrance overheard their conversation. That guy is actually a low-key rich second generation. I regret it. I should have greeted him when he came in. Sulu got lucky. They didn't know that even if they had been enthusiastic, Chin-Chi wouldn't have bothered with them. He only eats soft rice from 90-point girls. Handsome, you look even better in this suit. The cut isn't too tight and looks more natural. If you say it looks good, I'll buy it, said Chin-Chi. Sulu pursed her lips and smiled. Handsome, you're joking. Chin-Chi's heart softened at her smile. Has anyone told you that you look like the Korean star Han Hyo? Han Hyo. She's much more beautiful and elegant than me. Please pick 2 pairs of shoes for me too. Leather shoes or casual shoes. Both 2 pairs each. Chin-Chi tried them on. He knew nothing about luxury goods as long as they felt comfortable. Handsome, do they fit? Perfect. He'll take all 4 pairs. He's already bought about 2,800 worth. A little more and my commission will reach 2,000. LV sales ladies got commission on items. Small leather goods 3, clothing and bags 5. Handsome, do you need anything else? We have a tie that matches the suit you just got. Do you need a bag? We just got 2 new men's bags last week. If you pick them, I'll take them. You definitely have better taste than me. This rich second generation. Could he have come to the store just for me? Chin-Chi heard Sulu's thoughts and laughed inwardly. Yes, I came just for you. Handsome, then I'll pick some for you. A few minutes later, Sulu brought 2 ties, 1 clutch bag, and 1 long wallet. The ties were cheap, over 4,000 each, and the 2 men's bags were just over 1,000. The most expensive items in the store were all for women. Isn't this a bit too little? Come on, you can't come up with an excuse like that. The men Sulu brings are all show and no substance. Handsome skincare products are all like this. Zhou Yali put on a professional smile. Sulu found her smile deeply unsettling, as if implying that if you can't afford it, just admit it, don't make excuses. Lulu is 1 set enough. Let's get 3 sets. Chin-Chi's words made Sulu's heart bloom with joy, as she never expected him to say that. Sulu quickly grabbed Chin-Chi's arm, leaning her entire body against him. Thank you, big brother, you're the best. Miss, please ring it up. Chin-Chi scanned the code to pay. The amount of 66,000 was transferred instantly. Zhou Yali, feeling quite bitter, handed the receipt to Chin-Chi. The favorability is rising, but you should give me something in return. Otherwise, even if it doubles, when the favorability maxes out over 20 million, won't be much. Whether they give back or not doesn't solely depend on favorability. Some gold diggers only care about money, spend on them, and they'll love you. Stop the transfers, and the feelings vanish. That's just how it is. Lulu, your boyfriend, is so good to you. Damn, that little bitch actually landed a sugar daddy. 3 sets. Can you even use them all? Of course, big brother is the best. Sulu deliberately raised her voice. Zhou Yali and Sulu were both strikingly beautiful, born with natural grace, each hoping to marry into wealth and ascend to high society. But their family backgrounds were modest. They attended high school in the county, and their parents were ordinary office workers. When it came to marriage, wealthy heirs valued the woman's family background unless she was a particularly skilled manipulator. Even a wealthy scion like the king of Shanghai fell for a master manipulator who was remarried, reportedly paying 900 million in alimony. Chin-Chi truly has substance, unlike those trust fund braggarts. Sulu clung tightly to Chin-Chi's arm. In the sweltering summer heat, with minimal clothing, Chin-Chi could distinctly feel the soft touch against his arm. It stirred a ripple of desire within Chin-Chi. Sulu, in high spirits, spoke in a coquettish tone. Big brother, what are we doing later? The Amazing Spider-Man 3 came out the day before yesterday. I haven't seen it yet. Let's go watch it. Last night, he had planned to see it with Li Ting after the Japanese meal, even bought tickets for 182. Sure, I haven't seen it either. The Amazing Spider-Man is already on its 3rd installment. I haven't even watched the previous ones. Su Lu actually wasn't interested in Marvel films, as she only caught some highlight clips on Douyin. But seeing that Qin Shi liked it, she naturally feigned interest. Qin Shi overheard her thoughts and sighed at the power of wealth. With money, people change their preferences for you. Li Ting also disliked Marvel. When Qin Shi suggested watching it before, she'd roll her eyes and say, "Watch it yourself." Only after much pleading yesterday did she agree to go. "Come on, let's get the tickets." They went to the bonus cinema on the 5th floor and bought 2 IMAX tickets for 182. "Big brother, have a seat. I need to use the restroom." Qin Shi sat on the bench, overwhelmed with emotion. Just one night ago, his life had been completely different. The same 182 yuan ticket would have pained him yesterday, but now it felt like nothing. Su Lu was taking a while, nearly 10 minutes had passed, and she still hadn't returned. Did she get an upset stomach? Soon Su Lu appeared at the top of the escalator holding a Starbucks bag. "Wow, she want to buy coffee." Su Lu walked over with a smile. "We've been out for 2 hours and haven't had anything to drink, so I grabbed some Starbucks. This one is an oat latte, and this is a caramel macchiato. Which one does Big Brother want?" Qin Shi's mind raced, trying to remember which was more expensive. Had them with Li Ting before, but couldn't recall the prices. Li Ting never spent a cent when they went out. Qin Shi covered everything: food, drinks, and fun. "They'll take the oat latte." Received 30 soft meal coins cashback of 300 Chinese yuan. You can't even freeload properly. The other cup costs 34. How do you expect to get by? The system suddenly chimed in. "Boss, please, I can't just pull out my phone to check prices." Qin Shi replied helplessly in his mind. He wasn't a regular at Starbucks. When Li Ting wanted it, he'd grit his teeth and buy it. Couldn't they just have a 10 yuan Guming drink instead? Yet Su Lu's gesture actually boosted Qin Shi's favorability, earning him another 300. This girl knows how to play. Some gold diggers are skilled at fishing. They give small gifts to men to taste a bit of sweetness. Then they leverage that to get the men to offer more expensive presents. Qin Shi didn't know if she was a gold digger, nor did he care. As long as she helped him earn soft meal coins, that was enough. When the time came, he wouldn't mind spending millions on her. Lu, you're so thoughtful." Qin Shi praised. Though he knew it was because of his wealth. Comparing Su Lu and Li Ting in his mind, Li Ting lost utterly. "Big brother, you worked hard accompanying me shopping." Su Lu handed him the oat latte, and Qin Shi took it. "Is it iced?" "What's wrong?" "Big brother doesn't like iced drinks." "My stomach isn't great." "Oh, both cups are iced. Should I go buy new ones?" Qin Shi seemed to catch something. "Both are iced." Su Lu, noticing he repeated it, blushed instinctively. "Big brother, what are you thinking?" "It's just that it's too hot and iced drinks are more refreshing." Qin Shi thought she might be hinting at something. "No need to buy new ones. They'll take this cup. If it upsets my stomach, you'll have to take responsibility." "How would I take responsibility?" "By giving yourself to me and taking care of me for the rest of my life." "You're terrible, making me give myself away for just a cup of coffee." Su Lu favorability 1, current 23. Damn, when a rich guy says nonsense, no one gets mad. If I were a broke loser, I'd have been slapped. Qin Shi sighed helplessly. Qin Shi had bought the last row of couple seats. The movie hadn't started yet, and ads were playing. "Big brother, why did you say you were my boyfriend at La Mer?" "I could tell you, and that salesgirl weren't on good terms. Saying I'm your boyfriend was to back you up." Su Lu was surprised. "How did you know?" "I just felt you didn't like her. Maybe it's a connection of hearts." "Big brother, you're amazing. I hate her so much. Thank you for standing up for me. Your expression when Big Brother paid was hilarious. As long as you're happy." The movie started. As soon as Dr. Octopus appeared, Su Lu shrank into Qin Shi's arms in fear. This was a sci-fi film, not a horror one. Qin Shi felt her warmth in his arms and wrapped his arm around her. The fragrance emanating from Su Lu made him struggle to restrain himself. Oh, at that moment, he just wanted to kiss her. "Oh, you scared me." Just as Qin Shi was about to make a move, Su Lu recoiled. Qin Shi directly grabbed Su Lu's hand. "Don't be afraid, it's not scary." Su Lu's delicate jade-like hand was silky and soft, feeling incredibly pleasant to touch. She did not pull her hand back, allowing Qin Shi to hold it. The couples on the surrounding love seats had already begun to kiss each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became delicate. "Look at them, shouldn't we do something? Brother, they are a couple." Su Lu did not want to progress so quickly, kissing on the second meeting. Although many gold diggers could sleep together on the first date, Su Lu could not do that. Qin Shi was stirred by the atmosphere and Su Lu's body scent, but he was not yet overwhelmed. The movie ended exactly at mealtime. "Let's go eat. What do you want?" Su Lu had ordered coffee earlier, which did not suit Qin Shi's taste, so she let him choose what to eat. "What does brother want to eat?" Qin Shi hated being asked what to eat the most. Every time he went out with Li Ting, they would spend ages deciding, and nothing was ever right. At this moment, he heard Su Lu's inner thoughts and immediately said, "Let's eat at that Socrates place, so a 2-star Michelin." Su Lu was a bit surprised. She linked her arm with Qin Shi's. "Brother, how did you know I wanted to eat there too?" "Isn't this just a meeting of minds?" Qin Shi said. It wasn't that Qin couldn't afford a 3-star Michelin, but Donghai City only had one 2-star Michelin restaurant. Sulu suddenly thought, Brother Socrates requires a reservation. It's already past 5 o'clock, there must be no seats. How about we change to another place? Sulu's previous suitors and ex-boyfriends had all taken her to Socrates, and it was very difficult to get a reservation. Let me call and ask. Qin was staying in the Hilton Presidential Suite. Butler Lee had mentioned that if the hotel food didn't suit his taste, they could have food delivered from Socrates. This was called the high-end hotel Golden Spoon service. Michelin restaurants cooperate with high-end hotels to serve premium guests. Butler Lee, I'm going to eat at Socrates later. Can you book a table for me? Mr. Qin, please hold on. I'll call you back shortly. After about a minute, Qin received a call from Butler Lee. He smiled slightly at Sulu. It's settled. Let's go. Brother is so amazing. Getting a reservation at such a difficult restaurant with just one phone call. Qin thought it would increase his favorability, but he didn't receive any notification. Indeed, girls who had seen the world had higher thresholds. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Socrates. Qin gave his name, and the server led them to a window seat. Qin had seen on Douyin that Socrates had an aquarium theme. Eating inside felt like being at the bottom of the sea. The window seat allowed them to see sharks swimming by, which added a unique charm. Qin looked at the menu. The prices were ridiculously high. A 300 yuan seafood fried rice in a 5-star hotel was already expensive, but here it cost 900. Lulu, you order. Order what you like. Qin handed the menu to her. Then ill order. If brother doesn't like it, we can change. It's fine. Just order whatever you want. Qin said generously. Sulu had already seen Qin formidable financial strength. Since he said to order whatever, it definitely wasn't just polite talk. Then the French blue lobster sashimi. The French blue lobster is the pinnacle of lobsters. It is said that only 1 out of 2 million lobsters is blue, a rare marine creature comparable to a living fossil, a supremely rare and sought-after delicacy. The price of one was around 2,000 yuan, and with the touch of a Michelin chef, this sashimi dish cost 4,288 yuan. Alaskan king crab, 3 ways Canadian geoduck, sashimi black, truffle matsutake. Sulu ordered 6 dishes totaling nearly 18,000 yuan. Brother, is what I ordered okay? Of course it is, but it's still a bit lacking. Add 1 or 2 more. Qin saw that most of the dishes were seafood, so he added 2 servings of Kobe beef and a can of caviar. Sir, our caviar is sold by the gram, 100 yuan per gram. Can't you sell it by the can, eh? We do. 1 can cost 25,000 yuan. All right, bring 1 can. 1 for each of us. The server was slightly shocked inwardly, but having worked here for 5 years, he had seen too many wealthy people in Donghai City. Qin's order wasn't even the most extravagant. Caviar for 25,000 yuan, and 1 can each. My God, are rich people this extravagant? How much is this now? 7,000. I must take lots of photos later. Sir, what kind of wine would you like? The server asked. Qin didn't know much about wine, let alone the high-end wines here. What do you recommend? A few bottles of Chateau Petrus arrived from France last week. It's from the same region as Lafite, but the taste is better and the price is a bit higher. How much? Qin wanted to hear how expensive it was. 3,038 US dollars. Sulu quickly took out her phone to convert the exchange rate. That's almost 22,000 yuan. Damn, one meal costs over 9,000. Favorability 2 from Sulu, current 25. Hearing the system notification, Qin thought indeed romance is what moves women the most. Sorry, wrong. The power of money is what moves women the most. At Socrates, the dishes were served one by one. You finished 1 course before the next was brought out. Brother, can you take a picture for me? Sure, let me take it for you. Qin took a series of photos with Sulu's phone. His photography skills were decent, honed by Li Ting's constant criticism. But now he wasn't afraid. If you dared to say his photos were bad, he would simply stop taking them. Brother, these photos are so good. Sulu was very satisfied with the results. They only needed a little touch-up before she could post them on her moments. You've got it backwards. It's because you're beautiful that I take good photos. A beautiful person looks good no matter how you shoot. We haven't even had dessert yet, and brother's mouth is already so sweet. Sulu immediately sent the photos to the group chat. Girls, who would have thought? 1 meal cost over 9,000 yuan. Sister Zhang, Lulu, is that the handsome guy from yesterday? Yeah. In the afternoon, he asked me to go car shopping with him. He paid for 38 million on the spot for a Ferrari 488. Then we went to the mall, and he bought me La Mer worth 6,600 yuan. Now we're eating at Socrates. 1 bottle of red wine is 2,200, and the caviar is 2,500. Xiao Jing, oh my God. Lulu, this is the king of all golden catches. You're so lucky. I'm so jealous. I didn't expect it either. He's so willing to spend money. Sister Zhang, is he the son of some listed company owner? I don't know. He hasn't talked about his family yet. Eating at a Michelin restaurant was an experience. The server introduced each dish as it was served. This meal took over 2 hours. Watching the fish swim by while listening to live piano music felt like being on the Titanic. This meal took over 2 hours. Watching the fish swim by while listening to live piano music felt like being on the Titanic. What should I do if he suggests going to a hotel later? Sulu was caught in a dilemma. Someone like Chin-Chi, a top-notch rich second generation, is hard to come by. Those rich second-generation kids are either very wealthy, but have unattractive appearances, or they are married, or they lead extravagant lives filled with gambling and drugs. It's truly hard to find someone like Chin-Chi who excels in virtue, knowledge, fitness, aesthetics, and also has wealth. Hearing Sulu's inner thoughts, Chin-Chi wouldn't force the issue. He preferred a passionate and spontaneous connection, one that would naturally ignite like kindling to fire. Furthermore, Sulu's modesty was why she had only dated twice. From another perspective, this was her strength. Let's go to Yida Plaza later. Sulu asked, why go to Yida? To buy some clothes. After their meal, they headed to the LV store where Sulu worked. As they ascended to the third floor, the Hermes sales associate Zheng Fengyue could hardly believe her eyes. Isn't that the guy from last night? Did he buy something at LV, and now he's with Sulu? Sulu linked arms with Chin-Chi as they descended the escalator, heading straight for the LV store. Sister Zhang, who was covering for Sulu, warmly welcomed them. Lulu, aren't you supposed to be off today? Why are you back in the store? Brother Chin-Chi wants to buy some more clothes. Lulu, Mr. Chin probably doesn't need us to attend to him, right? Sister Zhang, you all can stay busy. I'll accompany Brother Chin-Chi in shopping. Lulu, just pick what you like, and we can settle the bill together later. Sulu knew that Chin-Chi was serious. He had the means. Although Sulu was an employee at LV, the clothes from her own home were indeed expensive, and she had only saved a little money buying 3 pieces with her employee discount. The white floral dress she wore was actually from her own store. Brother is so nice. Chin-Chi didn't have many preferences for clothes. Sulu had good taste. She would just hold up the items in front of him and buy them without trying them on. She bought 3 short sleeves and 2 pairs of casual pants, spending 1,000 yuan. Brother, do I look good? Sulu emerged from the fitting room, wearing a black spaghetti strap short dress. Her creamy shoulders were fully exposed, her alluring figure could hardly be contained, and her long legs were beautifully accentuated by the dress. It looks amazing. Then let's buy this one. No way. Off. Sulu thought Chin-Chi had changed his mind. After all, this spaghetti strap dress wasn't even as expensive as the caviar they'd had for dinner. One isn't enough. Let's buy a few more, Chin-Chi said. Sulu's favorability, 5, current 30. Brother, you're so demanding, Sulu pouted. Trying on clothes is a completely different concept for girls compared to boys. Chin-Chi only cared about whether the clothes fit him. With Chin-Chi covering the expenses, Sulu didn't worry about the price, but once the clothes were on, she had to consider colors, hairstyles, and matching makeup. Chin-Chi couldn't provide much advice and could only keep saying, looks good. Buy it. Just buy whatever you like. Chin-Chi really wanted to experience what it felt like to say this, and now he understood. It was truly refreshing. You're the best, brother. Sulu was as happy as a child, joyfully selecting her favorite clothes. After more than an hour, she picked out 5 pieces totaling 16,000 yuan. Sister Zhang praised Chin-Chi repeatedly while processing their payment. Mr. Chun is young and accomplished. Lulu will definitely have a happy and fulfilling life with you. Sister Zhang. Sulu blushed. They hadn't even established anything yet, and it was too early to say such things. She looked at Chin-Chi, uncertain about how he would respond, feeling both excited and nervous. After all, the thoughts of these rich second-generation kids were hard to grasp. Of course, with such a good girl like Sulu, I'll cherish her. So annoying, Sulu shyly replied. Sulu's favorability, 2, current 32. The sweet-talking of the wealthy never makes girls feel repulsed. They only feel disgusted if you have no money. Sulu, let me take you home. Sulu tugged at Chin-Chi's arm. Brother, I want to chat with Sister Zhang and the others for a while. All right, I'll head back first and come find you tomorrow night. Chin-Chi guessed why Sulu wanted to stay. It was definitely for a little meeting to discuss Chin-Chi. Message me when you get home, brother. Once Chin-Chi left, Sulu and the others immediately gathered around, and she began to recount everything she did with Chin-Chi today and how much they spent. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing listened as if they were hearing a story from a novel. 2,500 yuan for caviar, 1 kin for each of us. Sister Zhang couldn't imagine how delicious it must be. Did you two do anything? Sister Zhang, what are you talking about? We just met yesterday. How could we do anything today? That's impossible. Even if he spent over 2,000 yuan on me, I shouldn't just give myself away that quickly, Xiao Jing enthusiastically said. Sulu, if you want, then I will. You little vixen, Sister Zhang teased. Xiao Jing, just give it a rest. Didn't you see how he completely ignored you when he entered the store last night, heading straight for Sulu? With Sulu's looks, figure, and temperament, you wouldn't find another like her in the whole Yida Plaza. Qinshi didn't thoroughly check all the sales associates at Yida. Zhang Fanyue from Hermes had a charm rating of 90, but couldn't compare to Su Lu. However, she had been through too many experiences and didn't catch the attention of the rich. On the third floor of the luxury store, there were only 2 rated 90, and the associates on the regular floors wouldn't likely be as high. Su Lu, if this golden bachelor is indeed what he seems, you must seize the opportunity of such a quality man is in high demand. I know. Today when buying a car, the female salesperson Zhang Li added Qinshi on WeChat, and in the afternoon another salesperson Zhou Yali wanted to add him, but was rejected by Su Lu. Could he be the illegitimate son of some wealthy tycoon? When he came to the store yesterday, he was dressed in all cheap clothes. And then he came to the store 2 days in a row to buy clothes, and even bought a car. If he were a genuine rich second generation, he should have owned a car long ago, Xiao Jing speculated, and although it sounded a bit like a cliché drama, it really made sense upon reflection. You can't say that there's a chance. When he filled out the paperwork for the car, he didn't provide an address, claiming it was inconvenient. Now he's staying at the Zierdu Hotel. Su Lu pieced together the information she had seen following up on Xiao Jing's speculation. The three concluded that Qinshi was the illegitimate son of a top wealthy tycoon from Donghai, who had only recently returned to the affluent circle. If that's the case, Su Lu, if you win him over, you'll be the young mistress of a Donghai family in the future. It's not that easy. Not every girl is named Wei Shui. Every girl desires to live a luxurious life as a young mistress, but there are only a select few in the wealthy elite. Just working hard isn't enough to gain entry. Beauty, figure, background, education, skills, and the essential yet elusive luck. Compared to the daughters of wealthy families, Su Lu had a distinct advantage in beauty, but everything else was lacking. However, she was fortunate. Zhang Fanyue from Hermes, who had a similar appearance to her, was quickly ignored by Qinshi when he entered. Didn't you say he was happy when you gave him a tie clip yesterday and bought him coffee today? He probably doesn't care much about money. Look, he spends it on you without hesitation, no nonsense. But I think he values details and sincerity. You can't afford to give him $1,000,000 gifts, so why not put some thought into it and start with his hobbies? Sister Zhang had experience, and her advice was useful for Su Lu, but for Qinshi, it was absolutely perfect. If Qinshi knew Sister Zhang had said that, he would have hugged her and called her his dear sister. But I haven't talked much with him yet. Today was all about shopping and buying things. How would I know his hobbies? Su Lu felt a bit regretful. She had indeed been too excited today. Even during meals and chats, she hadn't steered the conversation much toward Qinshi. Lulu, he just bought a car this afternoon, but hasn't picked it up yet. Why don't you buy a car air freshener? New cars usually have a smell. When he picks it up, you can give it to him for his car. Xiao Jing's idea enlightened Su Lu. Write an air freshener. We have them in our store too. Sister Zhang, get me one with the employee discount. There it was, the employee discount again. And this air freshener had an even bigger discount than yesterday's tie clip. Employees could get 30 off. The original price was 4050 yuan, and after the discount, it was 235 yuan. To Qinshi, that was a difference of 15 million. If Qinshi knew how much Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing were helping him, he would have given them a few more bags. Back at the hotel, steward Li had already drawn a bath for him, and the clothes he had changed out of were taken for washing. You lazy bum, still trying to live off a woman. You'll just mess it up. Don't you have any ambition? You've only bonded with 2 goddesses, and you're already taking a bath. Qinshi was scolded by Ruan Yi and had originally planned to soak in the tub and watch a movie in bed. But after his bath, he left the hotel and went to the nearest bar, Black Rose. Qinshi had never been to a bar before. He heard that just ordering a few drinks at a regular table could cost a few hundred, which was enough for him to eat noodles for a month. It was midnight, the busiest time at the bar. Groups of handsome men and beautiful women lingered at the entrance. Qinshi was handsome, which was his natural advantage. Even before he started spending money, some girls came up to him. Handsome, wanna hang out? Hang out my ass. With your charm rating of 78, if I hang out with you, Ruan Yi will curse me out. Handsome, I'll buy you a drink. Let's hang out. Another girl with an 80 rating came over. With Qinshi's looks, he could attract low-rated girls to spend money on him. But for girls rated 90 and above, good looks alone weren't enough, money was needed. Qinshi entered the bar. The atmosphere was electric, with the DJ playing Wild Wolf Disco. The dim environment combined with colorful lights and the enthusiastic shouts of the hype crew easily stirred up emotions. Qinshi was still observing. The bar was packed, and there were many pretty girls, but it was too much trouble to check them one by one. Just then Xiao, the bar's promoter, spotted Qinshi dressed head to toe in LV and immediately approached him. Handsome, which area's booth are you in? Haven't booked one yet. Any empty booths? Xiao was thrilled. Here came his commission. Yes, handsome. Which area would you like? I've never been here before. Why don't you introduce the options? Xiao's face was full of enthusiastic smiles. Sure, bro. At Black Rose, the minimum spend for Area D is 800, Area C is 180, Area B is 200, and Area A is 33000. Is Area A available? Qin asked. Xiao Xiao's face lit up with a grin. Yes, yes, handsome, follow me. They arrived at booth A06. Area A booths were spacious, easily accommodating over a dozen people dancing around. A waiter immediately brought over a fruit platter, and Xiao Xiao asked with a smile, Bro, since it's your first time here, do you need me to introduce the drinks? Don't bother with the cheap ones. Qin wasn't really a connoisseur of fine wine. He wanted expensive ones not to savor, but to attract girls. He was here for selection. First he'd show the promoter his spending power, then have him eagerly organize the girls. The minimum spend for Area A was 330, so Xiao directly listed the drinks above 330 for Qin. Bro, our little dragon set is 48888. Xiao was about to continue, but Qin interrupted. Be more specific. It's my first time at a bar. Xiao was a bit surprised. This outfit all LV must have cost at least 100,000, yet had never been to a bar before. Could it be fake? His attitude suddenly became less enthusiastic. The little dragon set is 3 bottles of Black Ace champagne. The big dragon set is 5 bottles of Black Ace, plus 1 bottle of Black Gold Black Ace priced at 8888. The frozen Supreme Dragon set is 12888. Bro, which one would you like? Qin could sense the change in Xiao's attitude. Not even introducing the frozen Supreme Dragon set. Did he think Qin couldn't afford it? He'll take the frozen Supreme Dragon set first. Bro, we require payment up front for these sets. Scan the code. Xiao hadn't expected Qin to be so direct, ordering the most expensive one right away. Seeing the 12800 yuan come through, Xiao's attitude became even warmer than before. Bro, are you drinking alone? Need me to call some girls to keep you company? That went without saying. He was here for the girls. But Qin knew the kind of women in bars and didn't have high hopes. High quality. If I'm satisfied, he'll order another frozen Supreme Dragon set. Xiao felt like calling Qin dad right then. This single order would net him a commission of 12800 yuan. At Black Rose, the commission rate was 10 for 3000 to 10010 for 100 to 0, and a flat 15 for anything above 2000. If Qin ordered another frozen dragon set, Xiao would get 15, and he could take the rest of the month off. Just then the DJ on stage started shouting, Congratulations to A06 for ordering the frozen Supreme Dragon set. May the boss get everything he wishes for. Smooth sailing. Soon 2 burly men in suits carried in a smoking wine rack, followed by a group of bunny girls entering A06. The frozen dragon set wasn't much different from the big dragon set. 5 colored bottles of Black Ace, plus 1 bottle of Black Gold Black Ace. The only difference was the box. The white smoke was dry ice meant to create an ice throne vibe. People in the bar screamed. It was the first time this month someone had ordered the frozen dragon set. Even though they weren't the ones drinking, the atmosphere was electrified. Everyone swayed and stared at A06. The bunny girls set off party poppers and scattered gold confetti, instantly creating a sense of decadent luxury. Qin wasn't impressed by any of the bunny girls, let alone Ruan Yi. The 2 suit-clad bodyguards stayed while the bunny girls were sent away. Bro, wait a moment. They'll call some people for you. Xiao quickly left and selected the prettiest girls from the hype crew. The atmosphere group knew they had to go to A06, each one of them full of enthusiasm. Brother Xiao, I'm going. Qin insisted on having someone who looked good, and Xiao didn't dare to mess around. A few minutes later, Xiao brought 4 girls to A06. Upon seeing the handsome benefactor sitting there who resembled Takashi Kaneshiro, the girls were thrilled. So handsome and so wealthy. He looks just like my first love. The 4 girls wore short skirts, crop tops, and black stockings. Their faces, though enhanced with makeup, still looked quite good. Master Yuan, give me a score. How can you even ask me to score this? Not a single one is above 85. Next batch. Xiao had a keen eye and noticed that Qin seemed dissatisfied with these girls. Brother, why not let them accompany you first? It's too boring for you to drink alone. They'll call someone else for you. All right. Just then a booth at B03 became available, and Xiao immediately ran over to grab a girl. Jenny, there's a wealthy and handsome guy at A06. Jenny blinked her beautiful eyes. Is he the one who just ordered the ice-sealed divine dragon? Yes, he's looking for someone. I called a few girls over, but he doesn't seem satisfied, so I'm counting on you. Jenny is one of the top beauties in the Black Rose atmosphere group. When she accompanies guests, they are usually willing to spend more. They might even add her on WeChat and send her red envelopes for other favors. Xiao took Jenny to A06. As soon as Jenny entered, Qin's eyes were glued to her, ignoring all the other girls. Wow, she's stunning. Jenny had an incredible figure, estimated to be a cup, with long, fair, and well-proportioned legs, wearing a backless outfit and a form-fitting skirt. Her features were exquisite, complemented by cascading waves of hair, and her captivating gaze. No man could resist her allure. Name Jiang Jinny, age 24, height 166 centimeters, charm, level 90, occupation bar, atmosphere, group relationship, count 18, affection level 20. In terms of looks, Jiang Jinny and Su Lu are both exceptional, but Jinny's figure is more impressive, though she has had too many partners. Chen Qi felt a bit disappointed, but still invited Jiang Jinny to sit with him. As soon as Jiang Jinny arrived, the other girls knew they had no chance. Brother, you're quite impressive, coming in with the ice-sealed divine dragon right away. Jinny sat close to Chen Qi, and the overwhelming sensation made Chen Qi a little dizzy. Su Lu met Chen Qi for the first time, and her affection level was at 0 back then. Chen Qi was still a bit of a loser. Now he gave off the impression of a wealthy second-generation heir, and Jinny naturally felt attracted to him for being both handsome and affluent. Not bad, I guess. Why is he acting like this? Is he trying to be aloof? Typically, when a guy sees Jinny, he is all smiles with hands wandering around her. Chen Qi seemed uninterested in her. Having had 18 relationships, even if he was interested, he wouldn't dare show it. Master Yuan scolded Chen Qi in frustration. There's nothing here, can't you change venues? You're not making any progress at all. Chen Qi was living off soft rice, and no one would criticize him. No one would think that just ordering a drink was living off soft rice. But Master Yuan would criticize him for being lazy and unambitious. Brother, are you in a bad mood? Let me keep you company with a drink. Chen Qi, having just been scolded, wasn't in the mood and wanted to go to the bathroom first. The drinks are ready, I'm heading to the restroom. As long as the drinks are ready, I'm just worried you'll order a divine dragon and then act pretentious. Brother, hurry up. As soon as Chen Qi stepped out, several girls began discussing him. Have you seen him? So handsome and so wealthy. Brother Xiao just said it was his first time at the bar. When Jinny heard this, she wondered if he was a rare gem, a wealthy second generation with strict upbringing. After Chen Qi came out of the restroom, he walked past a table where he suddenly noticed a girl who seemed out of place in the bar, like a breath of fresh air. That girl was sitting at a table with 3 other girls, all in tank tops and short skirts, while she wore a white t-shirt and jeans. Master Yuan, how would you rate her? Name Han Linlin, age 23, height 164 centimeters, charm level 92, occupation teacher, relationship, count 2, affection level 0. Damn, what can I say? It's like trying to plant flowers, but they don't bloom while the willows grow effortlessly. I just went to the restroom and encountered the goddess of soft rice. Master Yuan, you can't say anything now, right? At this moment, a few guys were surrounding Han Linlin at her table, trying to invite her to drink. Ladies, come to B04 to drink with us. We're fine drinking on our own, we don't need you to treat us, Lin Yuan said beside Han Linlin. The more the merrier. Chen Qi returned to A06, and Jiang Jinny immediately noticed that Chen Qi's mood had improved since earlier. Brother, is there something to be happy about? Happy. Let's drink. Chen Qi directly poured the most expensive bottle of black gold black peach. He hadn't tried other champagnes, so he couldn't compare. He found it quite enjoyable, with a sweet, smooth texture, rich and delicate bubbles, and a strong fruity aroma. When the benefactor was in a good mood, everyone else felt good too. Call Xiao Xiao over and order another ice-sealed divine dragon set. Damn, just took a sip and he's ordering another set. How thirsty is he? Jinny pressed her chest against Chen Qi's arm, her 2 peaks nearly suffocating him. Brother is so handsome and strong. Chen Qi thought strong. I have to thank Lulu, just 1 cup of coffee yesterday was enough for me to order 2 ice-sealed divine dragons. Lulu, I'm sorry, but I want to eat well. Xiao Xiao had a grin on his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. He thought Jinny's appearance indeed worked wonders. He winked at Jinny, implying that she was impressive. I swear I did nothing, he just went to the restroom and came back to order again. Jinny assumed Chen Qi was in a good mood and wanted to spend money. Young Master Chun, if you have any requests, just let me know, Xiao Xiao said, nodding and bowing at the side. There's a girl in a white t-shirt and jeans at that table, bring those 4 over. The DJ shouted again, accompanied by pulsating music. Congratulations to A06 for choosing the ice-sealed Supreme Divine Dragon set for the 2nd time tonight. May the boss wishes come true and everything goes smoothly. Tonight, the atmosphere at the Black Rose Bar was entirely driven by A06. People in the bar swayed their bodies to the music and the atmosphere reached a climax. Ladies, the guests from A06 invite you to join them for a drink. Han Linlin and Lin Yuan had just arrived. It was Chen Qi's first time ordering the ice-sealed Divine Dragon, and they were unaware. Damn, it's from A06. The 2 young men from B04 immediately became timid as they knew A06 had ordered the ice-sealed Divine Dragon twice. Such powerful figures were not someone they could provoke. The minimum consumption in Zone B was only 2.0, while Chen Qi was already over 12 times that. The guests from A06 have already ordered 2 ice-sealed Divine Dragons, Xiao Xiao stated. Lin Yuan and her friends had come to the Black Rose a few times and knew the price of the ice-sealed Divine Dragon. Spending over 2.0 in one night was no small feat. Lin Yun Xiao Shui, let's go. People are often double standard. Just a moment ago, when the two young men from Zone B invited them, Lin Yuan had declined. Damn shallow and materialistic women. The two young men could only curse in their hearts, fully aware that in a bar having money makes one the king. Hey Yuan, can't we just drink by ourselves? Han Linlin was somewhat reluctant, not because she disliked wealthy men, but because she had noticed that area, they seemed to be full of greasy middle-aged businessmen tonight. She liked wealthy men too, but they had to be young and handsome. In short, tall, rich, and handsome. Lean, that's area A. It wouldn't hurt to get to know some quality men. Yun chimed in. Yeah, maybe they could even hook you up with a good job. Xiaoxua added, forget about work. If you land a rich second-generation guy, you'll be a young mistress directly. Xiao said, ladies, the guest at A06 is a handsome guy, young and loaded. But as with promoters, you only believe half of what they say. Xiao claimed the guest at A06 was very handsome, but even if the guy were a dwarf, he'd still say the same. He'd even describe an ex-con as a civil servant. Han Linlin couldn't resist the three of them and followed Xiao to A06. As soon as they entered and saw Chen Qi, their hearts bloomed with joy. Chen Qi was genuinely handsome and wealthy, and all four girls' fondness for him increased. Han Linlin's favorability 5, current 5. Chen Qi quickly asked the previous atmosphere girls, including Jenny, to make room. This left Jenny feeling quite displeased. Which of these wenches is as pretty as me? That White Lotus has some looks, but the sugar daddy wouldn't fall for that type, right? Chen Qi overheard Jenny's thoughts and wanted to tell her. You're not bad looking at all. In fact, you're quite beautiful. It's just that you've grown too many times to be useful to me. And it's not that I'm into the White Lotus type. I like all beauties. On the table were 12 bottles of Black Ace worth over 25000 yuan. Lin Yuan, Yun, and Xiaoxua couldn't resist pulling out their phones to take photos and shoot TikToks. How many times in a lifetime could one witness such a scene unless one of them managed to snag a rich second-generation guy? Only Han Linlin sat quietly, looking nervous and out of place. Bro, why did you invite us to drink? Lin Yuan, having been to bars more often, was clearly bolder than the other three. She sat to Chen Qi's left with Han Linlin beside her. Of course, because you sisters are beautiful. Bro, am I not beautiful? Jenny said with a coquettish tone. You're beautiful too. Jenny's charm value was also 91, and she was completely natural. She was the seductive type. Men felt an urge the moment they saw her. Han Linlin was the pure and obedient type with a vastly different style that evoked a protective instinct. Sisters, introduce yourselves. We're all graduates from Donghai Normal University. We just got our diplomas yesterday. I'm Lin Yuan, and these three are my roommates Lin Yun and Xiaoxua. Lin Yuan introduced them one by one to Chen Qi. Han Linlin's three roommates were decent, looking on par with the nearby atmosphere girls. But to Chen Qi they were useless, just fillers. Lin, let's have a drink. Han Linlin was very reserved, but when Chen Qi toasted her, she raised her glass and clinked with his. The taste of Black Ace was completely different from the drinks they'd had at the scattered table earlier, rich with fruity aroma and smooth on the palate. Much better than that watered-down Black Ace the fake rich guy treated us to last time, Lin Yuan remarked. Our Linlin is a first-timer at bars, as she never comes when we ask, but she came out to play today because of graduation. If it weren't for the system, I might have believed that. There are plenty of girls pretending to be innocent in bars, and without some skill you can't tell them apart. What a coincidence, it's my first time too. Really, bro? You've never been to Black Ace before. That's why we're just meeting now. Jenny said. Is that true? So handsome and rich. Don't those rich second-generation guys usually play around a lot? I'm not a rich second-generation guy. Huh. Han Linlin let out a soft exclamation. Can he hear what I'm thinking? Chen Qi's words sounded different to others. Jenny raised her glass and squeezed over. Young Master Chen, so you're a self-made first-generation rich guy. That's amazing, I toast to you. In the southeastern coastal areas, opportunities abound. With luck, starting a company and riding a good wave could make you a fortune. Bro, I toast to you too. Lin Yuan didn't want to be outdone. Though she wasn't as pretty or as well-built as Jenny, she could tell Chen Qi wasn't very interested in Jenny. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called the four of them over. Let's all drink together. Chen Qi's tolerance for alcohol was average. If they toasted him one by one, he'd be drunk in no time. Outside A06, girls occasionally tried to come over for a free drink, now knowing the sugar daddy inside was handsome. But they were all stopped by two burly men in suits. By the way, you just graduated yesterday, right? Chen Qi asked. Yeah, bro, does your company need people? Take us in. Lin Yuan had also been misled into thinking Chen Qi was a self-made first-generation rich guy who started his own company. Then we should celebrate. Let's order another ice-sealed Supreme Shenlong. Jenny was confused. What exactly was she lacking? With other men, she had never been left out like this. What was so fun about a few fresh graduates who couldn't let loose? Han Linlin and the other three were also shocked by Chen Qi's casual spending of over 100,000 more. In just 1 hour tonight, had ordered 3 ice-sealed Supreme Shenlongs totaling over 3,800 yuan. The four of them had already entered society, interning at elementary schools with a salary of 4,000, deeply understanding that money is hard to earn and life is tough. Han Linlin's favorability 5, current 10. The way he scanned the code was so handsome and rich. If I could snag him, I'd live the life of a young mistress. Han Linlin came from a comfortably well-off family. Her mother was a middle school teacher and her father a high school teacher. With her background, she basically had no worries about food or clothing. Though her parents' salaries weren't very high, she lacked nothing essential. Her parents had traditional values, believing in a stable and peaceful life for the couple. So they hoped Han Linlin would find a partner within the system, preferably a civil servant, stable with a good income. But Han Linlin didn't want the kind of dull life her parents led, as she wanted to be a little princess, a young mistress. Yes, that's what she got from scrolling through TikTok. For ordinary people, a dual-income family with good benefits was already a great life. Many would kill for such stability. This girl really can't be judged by appearances. Chen Qi overheard Han Linlin's thoughts. Judging by her looks and demeanor, she seemed innocent. Chen Qi moved to sit beside Han Linlin. Linlin, do you have a boyfriend? Not yet. Then what kind of guy do you like? I don't know, but depends on fate. This White Lotus talking about fate. When this tall, rich, and handsome guy is right in front of you, dare you say you don't like him? Jenny grumbled inwardly. Indeed, women know women best. Without the system, Chen Qi wouldn't have seen that Han Linlin was a White Lotus. How about I be your boyfriend? Bro, wouldn't your girlfriend kill you if she heard that? I don't have a girlfriend. If you're willing, you could be the one. Though you spent 3,000 on wine showing off your wealth, the wine was for everyone to share, and I didn't get any real benefit. You didn't even gift me a bag worth a few thousand, yet you expect to sleep with me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Bro, we've only known each other for an hour, and I don't even know your name. My name? Add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. After they added each other, Chen Qi sent his name to Han Linlin. Bro, I want to add you too. Lin Yuan leaned in. Bro, me too. Jenny was not to be outdone. The other girls also crowded around. No rush, everyone can add me. Bro, have a grape. Jenny pushed Han Linlin aside, sat next to Chen Qi, and handed him a peeled grape. Chen Qi felt that if he asked Jenny to feed him with her mouth, she would agree. Bro, let me massage your legs. Jenny's hand roamed over his thigh, her technique far from an innocent massage. 10,000 wasn't a huge sum for Jenny. The bosses who wanted to sleep with her usually started at 50,000. And it was up to her to decide. If they were unattractive, she wouldn't take the offer. She was proactive with Chen Qi for two reasons. He was wealthy and handsome. There were many handsome men at the bar, but some couldn't even afford the drinks. Jenny leaned closer to Chen Qi, pressing tightly against him. Good girls are not to be let down. Bad girls are not to be wasted. Chen Qi decided to take Jenny back to the hotel tonight. With a figure like hers, he could only imagine how delightful it would be. The other girls from the Atmosphere group also gathered around, feeding him fruit and massaging his shoulders. This is damn comfortable, and I haven't spent much tonight. Han Linlin's favorability 3, current 7. Just like other rich second-generation heirs, he's a player. Chen Qi received the system prompt and heard Han Linlin's thoughts, but he didn't stop. I finally got a system, have money, and can indulge in luxury and pleasure. Why the hell should I care about a woman's mood? He wanted to leech off Han Linlin's goodwill, but on his own terms. Bro, let's play dice, Jenny said. Chen Qi felt drinking dry wasn't fun. One die each, compare sizes. If you lose, you drink a glass and I spank you. And if you lose, bro? Jenny asked. Since there are more of you, I won't drink. If I lose, I'll send a bottle of Ace of Spades. This game was a win-win, the girls cheered. An unopened bottle of Ace of Spades could be returned to the bar for over 10,000. With money, you can openly take advantage. How cheap? Han Linlin's favorability 2, current 5. The others gathered around, but Han Linlin sat aside. Linlin, aren't you playing? Lin Yuan asked. I don't want to. Chen Qi didn't bother with her. He was having fun anyway. These girls all had great figures, especially Jenny. Her shapely rear looked incredibly soft. A slap on it made it bounce. I got a 5, you got a 3. I win. Lin Yuan jumped for joy. With just a casual roll, Shed won a bottle of Ace of Spades. Lin, come play. Losing just means a spank. Lin Yuan spoke of spanking as casually as drinking water. On the street, even taking a photo of someone's rear would get you cursed out, let alone spanking. Though Han Linlin wanted to join, she had to maintain her persona and not be so easily taken advantage of. After 2 rounds of dice, everyone had won at least one bottle. Lin Yuan and Yun Yun had won too. This made Han Linlin even more uncomfortable, as she was clearly the prettiest. In other settings, the guys would be fawning over her, but Chen Qi was ignoring her. He got up, moved seats, and sat next to Han Linlin. Linlin, why aren't you playing? Bro, you have so many companions, my presence would be redundant. Han Linlin's face showed a pitiful expression, making her look endearing. How could that be? You're special, different from them. Chen Qi leaned in and whispered in her ear. I don't believe you. To be fair, Han Linlin was clear-headed, not some naive fool. Are you free tomorrow? Want to go shopping? I have class in the morning, but I can join you in the afternoon, bro. Isn't it summer break now? The school still has classes. It's a training course. I'm a substitute teacher. Though schools didn't allow teachers to substitute at external training centers, many still did it privately because the pay was much better. Lin Yuan overheard this and wanted to go shopping with Qin Shi too. A rich second-generation heir might just buy her a luxury bag on a whim. Bro, I'm free tomorrow too. Next time, definitely next time. Tomorrow it's just Lin and me. Han Linlin's favorability, 5, current 10. When someone is treated specially, a sense of superiority rises in their heart. He checked the time. It was already 2 a.m. And the bar was still buzzing. However, Qin Shi had other matters to attend to. Let's call it a night. Bro, there are still 6 bottles of wine left. Jenny was reluctant to end the night. Keep the wine on your tab. Aren't you afraid he'll drink it all? Jenny said with a flirtatious smile. Drink if you want, it's just a few bottles. Han Linlin really had to go. Her family was strict, and she had to sneak home after being out this late. Bro, we'll head out now. Xiao call cabs for the ladies. Got it, bro. Ladies, follow me. I'll arrange everything. Xiao had made nearly 600 in commissions tonight. Head even run naked if Qin Shi asked. Bro, will you come tomorrow? He'll miss you. Jenny's ample chest pressed against Qin Shi's arm as she swayed. Miss me that much? Then come with me. You're so bad. They took a cab back to the Hilt Hotel. Only when they reached the top floor did Jenny realize Qin Shi was staying in the presidential suite. Butler Lee was dedicated. Even at 2 a.m., he stood at the door to greet Qin Shi. The Hilt's presidential suite costs $100 a day, right? Bro, what do you do? I'm just a kept man. Jenny pouted playfully. Bro, you're joking. Jenny had seen many kept men, but none who could blow over $600 in one night like Qin Shi. People always believe what they see. Qin Shi's LV outfit alone cost over $100, and Jenny could tell it was genuine. He had ordered 3 sets of frozen Divine Dragon and paid for them, not rented bottles. The wine had given away in the dice game was worth over $200. Which kept man would have so much money? Mr. Chun, these are prepared for you. 50 varieties in total. Butler Lee brought a large wooden box. When opened, it was filled with condoms. The service was impeccable. Qin Shi hadn't even asked, and Butler Lee had it ready. Jenny feigned shyness. Bro, you're so bad. So many. You'll wear me out. Jenny, an experienced girl, understood men well. With every gesture, she could stir your blood and set your heart racing. Brother, let me scrub your back. The two of them frolicked like mandarin ducks in the bathtub. Jenny was completely naked, her figure utterly seductive, ample in all the right places with not an ounce of excess flesh where it should be lean. Qin Shi had dated 2 girlfriends before, the first in college and the second was Li Ting. Li Ting had never shared intimacy with him, and Qin Shi had been pent up for a long time. He simply couldn't resist Jenny's provocations. They began their intimacy in the bathtub, then moved to the bed and then the sofa. By the time dawn broke, they had gone at it 5 times before collapsing into an exhausted sleep. Han Linlin was tutoring a primary school student, checking her phone every 2 minutes. She was waiting for a message from Qin Shi. Although they had agreed to meet in the afternoon, she still thought he should contact her earlier. The other guys who asked her out would bombard her with messages since early morning. No one waited until the agreed time to text. Just then the WeChat notification sound rang. Han Linlin picked up her phone with eager anticipation, but it was a message from her girl group chat. Lean, these rich second-generation guys are all spendthrifts. Don't let their sweet talk and gifts fool you. Lin Yuan had won 2 bottles of Black Ace the night before and returned them to the bar for 350 yuan, but she had no intention of saying a good word for Qin Shi. A yuan is right. Look how wild he was last night, Yun said. I know. I'm not stupid. Don't just listen to sweet words and don't obey him just because he's rich. Money is only money when it's in your hands. Recently a saying was circulating among the circle of playboys. A man's money is for women to see, not for women to spend. The gold diggers vehemently condemned whoever said that. If the money wasn't spent, how could they keep exploiting? Qin Shi and Jenny slept until noon, with the sun already high in the sky. Brother, wake up, it's still early. Let's sleep a bit more. After another round of intimacy, Qin Shi felt a bit drained. Jiang Jenny affection 5, current 25. Damn, this adds more than spending 7 or 800,000, but it's useless for her. He wondered if the attribute rewards after reaching 100 affection would be effective. He urgently needed to strengthen his physique, otherwise he couldn't fully indulge in enjoying life. When seeing Jenny off, Qin Shi transferred 100 yuan to her. Jenny felt she had hit the jackpot. Qin Shi was generous, handsome, and she had thoroughly enjoyed their intimacy. Brother, call me anytime you miss me. After Jenny left, Qin Shi checked his phone. Several colleagues in the company group were mentioning him, and manager Wang had also sent a private message. You didn't show up all morning. Do you still want this job? Qin Shi had just gotten through the weekend and forgotten it was Monday, a work day. No, I have the system now. Why the hell would I still work? Yeah, I quit, Qin Shi replied. Just like that. Can you bear the responsibility for the losses from the new store the company just handed over to you? Chen Shi was an operations manager at an e-commerce company. Last week, the company had assigned him a new project. If he left directly, it would indeed cause losses to the company, and if they pursued accountability, they could even sue him. He wasn't afraid of paying compensation, but dealing with a lawsuit was too troublesome. He'll come to the company in a couple of days. Who do you think you are the boss? Come here immediately. Half a day of unauthorized absence counts as a full day. Chen Shi still had to return to the company. There wasn't anything valuable to retrieve, but he absolutely had to get back a thermos cup. It was a cup his father used to use. After his father passed away, Chen Shi had taken it for himself. The cup had been used for about 11 or 12 years, its surface paint completely worn off, polished to a smooth patina by Chen Shi's hands. Chen Shi transferred 500 yuan to Manager Wang. Manager Wang stared at his phone confused. What the hell does he mean? Before he could reply to Chen Shi, another 500 yuan transfer came through. For transfers in total, and then Chen Shi sent a message. This 200 yuan is my compensation. Even if the store suffered losses, it would only be a few tens of thousands. Chen Shi directly transferred 200 yuan, shocking Manager Wang. Xiao Chun, did you win the lottery? Yeah, so I'm quitting. I knew it. How else could you suddenly be so rich? How much did you win? Can't say, but it's more than enough. Manager Wang figured that if it was enough to live comfortably in Donghai City, it had to be at least a 10 million yuan lottery prize. Alright, don't worry about the store. He'll handle it. Manager Wang could pocket 195000 of that 200 yuan, then take out 500 to give to a subordinate, adding some workload to take over Chen Shi's store. Then have the company hire a new person to fill the gap, saving a few thousand more. Pack up my stuff at my desk. They'll come get it in a few days. Don't worry, I'll pack it up myself. For lunch, he casually ate some Kobe beef, wild yellow croaker, and wild soft-shell turtle at the hotel. After replenishing his energy, it was already 1:30 p.m. Chen Shi sent Han Linlin a message. Linlin, where are you? He'll come pick you up. I thought Big Brother had forgotten about me. Han Linlin sent her location. I've been fully made up and waiting all morning. Little did she know Chen Shi had also been hard at work all morning. Mr. Chen, the car is ready. A Maybach S800 was parked downstairs at the hotel specially designated for VIP guests of Hilltop. Linlin him downstairs. Brother, I'm coming. Han Linlin did one last check of her makeup and outfit in front of the bathroom mirror. No problem, looks great. Han Linlin came downstairs and saw a Mercedes-Benz, confirming it was Chen Shi's car. But she was a bit disappointed. Weren't rich guys supposed to drive Porsches, Ferraris, or Lamborghinis? She only recognized the brand logo and had no idea this Mercedes was a Maybach S800 worth over 6 million yuan. Far more expensive than entry-level Porsches or Ferraris and much more comfortable to ride in. Chen Shi didn't plan to drive his Ferrari often anyway. If he could secure a cushy life, he'd rather switch to something more spacious and comfortable. A Rolls-Royce would be nice, and he'd hire a driver too. Chen Shi rolled down the window and called out to Han Linlin. Linlin, over here. The driver, professionally dressed in white gloves, got out and opened the rear door for Han Linlin. So the driver was driving. Truly a rich young master. As soon as Han Linlin got in, she noticed this Mercedes was different from any she had ridden before. A teacher at her school also drove a Mercedes, but its interior was nowhere near this one. Linlin, you look stunning in this outfit. Yesterday, Han Linlin had worn a white t-shirt and jeans hiding her figure. She relied entirely on her face. Today she was dressed in a campus style, a white blouse on top paired with a pleated skirt and white stockings, her shapely thighs glowing white, and black leather shoes on her feet. With her sweet face, if you didn't know she was a recent college graduate, people would think she was a high school student. Wasn't I good looking yesterday? Of course you were. Linlin looks great in anything. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Yuna? There it was, Chen Shi's celebrity comparison. Yuna from Girls' Generation. She's way prettier than me. Chen Shi shook his head. You lack awareness of your own beauty. You're even more gorgeous than her. Brother, you're just all sweet talk. Han Linlin was very confident in her looks. Among all the girls at Donghai Normal University, she could easily rank among the top 3 campus beauties. Mr. Chen, where to next? The driver asked, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Han Linlin felt a flicker of confusion at the driver's address for Chen Shi. Shouldn't their family chauffeur call him Young Master or Master Chen? In TV dramas, wealthy people's drivers and butlers always address them that way. Could this car be rented by him? Brother, why does the driver call you Mr. Chen? Chen Shi answered honestly. He's a driver arranged by the hotel. Naturally, he'd call a guest Mr. What kind of hotel provides a driver? Han Linlin's imagination was limited by her wallet. She had no idea. Last night, Chen Shi and Jenny were even playing hide and seek on bicycles in the presidential suite. To Park No. 1. Very well, Mr. Chen. Park No. 1 was a renowned top-tier residential complex in Donghai City. Those who lived there were either wealthy or powerful. Han Linlin asked, Brother, why are we going to park now? 1. Going home. Chin-Shi didn't have a home yet, which was precisely why he was planning to buy one. Something like that. We've only met twice, and he's already taking me home. What kind of girl does he take me for? Just because he has some money he thinks he can do anything. Han Linlin's affection 5, current 5. Brother, weren't we supposed to go shopping today? Why are we going to your place? Damn, her inner drama is too much. And she's deducting affection points for this. Chin-Shi explained, I'm going to buy a home. Oh, buying an apartment. Over half an hour later, the car stopped at the Park No. 1 sales office. The sales office was lavishly decorated. The security guards and receptionists at the entrance were all in image-conscious positions with high standards for appearance and height. Sir, madam, do you have an appointment? As soon as they entered, a female salesperson approached them. She was quite attractive, around 30 years old, with a charm score of 88, and had been in love 7 times. No, it's our first time. Could you give us an introduction? Jiang Min was a seasoned salesperson with a sharp eye. She could tell if someone was wealthy with just a glance from head to toe, observing their expressions and eyes. Ordinary working-class people weren't barred from viewing apartments here, but when they came, they would either be visibly excited or nervous. Chin-Shi was dressed head-to-toe in authentic LV, and his female companion was stunningly beautiful. Often a man's companion was a testament to his status. Coupled with his extremely relaxed and composed demeanor, as if he were just browsing a vegetable market, Jiang Min concluded that Chin-Shi was a wealthy second-generation heir. What is your surname, sir? Chun. Mr. Chin, what are your requirements? We have 3 types of floor plans: 150 square meters, 180 square meters, and 210 square meters. Chin-Shi naturally wanted the largest. Tell me about the 210 square meter one. Park No. 1 opened for sale 6 months ago. Average price was 4,300 per square meter, so 210 square meters would be 9.03 million. Han Linlin felt a small tremor in her heart. Her family's house cost 2 million, and her parents were still paying off the mortgage with their combined housing fund. There were still 10 years left. But she quickly calmed down. A college classmate of hers had married a wealthy second-generation heir from Pengcheng. They had just bought a wedding apartment this year, reportedly costing 1,000 per square meter, and that wasn't even the highest price in Pengcheng. Over 4,000 per square meter might be top tier in Donghai City, but it was nothing compared to first-tier cities. Mr. Chin, the 210 square meter layout is currently the most popular. We have 5 units left, 2 on the west end, 2 in the middle, and 1 on the east end. The apartment Chin-Shi had previously rented was in the middle. Although it had windows, it barely got any sunlight. The best orientation was the eastern unit facing south with a northern exposure, allowing one to enjoy the sunrise and sunset through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Which floor is the eastern unit on? The 16th floor, Mr. Chun. You can take a look at the scale model. The orientation is excellent with a broad view. From the apartment, you can see the wetland park. With 210 square meters, it has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It would be perfect as a wedding apartment. Chin-Shi and Han Linlin, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and wealthy to boot, naturally led Jiang Min to assume they were a couple looking for a future home. What does he mean? Bringing a girl to buy an apartment on a first date? Let's go see the showroom, Chin-Shi said. Of course, please follow me, both of you. Jiang Min led the two to the showroom for the 210 square meter layout. One word described it: spacious. Han Linlin's family home was 120 square meters, but after deducting the shared area, it was only 98 square meters, making it feel cramped and narrow compared to this. All our units come with the same fine decoration as the showroom. Jiang Min guided them around, introducing the showroom. When Han Linlin saw the walk-in closet, her heart fluttered with longing. Its area was almost as large as her family's second bedroom. The glass wardrobes and shoe cabinets with their sample displays seemed to mirror the life she could have in the future. How happy I would be to live in a big house like this. I'd even be willing to be a full-time housewife. Chin-Shi overheard her thoughts and strongly disagreed. Damn it, I'm the one who's supposed to live off her. If you don't work, where will the money come from for me to spend? Linlin, what do you think? It's beautiful, so spacious, and the layout is great. How could something worth over 8 million not look good? Even an unfinished unit would look good. Let's take this one. We'll live here for now. Jiang Min was ecstatic inside. She knew it, these wealthy second-generation heirs bought apartments like they were buying cabbages. But she kept her composure. Mr. Chin, would you like to sign the contract today? Today? Is that inconvenient? No, not at all. He'll arrange it immediately. Huh. After just 10 minutes inside, he's buying a 9 million yuan apartment just like that. Doesn't he know property prices are inflated? Are rich second-generation heirs really this foolish with their money? Wait a moment. Han Linlin stopped Jiang Min, who was about to prepare the contract. She leaned close to Chin-Chi's ear and whispered, "Brother, aren't you going to negotiate the price? A lot of real estate companies are offering huge discounts now. Buying it like this is a total loss. Talk to her about the price. Maybe you can get 1 or 2 million off." The skill of haggling seemed to elude Chin-Chi. He never bargained when buying groceries, whatever the vendor said he paid. Now that he had the system, he needed it even less. You can negotiate the price. That's not my strong suit. Is he the rich family's foolish son? Can't even haggle. He'll be cheated out of all his money sooner or later. Let me do the talking. Despite her sweet and innocent looks, Han Linlin was quite articulate due to her job. Manager Jiang, don't you have any discounts? Other developers have been offering big deals these past 2 years, some even give away gold when you buy an apartment. Jiang Min smiled. Madam, this price is already discounted. I know many properties are lowering their prices, but please consider where you're standing right now. This is the core area of Donghai City with the best surrounding amenities. Medical resources, educational resources, the wetland park, luxury shopping districts, these are advantages other developments can't match. Indeed, aside from the other 2 top-tier developments in Donghai, no other property had the advantages of Park No. 1. So while other properties slashed prices, its price remained strong. Han Linlin didn't give up and haggled with Jiang Min for over half an hour. Finally, Jiang Min said with a troubled expression, "All right, let me go and submit a request." Linlin, I didn't know you were so good at bargaining. Brother, you save where you can and spend where you should. The price she quoted was clearly inflated. There's plenty of room to negotiate. 10 minutes later, Jiang Min returned with the approved price. Mr. Chen 8. 6 million is the best price I can offer. A saving of 43000 was already satisfactory for Chen Shi. Han Linlin wanted to push further, but if they kept haggling, buying it today might become impossible. Let's just settle this quickly. Jiang Min was overjoyed, realizing the real decision-maker was this wealthy second generation. The price could have been lowered further, but a bigger discount would mean a smaller commission for her. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we can finalize the purchase procedures today. The property certificate will take 20 working days to be issued. Staying in a hotel was comfortable, but it still felt like something was missing. It took an hour to sign the purchase contract and all other documents. Jiang Min handed Chen Shi a silver briefcase containing 6 keys. There was also a pure gold owner's badge with the Gonyuan Yihao logo worth at least 300 yuan. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming a homeowner of Gonyuan Yihao. Chen Shi took the silver briefcase full of keys, thinking to himself, an 8 million yuan house still uses key locks. He'll need to get a password lock. Since it was fully furnished, he only needed to buy some appliances and furniture to move in immediately. Han Linlin was in a good mood, whether from the successful haggling or watching Chen Shi pay the full 6 million yuan. Han Linlin, affection 10, current 15. I thought he would take out a loan, but he paid in full. Linlin, thanks to you, I saved over 400. Let me take you shopping. Pick whatever you want. At least he has some tact. Then, big brother, I won't hold back. The 2 got into the car, and Chen Shi told the driver to head to Yixiangqing. Big brother, isn't Yida Plaza closer? Yida was out of the question. Su Lu was working today. If they ran into her, all the hard-earned affection points might take a hit. Jintai was also off limits. Su Lu's rival Zhou Yali worked there. If Han Linlin went shopping for cosmetics and got spotted, it would be a disaster. Yixiangqing has a Hokkaido sushi place. I want to try it for dinner. Sure. Han Linlin had heard of that sushi restaurant. Apparently, the minimum per person cost was 800 yuan. But for Chen Shi, that was probably just pocket change. As they sat in the car, Han Linlin sent a message to her group chat with her friends. Girls, he just bought an apartment at Gonyuan Yihao for 6 million in full. Xiao Shui for you. Yin Yun. Damn, why can't I meet a rich second generation like that? What are you thinking? We've only known each other for a few hours. No way he'd buy me an 6 million yuan house, and I wouldn't dare accept it even if he did. Lin Yuan, Lin, did he take you to buy a house on purpose to show off his wealth? Buying a house for 6 million in full shows he's got money. But don't forget, some scumbags won't spend a dime on girls. He's just showing you how rich he is to keep you chasing him, even paying your own way. If he doesn't put real money where his mouth is, don't let him take advantage, or he'll think you're easy. He said he'd take me shopping and let me buy whatever I want. Yin Yun, don't be surprised if he fakes a phone call when it's time to pay. Lin Yuan, that shouldn't happen. Last night, he spent over 100 on drinks for us. Anyway, Lin, don't fall for his sweet talk. These rich guys are cunning. They wouldn't be rich otherwise. Chen Shi noticed Han Linlin was glued to her phone and asked, "What are you looking at so absorbed?" Han Linlin quickly locked her screen. Nothing, just checking tomorrow's class schedule. Even without his mind-reading ability, Chen Shi knew exactly what she was doing. She was probably analyzing him with her friends. Chen Shi was all too familiar with this. Back when he was chasing Li Ting, he once took her to a fast food place that cost over 60 yuan. Li Ting kept typing on her phone during the meal. Later, when they got together, she told him she was complaining about him in the group chat. Girls, can you believe it? This loser took me to fast food. Who goes on a date to a fast food joint? At 3 o'clock, they arrived at Yishan Plaza. Han Linlin had a clear goal. She headed straight for Chanel. Big brother, you said it. I just buy and you pay. Of course would I lie to you. Chen Shi wanted to say boldly, buy whatever you want, even the whole store, but his finances wouldn't allow it. He had over 14 million yuan left in his account, nowhere near enough to show off. As they entered the store, the saleswoman greeted them warmly. Chen Shi realized that ever since he started wearing LV, he had lost the chance for a classic face-slapping moment. But he had no interest in that, deliberately dressing like a bum despite being rich just to get snubbed and then fight back. Too much trouble. Han Linlin picked up a pink dress she had been eyeing on the official website for a long time. It cost 37,000 yuan, a fortune for her. Her outfit today was her most expensive armor, the top pleated skirt, Chanel bag, and leather shoes totaling over 1,000 yuan. Her monthly internship salary was only 4,000 yuan. Luckily, she was a local in the city, no rent-free breakfast and lunch at school, dinner at home, and she could earn over 2,000 from winter and summer training classes. Her mother taught at a middle school close to her elementary school, so commuting was free. Her mom drove her every day. This allowed her to save a bit each month, though she spent it on clothes, makeup, and travel. Han Linlin went to the fitting room and came out a few minutes later. Big brother, do I look good? The pink dress with its puff sleeves made her look even more youthful and cute. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up. Very good looking. His exaggerated praise made Han Linlin laugh. As an English teacher, she found his Chinglish hilarious. While Han Linlin was trying on the dress, the saleswoman kept sizing up Chen Shi. He thought she was drawn to his handsomeness. Sir, are you Chen Shi? Yes, how do you know my name? Chen Shi looked at her puzzled. He had just used Wang Yi to rate her Wang Siwen charm 86 of 6 relationships. Wang Siwen dropped her professional smile and grinned widely. It really is you. Don't you recognize me? Jinning, no. 1 high class, 3, Wang Siwen. We were classmates. Another run-in with an old classmate. But Su Lu and Zhou Yali had recognized each other instantly back then because they were rivals in high school. They also had photos on social media, so they often saw each other. Chen Shi and Wang Siwen were just classmates, nothing more. They barely spoke, and after graduation, they didn't even add each other on social media. Chen Shi never returned to his hometown after college. With his parents gone, home was just an empty shell. When Wang Yi showed Wang Siwen's name, he didn't even recognize her as a classmate. Chen Shi had only a faint impression of Wang Siwen. He vaguely remembered she was the class beauty. Staring at her face now, he barely matched it to the memory. Wang Siwen, of course I remember the class beauty, Chen Shi said dismissively. Chen Shi, it's been years. You never came to any high school reunions. Looks like you're doing well now. Wang Siwen scanned his outfit. Full LV, must be over 1,000 yuan. She pointed at Han Linlin in the fitting room. And you've got such a beautiful girlfriend. You must be loaded. Hit the jackpot. Haha, nothing like that. Just running a small business. Small bets to win big. Squeezing drink and meal money from girls, then leveraging it for a 10,000-fold return from Wang Yi. You've got to help me out here. I haven't made a single sale today. Wang Siwen nudged Chen Shi just as Han Linlin emerged from the fitting room and caught sight of them. Miss, don't misunderstand. I just realized that Chen Shi and I were high school classmates. Is that so, brother? Chen Shi replied generously. Yeah, we haven't seen each other in years. Wang Siwen immediately stepped forward and took Han Linlin's hand. Miss, you must tell Chen Shi to buy a bit more. Han Linlin appraised Wang Siwen. The salesgirls at luxury boutiques were generally quite attractive, and Wang Siwen was passable but far inferior to herself. Brother is very generous, don't you worry. Chen Shi smiled. Lean, just buy whatever you want. Han Linlin thought to herself, how well off is Chen Shi now? He's saying, just buy whatever you want at Chanel. You couldn't say that without some serious backing. Miss, let me show you the new arrivals from last week. Sure. While browsing the clothes, Han Linlin asked in a seemingly casual tone, were you and Chen Shi in the same class in high school? Yes, we were really close back then. This was a complete lie. Chen Shi had only been grouped with Wang Siwen once during a mixed-gender relay race in PE class. They had no other interactions. Han Linlin thought that since they were classmates and close, Wang Siwen must know about Chen Shi's family background. Is brother Chen Shi the son of some big corporation back home? Wang Siwen paused. You don't know, sis. Han Linlin was confused. No, what? Didn't Chen Shi tell you? His parents passed away when he was a freshman in high school. I didn't know. He never mentioned it. Hearing this, Han Linlin recalled that Chen Shi had said he wasn't a rich second-generation heir last night. Could it be that he was truly a self-made man, a first-generation entrepreneur who built his success from scratch? Does he have any siblings? Wang Siwen shook her head. He's an only child. That's not easy. Getting through college all on his own and becoming so successful. How long have you known him, sis? How could Han Linlin admit that counting from last night, they'd known each other for a mere 5 hours? Not very long. You're so beautiful, sis, and Chen Shi is handsome and capable. You two together are a perfect match. Han Linlin spent an hour selecting 3 dresses, 2 t-shirts, 1 pair of cropped pants, and 3 pairs of shoes. Brother, I'm done choosing. The total for these items would be over 2,000 yuan. For Han Linlin from a modestly well-off family, spending 2,000 yuan in one night just on clothes was something Shed never dared to imagine. Aren't you missing something? Han Linlin looked at herself. Missing what? You didn't buy a bag. Han Linlin was already very satisfied and had momentarily forgotten about the indispensable accessory for women. The entry-level Chanel bag she carried was only worth over 5,000 yuan. It would be inexcusable not to buy an expensive one here. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it, brother, but I've already bought so much. Han Linlin looked embarrassed. That's not a lot. If you like it, go buy it. Wang Siwen said, Chen Qi is so good to you. I'm so envious. Wang Siwen estimated that Chen Qi's net worth was at least tens of millions. Spending at least 3,000 yuan in one night demonstrated formidable financial strength. Han Linlin didn't dare to overdo it and finally chose a gray twill shoulder bag for just 9,000 yuan. Brother, what do you think of this one? Does it look good? It looks great. Old classmate, ring it up. The total for the clothes, shoes, and bag came to 3,130 yuan. This display of wealth left Wang Siwen utterly astounded. It wasn't that she had never seen wealthy people. At Chanel, there were plenty of rich wives and bosses with mistresses who spent hundreds of thousands in a single evening. But Chen Qi was her old classmate. Seeing a former peer become so wealthy would shock anyone. She planned to gossip about Chen Qi in the high school group chat later. Chen Qi, your spending level qualifies you for a VIP membership at our store. Linlin, you take it. Wang Siwen quickly added, sis, you'll get discounts next time you come. Han Linlin adored Chanel, but whether she got the VIP or not, it made no difference. She still couldn't afford it unless Chen Qi brought her again. Next time, buy a bit more to upgrade to VSC, Chen Qi said. He had learned from chatting with Su Lu that these luxury stores had VSC status above VIP. VIP status might offer special perks like priority reservations, invitations to exclusive events, or customized services. VSC status, on the other hand, typically granted a higher level of personalized service, including a dedicated service consultant, private shopping experiences, access to limited edition product previews and purchase rights, and other deeper privileges. VIP clients could also enjoy additional benefits like priority selection of new arrivals, invitations to small brand events, and brand gifts, perks that ordinary VIPs might not have access to. Sis, my old classmate is way too good to you, Wang Siwen said, grinning from ear to ear. The threshold for Chanel VC status required at least 1 million yuan in spending. Han Linlin thought to herself, isn't this the life of a rich lady? Strolling through luxury stores with nothing to do, casually spending hundreds of thousands. She said obediently, brother, if I buy so much I won't even have time to wear it all. With Linlin looking this beautiful, you need to change outfits every day. Chen Qi mused inwardly, you still have to believe in the power of the brand. Watching Han Linlin's increasing affection, Chen Qi felt a pang of emotion. Old classmate, will be off now. Take care, come again next time. While settling the bill, Wang Siwen asked to add Chen Qi on WeChat. Such an influential old classmate was worth maintaining a good relationship with. As soon as Chen Qi and Han Linlin stepped out, Wang Siwen secretly snapped a photo from behind and immediately sent it to the group chat. Girls, guess who I ran into? Who? I don't recognize those two backs, but the guy looks handsome and the girl is gorgeous. Wang Siwen said, it's Chen Qi. You know, from our high school class, the really aloof one. That gloomy guy. He was good-looking, but he never talked to anyone. Well, he had his reasons. His parents died right after he started high school. That would hit anyone hard. Wang Siwen added, he's doing incredibly well now. I'd say his assets are probably in the tens of millions. What? That's amazing. The girl next to him is drop-dead gorgeous. She just spent over 3,100 yuan at my store. Holy cow. He's that rich. Did you add him on WeChat? We need to invite him to the next class reunion. Chen Qi had no contact with his former classmates. Even though he was now wealthy enough to show off, he'd rather spend time with a few girls than have dinner with a bunch of near strangers. Linlin, let's go eat. Sure, I'm starving from trying on all those clothes. Han Linlin intimately wrapped both arms around Chen Qi's, making them look like a couple deeply in love. If it weren't for the intimacy level being only 30, Chen Qi would have believed it himself. These goddesses with high charm and few romantic experiences had high thresholds. Spending hundreds of thousands on them wouldn't instantly make them fall madly in love. The two went to the Hokkaido sushi restaurant on the 4th floor. The decor was very Japanese style. It was said that the sushi chef was Japanese and his craft was exceptional. Do you two have a reservation? I called this afternoon. My surname is Chun. The waiter thought to himself, so this is the big spender from this afternoon. The evening was fully booked with no available tables, but Chen Qi insisted on cutting the line by adding an extra 5,000 yuan. The restaurant couldn't miss out on such a cash cow, so they quickly found an excuse to cancel another guest's reservation and freed up a spot. The server led the pair to a tatami private room. Chen-Shi had already ordered the menu a few hours earlier, so all they had to do was sit and wait for the dishes to arrive. Gazing at the surroundings, he suddenly recalled that 2 nights ago, he had also been eating Japanese cuisine. Because of a meal costing over 600 yuan, he had broken up with his ex-girlfriend Li Ting. Hello, here are the first 5 appetizers: hairy crab Hokkaido, sea urchin, shiso blossom black, truffle mashed potatoes, and sturgeon caviar. These appetizers were meant to accompany drinks. What would you like to drink, sir? The server asked. Lin, what do you want? I think sake goes well with Japanese food, but I don't know much about it. Could you recommend something? The waiter was adept at sizing up customers. Seeing Chen-Shi and Han Linlin, a handsome man and a beautiful woman both in designer brands, he pegged them as wealthy second-generation heirs. So he first presented the most expensive sake in the house, planning to suggest others if they declined. We have a premium imported sake here, Hokkaido YK 35, bottled in pure titanium. Hokkaido YK 35 is the pinnacle of the Hokkaido series. The Y stands for Yamada Nishiki rice, the K for Kobo yeast, and 35 for the rice polishing ratio. Its polishing degree is exceptionally high, even among top-tier sakes, ranking it among Japan's 10 most expensive sakes. Chen-Shi thought to himself that last night he had just drunk a Chateau Petrus from Bordeaux costing 2 yuan a bottle. How expensive could this Hokkaido YK 35 be? What's the price? 13,000 yuan. It doesn't seem more expensive than Ace of Spades. After the night of free-flowing drinks, Han Linlin was no longer shocked by a price tag over 1,000 yuan. All right, let's have a bottle to try. The dishes arrived quickly: mullet roe ball, golden eye snapper spot, prawn, bluefin tuna belly, and Arctic surf clam. Fried oyster with seaweed red and white jade, cake, inch beans, vinegar marinated sea cucumber with hair, seaweed red clam with cucumber, and barley miso, cheese-coated shrimp with smoked radish, and simmered yellowtail with burdock. Cheese-baked abalone, avocado, maitake, mushroom, asparagus, baby corn, salmon, roe ise, lobster, spring bamboo shoots, small olives. The table was laden with small plates. As soon as one wave was finished, another arrived, and Han Linlin snapped photos furiously with her phone. Lin, let me take a picture for you. Then you have to make me look good, brother. Come on, you're so beautiful, you'll look stunning no matter how I shoot. The portions of these dishes were ridiculously small, some barely half a mouthful, but the sheer volume made up for it. After dozens of courses, they were about 80% full. Brother, what business are you in? Han Linlin inquired about Chen-Shi's affairs casually while savoring the cuisine. Finance. Chen-Shi pondered for a moment. Soft master probably counted as finance, right? The finance circle, no wonder he's so rich. I heard that in the Magic City's finance industry, an annual salary of $1 million is considered low. Stocks and funds? Han Linlin asked curiously. More like investments. I invest money for you to spend, and as long as you spend a little, I get a 10,000-fold return. That should count as venture capital, right? Investments. Are you in investment banking? I heard it's a top-tier income field. Just lucky I met a master who guided me. Are you talking about me? Soft master suddenly asked in Chen-Shi's mind. Soft master, you startled me. An investment banking job is so prestigious, way better than being a civil servant. Brother is amazing. Let me toast you. This Japanese meal cost 3,000 yuan. After scanning the QR code to pay, Han Linlin's favorability didn't increase at all. Damn, should I have taken her to eat first, then buy clothes? Having bought a Chanel bag worth over 3,000 yuan, a 3,000 yuan meal seemed insignificant. Yesterday, Su Lu had a Michelin-starred meal costing over 9,000 yuan and gained 5 favorability points. Brother, let's walk around and digest. Chen-Shi checked the time. It was only 7 o'clock, still early. Sure, let's take a stroll. The two slowly descended from the 4th floor, taking the escalator down level by level. When they reached the 1st floor and passed by Chow Tai Fook, Han Linlin tugged at Chen-Shi. Brother, let's go in and take a look. Gold prices had surged recently, with some stores selling at over 700 yuan per gram. Chow Tai Fook was crowded, many people there to speculate. Han Linlin was captivated. What girl doesn't love shiny gold? This is so beautiful, a diamond set gold necklace. I really want it, but I've already made him spend so much today. If I ask for more, would that seem too greedy and turn him off? Chen-Shi overheard Han Linlin's thoughts and looked at the diamond set gold necklace. It was indeed beautiful, priced at 8,000 yuan. This was just a standard design, not from any master jeweler. If it were a renowned craftsman's work, the price would triple or quadruple. Excuse me, could I see this necklace? Chen-Shi asked the salesperson to bring out the diamond set gold necklace. Lin, do you like it? Han Linlin was overjoyed, struggling to suppress the smile from curling at the corners of her mouth. I like it, but it's too expensive at 8,000 yuan. If you like it, I'll pay for it. Brother has already spent so much on me today. I know you're wealthy, but making money isn't easy. Let's save it for next time. Han Linlin had finally found an exceptional high-quality man. She couldn't drain him dry all at once. That would be too unsightly. She intended to play the long game, taking things slow and steady. Since we can afford it, why wait? Miss, please wrap up this necklace. Han Linlin's favorability, 10 current 40. Brother is so sweet. Han Linlin caught Chen Shi off guard with a peck on his right cheek, so quick, he didn't even react. That was too fast, I wasn't ready. Do it again. You're so annoying, there are people around. Han Linlin played hard to get merely offering Chen Shi a taste of sweetness. After all, he had spent nearly 4,000 yuan on clothes and gold. With 4,000 yuan, Chen Shi could have called 10 girls and gone 18 rounds. After spending so much money, just one kiss. You might as well have bought me a milk tea. That would be more practical. Chen Shi mused. When it came to reciprocity, Su Lu was still the most thoughtful. Buy her a 1,000 yuan bag, and she would give back a tie clip worth over 2,000 yuan. He would find Su Lu later, strike, while the iron was hot. If he saw her 3 days in a row, her favorability should increase a bit more, right? At that moment, Su Lu was in her shop, absent-mindedly gazing outside. Su Lu stopped staring. You're turning into a statue waiting for your lover. He said he'd come tonight, but it's past 7. Why isn't he here yet? Su Lu complained. Sister Zhang said, don't worry. If it really doesn't work, just send him a message. No, that would make me seem too desperate. Su Lu was after all a beauty with a charm value of 93 and excellent conditions. The number of wealthy second-generation heirs and rich older men pursuing her was more than she could count on both hands. Even though she did feel a flutter of attraction toward Chen Shi, she couldn't afford to lose her dignity. Chen Shi glanced at his phone. It was already 7:30. Linlin, I still have things to do later, so we'll take you home first. Brother, go ahead and attend to your matters. I can just take a taxi back on my own. Then I'll call a car for you. Chen Shi hailed a luxury chauffeured car, and only after seeing Han Linlin off did he get in himself. As soon as Han Linlin entered the car, looking at her abundant spoils, her grin was harder to suppress than an AK. Girls, guess how much he spent on me today? Yin Yin said 2,000. Lin Yuan chimed in, could it be 3,000? He bought 3,100 worth of Chanel. We had Japanese cuisine for 3,000, and while strolling to digest, he bought an 8,000 gold-inlaid diamond necklace. Lin Yuan's fingers flew across the screen. Not sis, is he just throwing money around? You've only known him for a few hours. Yesterday, freezing the divine dragon was just him setting the mood and showing off his wealth, and he drank quite a bit too. But tonight's over 4,000 was genuinely spent on you. Xiao Shui said, Lin, I'm grinding my molars to dust. We even ran into his high school classmate at Chanel. Set me up. Lin Yuan assumed that a rich second-generation's friends were all rich too. Set up what? It was a Chanel salesgirl. I got some info about him from her. He's from Jining County. When he was in his first year of high school, his parents passed away. Are his parents tycoons who left him a huge inheritance? No, I asked. He made it on his own. He said he's an investment like an investment bank. I don't really get it. Lin Yuan got so excited her screen nearly smoked from her tapping. Damn, he's not a fund manager, is he? Fund managers pulling in $1 million a year is pocket change. Those with big funds make tens of millions annually. Yun Yun said, investment bankers seem even more impressive than fund managers. Lin Yuan added, Lin, he's an absolute catch. Young, wealthy, and with no in-laws to deal with since both his parents are gone. Yun Yun cautioned, but he's so capable, and I hear the finance world is even more debauched than the entertainment industry. Judging by how he threw money around at Black Rose yesterday, he's definitely not short of pretty women. Lin, be careful. Our brains can't outsmart those in finance. They've got 800 tricks up their sleeves. Girls will say this, if someone gave me over 4,000 ID, be willing even if they were just playing me. Xiao Shui sent that. Lin Yuan replied, seconded. Yun Yun said seconded. He asked if I'm free tomorrow to go pick out furniture and appliances with him. Sis, if you're not free, I am. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Get lost. Chen Shi had already arrived at Yida Plaza. As he went up to the third-floor, Hermes salesgirl Zhang Fangyue was the first to spot him again. Here he comes again. I heard from Sister Zhang at LV that he spent nearly 7,000 in the past couple of days and just bought a Ferrari worth over 4 million. Should I take the initiative and invite him into the store? Sir, care to take a look at Hermes? Zhang Fangyue stepped forward anyway for the sake of sales and connections. Sorry, I'm allergic to the horse badge. When Chen Shi first came here and heard Zhang Fangyue's inner thoughts, he was unsurprised that she secretly looked down on him for wearing anti and lining. Though Zhang Fangyue had a charm score of 90, her relationship count was 8. Someone like that wasn't worth engaging with. Buying from her would just earn her commission and boost her favorability, offering Chen Shi no benefit at all. Zhang Fangyue was stunned by his words as Chen Shi headed to the next door Louis Vuitton. Lulu, young Master Chen is here. Where is she? Sister Zhang said with a smile. She was a bit busy earlier. Lulu is having dinner now. Salesgirls took turns eating. If everyone went at once, there'd be no one to attend to customers. Sulu was in the back break room eating takeout. Hearing that Chen Shi had arrived, she immediately put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and picked up a mirror to check her makeup. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why are you only eating now? You shouldn't starve yourself. Chen-Chi suddenly walked in. Employee break rooms were generally off-limits to customers, but Sister Zhang was savvy and pointed Chen-Chi to the door, letting him in. Su-Lu felt a warmth in her heart at Chen-Chi's concern. I wasn't very hungry. I had lunch at 1:30. Su-Lu's shift ran from 10 in the morning to 10 at night, so eating dinner at 8 wasn't really late. You're having beef brisket rice for dinner, huh? Chen-Chi glanced at the takeout on the small table. Yeah, I didn't know what to get, so I just ordered something random. He won't look down on this, will he? Someone who spends tens of thousands on a meal might be disgusted by these cheap pre-made dishes. Chen-Chi noticed the takeout receipt still attached, showing the price of the beef brisket rice. Damn, 32 yuan, that's expensive. Had never dared to order such pricey takeout before, sticking to noodles or pre-made meals, just over 10 yuan. There was also a cup of Haiti nearby, probably costing over 20 yuan. That one meal cost more than his 2 days' food budget. Lulu, do you usually eat like this? Chen-Chi asked. We working folks can't have lavish feasts every day. We just order takeout like this. He really is turned off by my food. Just as I thought, class differences show in what we eat. Su-Lu's income was quite high, around 200 a month, but her expenses were big too, and she never skimped on herself. Her takeout cost 30 to 50 yuan each time, plus milk, tea, coffee, and fruit. Just on regular food and drink, she spent about 400 a month. Chen-Chi said, I used to eat takeout too, but it's not healthy. Lulu don't eat it anymore. So Xiao Jing's guess was right. He's a recently returned illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Then what should I eat? Su-Lu blinked. Isn't there a private kitchen downstairs? Order from there from now on. Chen-Chi had eaten at that private kitchen with Li Ting before. The food was good and clean, but pricey. A plate of stir-fried water spinach cost 35 yuan. Su-Lu said, that's too expensive, my salary can't afford it. Chen-Chi reached out and pinched her cheek. What are you saying? With me around, why would you need to pay for meals? They'll go talk to them, and you can add the restaurant's WeChat, have them deliver it daily. Brother, you're too good to me. Chen-Chi went downstairs and discussed it with the private kitchen's manager. Sorry, but we're already swamped during meal times. Adding in-house delivery would be too hectic. So you can order through our delivery platforms. We have them on all major apps. The app didn't support direct cash transfers from Chen-Chi to his goddess. Ordering takeout would mean he had to place the order or pay on her behalf, which was too cumbersome. When money could solve a problem, there was no need for roundabout methods. 1 vegetable dish and 2 small meat dishes, 200 yuan. Lunch and dinner, 400 a day. Deliver it to the LV store upstairs. If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. The manager's ears perked up. This was a big spender. Ordering the same via delivery app would average only 100 to 150 yuan. Offering 200 was pure foolishness, and since it was just upstairs, turning down such a profitable deal would be idiotic. The manager immediately broke into a fawning smile. No problem at all. Is it delivered every day? Chen-Chi, unsure of Su-Lu's schedule, replied. Not necessarily, but I'll pay you the full month's fee of 12000. Hey, race the WeChat contact for the person receiving the meals. Add them and ask them daily whether to deliver or not. Chen-Chi forwarded Su-Lu's WeChat to the manager. After transferring 12000 on the spot, he headed to the premium fruit shop on the first floor, got a membership card, and loaded it with 5000. When he returned to the LV store, Su-Lu greeted him with overflowing joy. Brother, the manager of the private kitchen added me. Why did you give him 12000? I have 4 days off a month. It's fine. Use the extra to add some dishes. Chen-Chi pulled a card from his pocket. A membership card for the fruit shop on the first floor. There's 5000 in it. Buy whatever you want. Su-Lu's affection 5, current 37. He's so thoughtful. It feels like those school days when a guy chased a girl. Chen-Chi, indeed, back in college when he pursued his first girlfriend, had delivered breakfast for a week. Coupled with his good looks, they quickly got together. Brother, even if I ate fruit as my main meals, I couldn't spend that much. Besides, eating too much fruit makes you gain weight. Chen-Chi pinched Su-Lu's delicate face. Even if you gain weight, I'd still like you. Su-Lu was moved, gazing at him with deep emotion. Brother, why are you so good to me? Because you deserve it. Chen-Chi had put some thought into it, genuinely considering Su-Lu's well-being, hoping she could save some money. He covered her meal expenses, saving her at least 3,000 to 4,000 a month. He didn't expect her to spend all that saved money on him. If she spent just 300 a month on him, he'd consider it a huge win. Multiply that 10,000 times, and it would be 3 million. This 3,000 gave Chen-Chi the effect of spending 3,000. Simply throwing money around doesn't always move a woman. But spending money with a bit of thoughtfulness is sure to touch her heart. Brother, are you free tonight? What's up? Su-Lu linked her arm with his. He'll treat you to a late-night snack. Chen-Chi was stunned, almost moved to tears. Lulu was truly the best. He hadn't expected such a quick return. Why isn't he saying anything? Does he look down on what I'm offering? If you don't want to, it's fine. Chen-Chi smiled from the heart. I'd love to. How could I refuse a treat from Lulu? He'll wait for you to finish work. Sulu could see Chin-Chi was genuinely happy. His eyes and mouth were smiling. Does he really like me? Is that why he's happy no matter what we eat? Chin-Chi heard her thoughts and wanted to tell her yes as long as you're treating him happy eating anything. Sulu's affection 1, current 38, just agreeing to have dinner with her boosts affection. They had Japanese food for dinner, mostly raw dishes, and now Chin-Chi's stomach was acting up. Lulu, I need to use the restroom. After releasing for over 10 minutes in the restroom, Chin-Chi felt a wave of relief. Upon returning to the LV store, he saw a short, stout young man hovering around Sulu. Lulu, if you agree to go on a date with me, I'll buy you a bag. Sulu had seen this situation many times. The short, stout man was a rich second generation, having spent over 5,000 in the store over half a year. But with his looks, fat and frail, even with money, Sulu wasn't interested. She had already turned him down twice, and today he was back again. Mr. Wong, thank you for your favor. We welcome you as a customer in the store. But regarding personal matters, I hope you can show some respect. I've already rejected you twice. Don't you get a clue? Take a look at yourself. Respect. If you're with me, I'll definitely respect you. Wang Zhuge said with a pleading look. Chin-Chi thought to himself, not all rich people were scumbags or high-level players, some just had money and still acted like losers. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing, aware of the flirtation between Chin-Chi and Su Lu, were about to explain the situation. Chin-Chi shook his head. It's fine, I'll handle it. He walked inside and winked at Su Lu. Hello, could you introduce me to some women's bags? Su Lu politely said to Wang Zhuge, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I need to attend to a customer. Aren't I a customer too? I'm buying as well. Wang Zhuge rudely said to Chin-Chi. Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Chin-Chi smiled unbothered and even offered Wang Zhuge some advice. These bags are nice, buddy. If you buy one for this lady, she might just agree to a date. Wang Zhuge, seeing Chin-Chi in full LV and with a handsome face, assumed he was a playboy. He hated pretty boys like this mostly because he wasn't good looking himself. No need for your advice. Lulu will take this bag. Wang Zhuge pointed to the black crossbody bag on the third shelf of the display. Sir, this bag costs 123,000. Sulu said. Wang Zhuge breathed a sigh of relief at the price. It was within his budget. Despite his short, stout appearance, he was a standard rich second generation with a monthly allowance of 150,000. Compared to tycoons and the ultra-wealthy 150,000 was nothing, but many people couldn't earn that much in a year. Wang Zhuge's greatest hobby was staying home and gaming. Besides recharging in games, his biggest expense was buying figurines. He lived alone in a 180 square meter apartment worth 6 million, almost entirely filled with figurines. He drove a 1.2 million BMW 7 Series, and his busiest time each day was driving to his father's company to clock in. Then he'd go home to game and sleep. The clock-in was just to show his dad that his son was still alive and well. His father didn't mind as long as he stayed away from gambling, women, and drugs. What harm was there in gaming? The sons of his father's friends who started businesses lost millions. His father figured it was better for his son to stay home and game. The only challenge was getting him a wife. So to motivate Wang Zhuge to find a girlfriend, his father raised his allowance from 5,000 to 15,000. I haven't bought many figurines this month. 123,000 is just right. Wang Zhuge thought it over and said, Lulu, I'll take this one. If I give you this bag, you'll go on a date with me, right? Before Su Lu could answer, Chin-Chi walked over. Excuse me, coming through. He stood in front of the display, taking down the 4 bags surrounding the black crossbody bag, leaving only the one Wang Zhuge wanted. Chin-Chi carried the 4 bags to the counter. Sister Zhang, check out. Is he here to stock up? Wang Zhuge was stunned. Donghai City had plenty of rich people and second-generation heirs. He was among the bottom tier. This pretty boy, handsome and wealthy, was infuriating to see. The 4 bags totaled 6,000, and Chin-Chi paid without batting an eye. He whispered to Sister Zhang to credit the sale to Su Lu. Sister Zhang, savvy as she was, wouldn't dare steal the commission. Chin-Chi walked back with 4 shopping bags. Miss, these 4 bags are for you. How about a date tonight? Su Lu hadn't known what Chin-Chi was up to, but now she understood. He was mocking Wang Zhuge. He's so handsome and playful. Su Lu's affection 3, current 41. Buddy, what's your game? Can't you see him asking her out? Wang Zhuge sounded uncertain. I see that. But seriously, buddy, offering just 1 bag to ask out a beauty like her? Are you underestimating this lady? Wang Zhuge suddenly stammered, thrown off by Chin-Chi's nonchalance. A bag worth over 1,000 yuan was now considered commonplace. He had always thought himself wealthy, but had he been homebound for so long that everyone outside had become a tycoon? Wang Zhuge didn't know the exact price of the 4 bags in Chin-Chi's hands, but having visited LV a few times, he estimated they were worth around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Damn, it's these bastards driving up the prices. 4500 to 6000. How many young models could I get at a club, or how many figurines could I buy? Unlike typical Shudens, Wang Zhuge was a wealthy one. When he had physical urges, he visited clubs. But he could never date a woman from such places, nor would his father ever permit it. All right, handsome, I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight, Su Lu said, playing along with Chen Qi's act. Watching the affectionate exchange between Chen Qi and Su Lu, Wang Zhuge felt humiliated. Just because you have some dirty money, does that make you special? And you gold digger. For a moment, Wang Zhuge forgot he himself was wealthy, only to realize he had met someone richer. Hey, money does make you special, Chen Qi said in a cheeky tone. He couldn't care less when, in fact, he felt Wang Zhuge was complimenting him. But Su Lu's expression tensed for a moment as she glanced at Chen Qi, then quickly relaxed. Fatty calling me a gold digger. If brother Chen Qi really sees me that way, he'll have words with you. Daddy, I'm done playing. I want to find a 2D wife. Wang Zhuge stormed out of Louis Vuitton, likely never to return. Brother, you bought so many again. You didn't have to spend this much to brush him off, though I could have just refused him a couple more times. No, I need him to back off and realize that buying a bag won't get him a date with our Lulu. But you didn't need to buy 4. That's 600 yuan already. Chen Qi thought to himself, was 600 yuan that much? If she treated him to a 100 yuan meal tonight, he'd still come out ahead. As long as Lulu is happy. Oh, I told Sister Zhang to credit this sale to you. Brother, you're something else. Of course, good fortune shouldn't leave the family. With 600 yuan, Su Lu would get a 3,000 yuan commission. If it went to Sister Zhang, Chen Qi got nothing. But if it went to Su Lu, maybe she'd wise up and buy him something nice. So, brother, does that mean I'm family? You're the one in my heart. Smooth talker. Su Lu's heart swelled with joy as her affection points visibly rose. Brother, don't buy me any more bags next time. I can't even keep up with carrying them all. Chen Qi had bought her 5 bags worth over 700 yuan in total. Combined with the 2 bags Su Lu had bought herself for over 100 yuan, she felt her apartment wasn't worthy of displaying them. Chen Qi also realized that repeating the same gesture lost its novelty, evident from the affection points. Tonight, buying 4 bags only added 3 points, a clear sign of diminishing returns. Just then, Sister Zhang approached and handed Chen Qi a VIP card. Young Master Chen, you've spent over 1.3 million yuan at our store, qualifying you as an LV VIP. Give the card to Lulu. Sister Zhang didn't hesitate and passed it to Su Lu. By the way, Sister Zhang, that chubby guy earlier, was he a big client of your store? No, he's only spent over 500 yuan in the past 6 months. Less than what young Master Chen spent in one night. Good, I was worried I might have driven away a major customer. Young Master Chen, you're the major customer. Although Sister Zhang didn't earn a commission, Chen Qi boosted the store's performance, and more visits would lead to higher year-end bonuses. Chen Qi stayed at the store until 10 p.m., waiting for Su Lu to finish her shift. Together, they headed to the underground parking lot. Mr. Chen, back to the hotel, the driver asked. Su Lu shot a playful glare. No hotel. Take us to Tianhao Barbecue instead. Chen Qi thought, exactly, forget the hotel. Let's head straight for a late-night feast. Tianhao Barbecue was a famous grill spot near Yido Plaza, albeit a bit pricey. It was July peak barbecue season, and nearly every joint was packed to the brim. They found a small table outdoors. Brother, you don't mind a roadside joint, do you? Lulu, even the rich have only one mouth and eat grains. Boss Wang eats at street stalls too. Su Lu smiled. Good. What would you like to eat, brother? Chen Qi glanced at the menu. This place was indeed expensive, with prices generally a third higher than other spots. French imported Guillardeau oysters, 200 yuan each. Damn, can you go 7 rounds in one night after eating these? At this price, ordering 5 would be 1,000 yuan. That's a 10 million cashback. Su Lu still had some money. Spending 2,000 to 3,000 yuan wouldn't be excessive. Just as Chen Qi was dreaming of a 20 to 30 million cashback yuan, he shattered his fantasy. Think I'm invisible? Trying to exploit loopholes. Hand the menu back. You're not qualified to order. Lulu, you order. He'll eat whatever you pick. Chen Qi desperately wished Su Lu could read his eyes. Order the most expensive items and plenty of them. Su Lu took the menu and asked while browsing. This place is famous for its imported oysters. Do you like oysters, brother? Love them, love them. Lulu, you read my mind. Bring on a bunch. Let's start with 4 oysters. Too many isn't good. Why not? Chen Qi asked. Su Lu shot him a coy glare. Are you thinking of doing something naughty? No, heavens as my witness, with these innocent eyes, how could I be up to no good? People said oysters boosted vitality, but Chen Qi wasn't thinking that way. He just hoped Su Lu would order more pricier items for a bigger cashback. Oysters, eggplant, grilled fish, chicken wings, beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled shrimp, grilled chives. Whatever Su Lu suggested, Chen Qi nodded and said he loved it. Su Lu rarely ate late-night snacks herself to maintain her figure, but she stayed to spend more time with Chen Qi. Worried that too much barbecue might upset Chen Qi's digestion, she ordered small portions. 2 lamb skewers, 2 beef skewers. Apart from the 4 Gillardeau oysters costing 800 yuan, the rest of the barbecue and beer came to just 263 yuan. Brother, let me pour you a drink. Though the beer was cheap at over 10 yuan a bottle, far from the 210 yuan red wine-only beer could create the right vibe in this setting. Brother, you're so rich. What does your family do? I used to be very poor. I met a benefactor recently, and my life changed. He must be an illegitimate child of a wealthy family. But there are so many rich Chens in Donghai. Which one is he from? Chen Shi didn't explain the identity of a wealthy bastard suited him fine. They chatted and ate with Su Lu doing most of the talking. Chen Shi no longer needed to steer the conversation. Brother, what do you usually like to do? Just shop and spend money. How wonderful. It must be lovely to stroll through malls and feast every day without ever having to work. Comrade Su Lu, that mindset is perilous. Only through work does one realize true value, and only then does life avoid descending into tedium. Su Lu pouted slightly. Which young woman wouldn't dream of becoming a wealthy wife, shopping and strolling endlessly? That seemingly dull life. I long for it more than anything. Lu. Chen Shi suddenly grasped Su Lu's hand. Idleness erodes the spirit, leaves one numb, hollow, useless. Brother, are you describing yourself? I am useless. I live off others' generosity of freeloader. Thank you, Lu, for treating me tonight. Chen Shi clinked glasses with Su Lu. She burst into laughter. You must never speak so harshly of yourself, brother. Chen Shi was indeed a freeloader, but how could a goddess afford such indulgence without working? Even a modest job paying several thousand yuan would grant her financial independence and autonomy. She must sense he disdains idle women. This is his subtle encouragement for me to build my own career. Still, work is work, and need not be exhausting. As long as it brings joy, that's enough. After all, we're hardly short of money. When we rest, we'll shop, dine, lavishly travel far and wide. Work exists only to enrich life, not dominate it. Tell me, even endless shopping and gourmet feasts would grow tiresome, wouldn't they? Su Lu knew well that when Chen Shi spoke of shopping, fine dining, or travel, he meant nothing ordinary. Nothing like casual outings costing mere thousands or tens of thousands. With his wealth, such excursions inevitably ran into the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, perhaps aboard a private yacht. At the thought of someday savoring the opulent life of the elite, Su Lu suddenly found her daily grind far less burdensome. Brother is absolutely right. Su Lu beamed. Brother, besides shopping, what other hobbies do you have? Nothing extravagant, just watching films, playing games now and then. They dined until past 11. As the waiter tallied the bill, Chen Shi mentally estimated the total, roughly 1100 yuan. Hello, your total is 1063 yuan. You may round down to 1060. Rounding down small change is standard practice in hospitality, a trifling courtesy that sometimes wins lasting goodwill. Yet at that moment, Chen Shi nearly shouted, no, don't. 3 yuan. Surely Lu can afford it. To him, those 3 yuan equaled 30,000. Though Su Lu earned, well, she'd never splurge over 1,000 yuan on dinner before. But these past few days' commissions from Chen Shi had already netted her 70 or 80,000 yuan. Su Lu paid 1060 yuan swiftly with her mobile scan. 1060 soft rice coins awarded, cashback 1060 CNY. Chen Shi's phone chimed with a bank notification. His account balance now stood at over 24 million yuan. For an ordinary person, this was unimaginable wealth. Yet in first-tier metropolises, Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, even elite white-collar professionals, let alone entrepreneurs or shareholders, often amassed fortunes in the tens of millions. Chen Shi still had much ground to cover, expanding and scaling his soft rice enterprise to new heights. While he lounged contentedly over grilled skewers and chilled beer, Han Linlin faced no such ease upon returning home. She arrived home at 8 o'clock, her arms laden with luxury brands. Her parents instantly ushered her onto the sofa for interrogation, which stretched over 3 hours and escalated into a heated argument. He's known you only a few hours, and yet gifts you 40,000 yuan worth of Chanel. What could he possibly want in return? Han's mother pointed accusingly at the pile of designer bags. My beauty, of course. Linlin, our family is ordinary, common folk. If he truly is a finance industry elite earning millions annually, the match is mismatched. He may simply be indulging a passing fancy, playing with your heart. Han's father held a dim view of the finance industry. Some of his former students now worked there. Their social media feeds struck him as ostentatious and hollow. Han Linlin slumped frustrated. Her parents' stubbornness made reason impossible. Can't you just wish me well for once? If it were mere play, wouldn't I know? Her mother spoke gravely. Daughter, I fear you'll be deceived. Some swindlers weave traps so intricate, first offering honeyed bait, then selling you outright while you count their coins for them. Her mother's warning held weight. Modern scams were alarmingly sophisticated layer upon layer of deception, leaving victims utterly bewildered. Mother, I'll guard myself carefully. Han's father adjusted his spectacles. Lin, the son of Director Li from the Education Bureau, has asked someone to approach me, hoping to meet you. See, our entire family are educators. We'd be well matched with Director Li's household. Before he could finish, Han Lin cut him off. No meeting, no adding, no chatting. Have you grown wings now? Since when did you learn to talk back? The Lis are civil servants, stable, respectable, state-salaried. What's wrong with that? I refuse. You meet him if you wish. A golden turtle, like Chen Qi, was too rare to miss. After viewing an 8.6 million yuan apartment that morning, even her own home now felt shabby by comparison. After the quarrel, Han Lin retreated to her room, bypassing even basic hygiene, to unpack today's spoils and meticulously plan tomorrow's ensemble. Having escorted Su Lu home, Chen Qi returned to his hotel past midnight. He sank into the bathtub scrolling Douyin. By now he'd nearly exhausted the local female live streamers of Donghai. The internet teemed with beauties, but most owed their allure to makeup filters and digital artifice. In Soft Rice Lord's scoring system, where 90 marked exceptional charm, he'd encountered barely a dozen who qualified in recent days. None of those dozen met the goddess-binding criteria. If all else fails, I'll scour the entire web. Should I find a match, I'll spare no expense to bring her to Donghai. He scrolled twice more, then froze. A vision appeared, a classic oval face, captivating phoenix eyes, cherry lips glossed in luscious crimson, so tempting one ached to bite. Chestnut waves cascaded over her chest, teasing glimpses of soft curves beneath. A violet silk camisole clung, just so, more seductive than bare skin. A lethal waist swayed rhythmically to the music. Her snow-white statuesque legs, slim, powerful, perfectly proportioned, were the final devastating stroke. Before Chen Qi could even query Soft Rice Lord, the streamer's profile, Yao Yao not sexy, flashed onto his screen. Name Sun Yao. Age 25. Height 168 centimeters. Charm score 92. Profession live streamer. Past relationships 2. Current affinity 0. Bind. Soft Rice Lord, really? Must you even ask? Bind. Bind immediately. Chen Qi leapt from the tub, dripping wet, and sprinted, towelless, to his bed. Among all these live streamers, finding one with fewer than 3 past relationships and a charm score above 90 was astonishingly rare. And this was a dance streamer, specializing in boundary-pushing choreography, yet she'd only been in 2 relationships. Truly, appearances deceive. She looks fiercely passionate, yet possesses greater self-restraint than many who project prim propriety. Sun Yao's follower count remained modest, only 16000, despite dancing with hypnotic grace. Why so few admirers? She was performing K-pop's Puppet on a String, her lithe form twisting with mesmerizing fluidity, stirring undeniable excitement. Chen Qi entered her live stream, crowded, vibrant, the comment section ablaze. Unimaginable. How blissful that must feel. This host is scorching. I'm done. 2 weeks upstairs. You're already done. One needed no intuition to guess the nature of comments beneath a boundary-pushing dancer's stream. Chen Qi changed his Douyin username from its original WeChat alias, "What shall we eat later?" to roast duck rice small portion. Chen Qi rarely watched Douyin live broadcasts. In fact, he seldom even watched Douyin's short videos, spending most of his time on a small video platform. He clicked on the fan leaderboard of the live room, where the top fan was a level 67 account. The username was Society's Long Brother. With a level 67 account, he was quite impressive, having spent at least 5 million in Chen Qi's Douyin live room. However, Chen Qi couldn't see how much he spent with Sun Yao, only the streamer herself could see that. Chen Qi wiped his damp hands, and then began to recharge his Douyin account. He planned to recharge 1 million at first, but due to limits he had to do it in 2 transactions. The small portion of roasted duck rice sent a carnival message in the not-so-sensuous live room. A segment of red scrolling subtitles flashed in Sun Yao's live room, and other live rooms broadcasting at the same time also received the carnival notification. However, having one carnival wasn't anything remarkable. It was only 300 yuan, and there were plenty of wealthy people online. Oh wow, a big spender has come to the stream. It's a big spender indeed. If Yao Yao relied on us freeloaders, she'd probably starve to death. You'd starve, but she wouldn't. Do you think the top fan is a pushover? Comparing people can really be disheartening. Just like that, I've lost a month's salary. Sun Yao held her chest and leaned closer to the phone screen to check the ID of the carnival sender. Then in a sweet, sultry voice, she read out, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for the carnival. Should I call you Brother Xiao or Brother Duck?" Chen Qi didn't reply. He was busy sending the second carnival gift. As it was his first time sending gifts on Douyin, he was still unfamiliar with the process, and his typing speed wasn't fast enough. A few seconds later, the second carnival was sent out. The small portion of roasted duck rice sent a carnival 2 in the not-so-sensuous live room. Host the Big Brother has sent 2 carnivals. Shouldn't you quickly dance a hot dance? Hey, did you guys notice that when Brother Xiao entered the live room, he was just a level 1 small account? I saw it. Now he's already level 29 and has sent 2 carnivals. Brother Xiao, are you here? What would you like Yao Yao to dance to? When Chen Shi entered the live room, the performance of Puppet on a String was almost over, and he didn't pay much attention. Dance Puppet on a String again. Sure thing, Sunny Yao was already captivating in appearance, and dancing to the K-pop girl group style was indeed quite thrilling. Brother Xiao has good taste. Brother Xiao's taste is akin to that of a Korean chaebol. Oh, surely he is no ordinary person. Sun Yao started the accompaniment dancing while pondering. This person should be just a passerby, who I haven't heard of any arrangements for the guild tonight. Chen Shi rarely watched female streamers dance on Douyin. He usually watched out a Biao on the small video platform. However, after watching female streamers dance frequently these past few days, he felt that none of them could dance as well as Sun Yao. The small portion of roasted duck rice sent a carnival 3, and Sun Yao danced even more vigorously. 4, 5, 6. Until 60 carnivals had been sent, the carnival messages finally subsided. But the comment section erupted. In less than 2 minutes, 60 carnivals were sent. That's 18000 yuan. Brother Xiao, please stop. Don't burn your money. In 2 minutes, you've burned my annual salary. I've burned 2 years. Why isn't Brother Xiao speaking? Could he be here to launder money? Is he a guild account? Have you ever seen a guild account with 0 followers and 0 fans? Someone clicked in and saw that it indeed had 0. A guild account would never be like this. He's definitely a low-key big shot, just bored and throwing money around. Chen Shi at this moment tossed his phone onto the bed and went to blow dry his hair. A few minutes later, he returned to find that he had already moved up to 5th on the fan leaderboard. Is 18000 enough to reach 5th place? Her fans aren't that impressive either. Brother Xiao has set his account to private, so we can't follow him. Making it so mysterious just piques everyone's curiosity more. Could this be a new way to attract followers, deliberately done this way? Sunny Yao had finished dancing and was waiting for Chen Shi to speak. Brother Xiao, are you not around? Did you see my private message? Brother Xiao, what else do you want to see Yao Yao dance to? Chen Shi, not noticing the private message, typed in the comment section. Can you do AOA's catwalk? Thanks to Brother Xiao for the enjoyment. Brother Xiao really loves K-pop girl groups. He's really throwing a lot. Sunny Yao, seeing Chen Shi's comment, immediately smiled radiantly. What Brother Xiao requests I can definitely do. I'll go change my outfit. Sun Yao's top fan Society's long brother had just entered the live room. In other female streamers' rooms, scrolling subtitles indicated that someone was throwing money in Sun Yao's. Dude, you're quite wealthy. Society's long brother commented. The top fan has appeared. Long brother is here. From that comment, it sounds a bit confrontational. Some people watched the excitement and didn't mind stirring the pot. Long brother and Brother Xiao sent 18000 in 2 minutes. If a few more minutes pass, your top spot might be gone. Chen Shi continued to send gifts, and netizens were getting anxious. No, Brother Xiao, the streamer hasn't come out yet. How come you started sending gifts? Big shot, isn't your finger tired from clicking? Let me help you send gifts. Damn it, why am I not a rich person? I also want to throw money around. Dude, having money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. If you're just throwing gifts here, you're not going to get what you want. You might as well switch to another streamer. Society's long brother commented again. His words left some netizens confused, but many understood what he meant. No way, the streamer hasn't even acknowledged the top fan. No wonder Long Brother hasn't sent gifts lately. I'm just here to watch the dance. Chen Shi replied. Seeing Long Brother's comment, he understood why Sunny Yao had only been in 2 relationships. She truly sells her art, not her body. Oh, Long Brother must have been rejected, hence his remarks in the comment section. Sunny Yao returned after changing her outfit. Her Catwoman leather outfit was alluring yet cute. The comment section started buzzing again. Streamer, I've got the tissues ready. I'm all set. Crazy, and you're ready even before it starts. Sick, or do you need treatment? Sun Yao noticed the continuous scrolling of the carnival messages and was shocked. She quickly sent a message to the guild using another phone. The guild replied immediately it wasn't their arrangement, just a low-key rich passerby. Chen Shi still hadn't responded to the earlier private message, so Sun Yao sent another one. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for the 75 carnivals. Brother Xiao will now perform the catwalk. Chen Shi's carnival messages were flooding other live rooms, attracting many viewers. The number of online viewers in Sun Yao's live room rose from 800 to 25000 and continued to grow. I came because of the hype. Oh wow, this female streamer looks really captivating. A top-tier enchantress. Society's Long Brother commented again. Don't understand the language, huh? Some thought Long Brother was also starting to send gifts to maintain his top position. However, before waiting for Long Brother to perform, the 3rd-ranked Monkey Suit entered the live room. It's so lively. Just after he sent that comment, netizens noticed that Monkey Suit's 3rd rank had vanished. Brother Monkey, you've lost your top 3 spot. Brother Monkey, your home has been stolen. Roast Duck Bro is amazing. He's already spent 23000 and still going. Brother Monkey sent a message, but he call it quits. Brother Monkey showed no intention of retaliating by sending carnival gifts to reclaim his ranking. The second ranked user, Wind Chills My Scorched Skin, was summoned into the live stream. Buddy, it's pointless to spend here. Switch to another streamer and you'll find more joy. Brother Wind Chill had spent 400 on Sun Yao and even flew from the north to the East Sea to meet her in person. He spent 200 on a meal only to receive a thank you, brother. Netizens began to speculate why the top 3 spenders were all urging Roast Duck Bro to stop. Could it be that none of them had gotten anything good from the streamer and had fallen out with her? They were all wealthy and valued their pride. Some things were best left unsaid, lest they appear petty. Previously in Linen City, a top spender gifted a female streamer 300 and arranged a meeting offline. But when he failed to sleep with her, he flew into a rage, printed out their chat logs, and hung them on the street. He demanded a refund of the tips, and the two ended up in a physical fight, losing all dignity. Chen Shi typed, "I'm happy enough just watching her dance." Jin Jinlong sat in his office, staring at his phone with an angry expression. Ungrateful fool, a damn idiot. He had spent 600 intermittently on Sun Yao streams, not a huge sum, and had also lavished over $1 million on several other female streamers. But that $1 million was spent with satisfaction and achieved his goals. Everyone knew what a top spender in a female streamer's live stream was after. Yet some things couldn't be said outright. They had to maintain a wholesome stream. He hit a wall with Sun Yao. After becoming the top spender, he met her offline as hoped. Sun Yao's looks matched her online persona, 100% natural beauty. After dinner, Jin Jinlong hinted and outright suggested she go to a hotel, promising more money afterward. But Sun Yao resolutely refused. In other words, Jin Jinlong had spent 600 for just a meal he paid for, and hadn't even held her hand. The second and third top spenders had similar experiences. They spent money, met the streamer, but weren't even allowed to touch her hand. Although Brother Long was furious, he couldn't force anything or had risked being charged with rape and ruining himself. However, as the top spender, his words carried weight in the live stream. Later, whenever someone tried to gift Sunny Yao for the rankings, he would step in to warn them. Jin Jinlong sent Chen Chi a private message. "Buddy, even if you become the top spender, it's useless. This bitch has an ugly appetite. She's both greedy and pretentious. If you want to sleep with a female streamer, pick another one. Don't waste your money here. You could already have your way with that amount." This did affect the popularity of Sun Yao's live stream. Without a few big spenders leading the charge, how could it stay lively? Even the guild couldn't keep spending on her every day. They had many streamers to manage and preferred to focus on the major ones. Chen Shi was just then reading the private messages Sun Yao had sent him asking for his WeChat ID. By now there were probably dozens of messages. "Boss, need a massage. 5000 for nationwide service. Roast Duck Bro, I'm your long-lost brother. Brother Roast into non-tone. Brother, I can dance too, come to my stream. Brother Roast, I'm hot, add me on WeChat for a preview." All sorts of chaotic messages. They gave him a headache. Brother Long of society, isn't that the top spender? Why is he messaging me? Chen Shi thought there might be a scene of taunting and face-slapping, but when he opened the chat, he saw those 2 lines. The guy was sharing his experience, urging Chen Chi not to waste money on Sunny Yao, as it would be futile. Chen Chi thought to himself, if she were that easy to get, I wouldn't even bother with her. Carnival gifts 80 90 100. Chen Chi suddenly felt that throwing money was tiring. His fingers were getting sore from tapping. Seeing that Chen Chi still wouldn't stop, Jin Jinlong gave up and muttered a curse. "Idiot." Sun Yao's affection 1, current 1 Sun Yao's affection 2, current 3 Sun Yao's affection 3, current 6 Sun Yao's affection 4, current 10 Sunny Yao was dancing softly to a catwalk tune, maintaining perfect composure. Even with over 100 carnival gifts, she didn't scream. But inside she was ecstatic. She had been a streamer for almost a year and had only seen such a scene in other streams. She never thought it would happen to her today. Every year, many people blew up overnight online. Tonight, this windfall of fortune had finally landed on Sun Yao's head. Chen Chi wasn't throwing her money or carnival gifts. He was throwing her a future. The audience, drawn in by the flood of carnival gifts, had surpassed 5000. Chen Chi kept sending until he hit 333, then stopped, because the $1 million had topped up was spent, leaving only 100 in his account. His late-night snack had already been quite late, and after returning to soak in the bath, it was almost 1 a.m. Chen Chi had been mechanically repeating the carnival gift-giving, and his eyes were tired. Now drowsiness set in. He typed in the comments, all spent logging off. Whoa, are all big shots this calm. Tomorrow's trending topic is set. The rich spend $1 million without a care. Is this Wang Xiaokong's alt account? Has Brother Roast left? "Good night, Brother Roast," Sunny Yao said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Before sleeping, Chen Shi added Sun Yao on WeChat, then tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. Sun Yao couldn't sleep that night. Her follower count had jumped from 18000 to 85000, and it was still climbing every minute. Sun Yao calculated Chen Shi's 333 carnival gifts were worth 999000. After the platform took half, the guild took half, and then deducting 45 tax, only about 1300 would reach her pocket. Besides Chen Shi's carnival gifts, the massive influx of netizens he attracted also sent gifts. That night, Sun Yao earned 2000. If she could seize this wave of traffic even without Chen Shi in the future, she could thrive on her large fan base. An hour after Chen Shi fell asleep, both he and Sun Yao became trending topics. Mysterious $1 million roast duck on Douyin. Mysterious roast duck, bro, tips $1 million. The new Oriental streamer Dong had received 600 from a big spender in one night, trending for 2 days. Singing Treeser had received 3 to 4 million in tips from netizens, trending nationwide for over a week. Chen Shi's million would likely trend for 2 or 3 days. Sun Yao danced and chatted in the live stream until 3 a.m. when she could no longer keep going and logged off. Chen Shi slept until 10 a.m. and was about to ask Butler Lee to prepare lunch. Butler Lee reminded Chen Shi that the 3-day stay in the presidential suite was ending and asked if he wanted to extend. I forgot about that. Let's stay another 4 days. He hadn't bought anything at No.1 Gonyuan yet and planned to shop for furniture today. If things went quickly, he could move in within 2 or 3 days. Even Butler Lee, who had seen many wealthy people, was slightly awed by this handsome young man. Staying in a presidential suite for a full week, costing 700 without batting an eye. It was as if this wasn't a 100 a night presidential suite, but a 200 a night budget hotel. Just which family's young master was this? In the suite's private kitchen, a personal chef was preparing Chen Shi's lunch. Over these 3 days in the presidential suite, Chen Shi had spent over 300 on lunches alone. Although the personal chef was a service of the presidential suite, ingredients were charged separately. For today's lunch, Chen Shi ordered a coral trout paired with abalone rice. One word: exquisite. One word: exquisite. Chen Shi ate his meal while scrolling through his phone. Seeing an unread message from a contact labeled Aunt Wang, he instinctively tensed up. He opened the chat to check. Xiao Chen, please pay the rent for next quarter in the next couple of days. Aunt Wang, his landlady, had an unfriendly demeanor, always wearing a sour expression. Aunt Wang will move out in the next couple of days and won't be renting anymore. You're moving out. Why didn't you say so earlier? They'll have to find new tenants, honestly. Chen Shi figured she'd nitpick about damages, but now he couldn't care less. They'll come by at 1 p.m. to grab my stuff and return the keys. The rental was filled with junk. The most valuable item was an Asus laptop he'd bought in college, now 4 or 5 years old and painfully slow. He planned to give the clothes to a scrap collector. The essentials were his diploma, driver's license, some documents, and childhood family photos. He opened another chat window with the WeChat nickname Yao Yao Bushingan, instantly recognizable. She had accepted his friend request the night before. Brother Xiao, your WeChat name is so fun. It matches your Douyin nickname right. Chen Shi's WeChat name was what to eat later, originally the same on Douyin, but had changed it to small portion of roast duck rice the night before. At 1 a.m., when he logged off, Sun Yao had sent good night, brother. At 9 a.m., was she messaged again, brother, are you up yet? Chen Shi only replied, now what's the streamer's real name? I want to add a note. Sun Yao was in a meeting with her agency at the time. The massive traffic from last night had pushed her followers past 1 million. If she could ride this wave to fame, both the agency and she would rake it in. Yao Yao will assign you an assistant tonight to interact with you. By the way, has that roast duck bro contacted you? You've got to hold on to big spenders like him. If he sends another wave of gifts, you'll blow up completely. We'll go all out for you. It's not impossible to become a top-tier streamer within 2 months. This guy's too mysterious. He set his privacy so tight you can't even follow him, and he hasn't followed you either. When Chen Shi sent his first carnival, Sun Yao wanted to follow him, but found his privacy settings locked. After he accepted her friend request, he stayed silent. She even wondered if he was some idle middle-aged boss who by chance saw her dance, impulsively dropped 1 million, and then never touched Douyin again. Just then WeChat pinged. Sun Yao saw it was Chen Shi's reply. Brother, just call me Yao Yao. Chen Shi sent, I prefer full names for notes. So old-fashioned, probably a middle-aged uncle. But facing her sugar daddy, Sun Yao quickly sent her full name. Free for a meal sometime. Chen Shi barely exchanged a word before asking her out. Sun Yao was used to it. Dining with big spenders was a must for female streamers, and mastering that lesson depended on the streamer's skill. Sure. Where are you from, brother? Yao Yao's in Donghai City. We're in the same city. What a coincidence. How about tomorrow noon? All right, tomorrow noon it is. Chen Shi didn't prolong the chat. In dealing with women, now he held the dominant position, the upper hand. No need to fawn over them like before. He hadn't messaged Su Lu or Han Lin Lin on WeChat in days. If they could meet in person, he'd do that. 100 words couldn't match the value of a tangible gift. Sunny Yao told her agency. Roast duck bro replied. He's in Donghai too, and we're meeting tomorrow noon. The agency head Li Xiang said Yao Yao opportunities are yours to seize. Tomorrow test the waters with this roast duck bro. If he's a low-key big shot, your big break is here. Then your family troubles won't be troubles anymore. The agency New Shed turned down the previous top gifters. They often hinted for female streamers to sleep with top donors to get them to spend more in the live room. That way the agency could earn more from the tips. To the agency, streamers were just money-making tools. They didn't care about the tools' feelings. Sun Yao knew the agency's game. She was also aware that sleeping with donors was the norm in the industry. But she had a line she couldn't cross. She could dine and sing with big spenders, treating it as business entertaining clients. But sleeping with them, she couldn't do it. Yao Yao, you've got great looks and figure. You just need a chance. Li Xiang had said that to many female streamers and had say it when he wanted to sleep with them himself. Sunny Yao nodded, but didn't compromise in her heart. Chen Qi took a car to the rental. The neighborhood was old with narrow roads and insufficient parking. The security guard at the gate poked his head out of the booth, the midday sun glinting off his bald scalp. No outside cars allowed. Chen Qi, unwilling to walk in the scorching heat, rolled down the window. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang found the face familiar, walked over from the booth, and peered inside. Isn't this Xiao Chun? How'd you end up in a Mercedes? Chen Qi had picked up packages at the security booth before and chatted with Uncle Zhang a few times, so the old man remembered him. This kid rents a tiny room. How can he afford such an expensive car? Uncle Zhang wondered. Chen Qi smiled. Made a bit of money. You're something, kid. This car must cost 7 or 800,000, right? Not all men know cars, many only recognize the badge. Uncle Zhang thought the Mercedes was pricey but didn't know it was a Maybach S800 worth over 6 million. Uncle Zhang, I'm here to move out. Just grabbing my stuff and leaving. You're moving away. Chen Qi said to the driver. Master Zhu, got any cigarettes? Zhu Quan had some, just cheap Lacune packs. Would someone staying in the presidential suite even care for those? Mr. Chen, I only have cheap smokes. If you want, I'll go buy some for you. All right, get 2 cartons of soft Chunghua. There's a convenience store nearby. With that, Chen Qi transferred 200 yuan to Master Zhu. Zhu glanced at his phone and immediately said, Mr. Chen, soft Chunghua doesn't cost that much. 1300 is enough. Chen Qi didn't smoke and didn't know the exact price. He guessed around 600 or 700 per carton and just sent 200. He wasn't short a few hundred. Keep it and go buy them quickly. Master Zhu knew the rich often tipped generously, so he didn't argue and dashed off to buy the cigarettes. Chen Qi opened the rear door. Uncle Zhang, it's hot out, hop in. Uncle Zhang had never sat in such a spacious Mercedes and eagerly climbed in. The comfort of the leather seats was 1,000 times better than the plastic benches on buses. The car was filled with cool air and an unknown fragrance. The scent was refreshing, calming the restless summer mood and soothing his anxious heart. Wow, Xiao Chun, this big Benz is really comfortable. Uncle Zhang, I need to go inside to tidy up the room and grab some things. Could you do me a favor and let the car drive in? Uncle Zhang looked troubled. Xiao Chun, you know how it is in our old neighborhood. There are barely any parking spots. The parking spots are in high demand, and it's still packed inside today. Uncle will only park for 10 minutes, just a temporary spot will do. I know, but there's no temporary spot left either. Just then Master Zhu returned to the car after buying cigarettes and handed over 2 cartons of Huazi. Chen Qi took 1 carton, leaving the other in Master Zhu's hand. Master Zhu, that one's for you. Mr. Chen, I can't take this really. He had just taken a 700 yuan delivery fee from Chen Qi, and this soft Huazi was worth 650. He truly felt embarrassed to accept it. In the past few days, Master Zhu had been Chen Qi's private driver, accompanying him almost around the clock. They spent most of their time in parking lots across various places, and sitting in the car for long hours was quite tiring. Since he was buying cigarettes anyway, he decided to get an extra carton for him. Just take it if I say so. A presidential suite costing 100 per night was nothing to these wealthy folks. A few hundred yuan meant even less. With that thought, Zhu Quan quickly thanked him twice and accepted the carton of Huazi. Chen Qi then handed his own carton to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, you've helped me receive packages a few times before. Now that I'm moving out, I don't have much to give, so please take this carton of cigarettes. Uncle Zhang was overjoyed, never expecting that Xiao Chun, now making big money, would still remember an old man like him. His monthly salary was only a little over 3,000. He could never afford a 650 yuan soft Huazi. Since Chen Qi was so generous, he couldn't refuse to offer some convenience. Xiao Chun, you're too kind. Receiving packages is just a small favor. By the way, you can drive in now. There are no spots, but you can park at the entrance of Building 8. They'll keep an eye on the roadside for you. If any cars come by, you'll have them take a detour. The roads in the old neighborhood were narrow. If a car parked on the roadside, the passage could only fit 1 vehicle. If Chen-Chi's Maybach parked in the passage, it would definitely block traffic in the neighborhood. But with Uncle Zhang the security guard coordinating, it would be fine. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Zhang. Zhu Quan drove the car, and following Chen-Chi's directions stopped in front of Building 8, where Chen-Chi's rental apartment was. Uncle Zhang, do you know someone who does cleaning? I don't need most of the stuff in my room. Have someone tidy it up and take what they want. The cleaning fee is 300 yuan. Though Chen-Chi was now wealthy, he couldn't let his manners slip. Basic things like cleaning before moving out had to be done properly. Uncle Zhang immediately agreed. Yes, I'll have someone here in 5 minutes. The cleaner Uncle Zhang contacted was actually his wife, who was home watching TV after lunch. With one phone call, Uncle Zhang summoned his wife. He stood by the car watching as his wife arrived with cleaning tools. The young man in 401 is something special. He just gave me a carton of soft huazi. Go upstairs now and clean thoroughly. Chen-Chi looked at this rental apartment he had lived in for 2.5 years, then glanced at the Maybach parked outside. It felt like a dream. He had transformed from a low-level worker into a wall hanger. Not a broke guy, but a wall-hanging tycoon. He chuckled softly and shook his head, then began rummaging through the desk drawers for useful documents. Zhang Hair Salon membership card, Mimi breakfast shop, exchange coupon, Dajinlong supermarket loyalty card. A pile of miscellaneous items was thrown into the trash bin. When he came across a few old photos, Chen-Chi's expression grew wistful. In the photos, he was just a middle school student with his parents on either side holding his arms. He sighed inwardly, thinking how wonderful it would be if his parents were still alive. Now he had the means to give them a carefree retirement, letting them travel wherever they wanted. A knock at the door interrupted Chen-Chi's thoughts. Young man, I'm Uncle Zhang's wife. Auntie Zhang, I don't need any of this stuff here. Take whatever you can use and throw away the rest. Auntie Zhang looked at the small single room, only about 12 square meters, a bedroom and a bathroom with a stove set up by the window for cooking. Chen-Chi mostly ate noodles, so there wasn't much grease and the window area was fairly clean. A typical hourly cleaner cost just over 30 yuan, and for a small room like this 50 yuan would have plenty of takers. With 300 yuan, Auntie Zhang was overjoyed. She worked quickly and had the room spotless in less than half an hour. She picked up the electric stove pots and pans, all still usable, and set them aside to take home. Chen-Chi also gave her his old laptop. Of course, he had deleted all the study materials inside, lest Auntie Zhang's grandson stumble upon them and get led astray. Tens of gigabytes of study material vanished with a few clicks, but Chen-Chi didn't mind. Now that he was in the real game, he had no need for lessons. At 1 o'clock, landlord Aunt Wang arrived at the rental apartment on time. She wore her usual sour expression. You didn't give notice about moving out early. I can't refund the deposit. The deposit was just 1 month's rent, a mere 1200 yuan. Chen-Chi said generously. It was a last-minute decision. Don't worry about the deposit. Chen-Chi handed the keys back to Aunt Wang and was about to leave when she stopped him. I haven't inspected yet. What's the rush? With that, she pulled a flashlight from her bag in the middle of a hot summer afternoon. Chen-Chi was speechless, but it was just the kind of thing Aunt Wang would do. Aunt Wang began checking the furniture and appliances for damage. But the room only had a table, a bed, and an air conditioner. What was there to inspect? The fan stove and simple wardrobe were all bought by Chen-Chi himself and were now in the hallway ready for Auntie Zhang to take. The room was spotless, yet Aunt Wang pretended to inspect it for several minutes, failing to find any issues. Undeterred, she went to the bathroom, turned on the tap and the light. Both worked fine. When she flipped the switch for the bathroom heater, her face lit up with an expression that screamed, finally found something. You broke this heater, it needs replacing. That's not covered by the deposit. You need to pay an extra 1500. The moment she mentioned the heater, a wave of anger surged through Chen-Chi. Aunt Wang, when I moved in, I noticed the heater was broken and told you about it. I asked you several times to fix it, but you always said to wait. Aunt Wang planted her hands on her hips, speaking with a domineering tone. What do you mean broken? It was fine before you moved in. You broke it. Check the WeChat records. I told you twice on WeChat and called you twice. There's no record. I changed my phone. Aunt Wang was playing dirty, determined to trap Chen-Chi into paying 1500 yuan. Chen-Chi couldn't care less about 1500 or even 15000, but he refused to be a fool. Having endured 2.5 years of living here, enduring even cold winter showers without complaint, she now had the audacity to demand Chen-Chi compensate her for the broken heater. I have records of this. Chen-Chi pulled out his phone, but Aunt Wang waved her hand dismissively. I'm not looking at that. For all I know, you made it up or faked it. So you're set on pinning this 1500 on me, huh? Chen-Chi was tempted to slap her twice, but given that she was a woman in her 50s, if she started making a scene, they'd both likely end up at the police station. Aunt Zhang, who was in the hallway, heard the argument and came over to mediate. Xiao Chun isn't the type to shirk responsibility. If he didn't break it, demanding compensation is just unreasonable. Aunt Wang recognized Aunt Zhang as the wife of Uncle Zhang, the security guard. She switched to dialect and said you two outsiders are ganging up on me, aren't you? But both Qin Shi and Aunt Zhang understood her perfectly. Qin Shi was from Jianing County under Donghai City, and Aunt Zhang's family was from nearby Jiala County. Their dialects were essentially the same as the city's, so communication was effortless. However, for some middle-aged locals with a strong sense of superiority, anyone from the surrounding counties was considered an outsider. Who are you calling an outsider? You people are the ones making a mess of this neighborhood. Say that again. Aunt Zhang couldn't take it anymore and was about to argue back. Qin Shi pulled her aside and whispered a few words in her ear. Whispering secrets, how sneaky. Don't try any tricks. You're paying me that 1,500 today, no excuses. Aunt Zhang nodded and immediately headed downstairs. Qin Shi had plans to go furniture shopping with Lin Lin that afternoon and didn't have time to waste on the shrewish Aunt Wang. But he certainly wasn't going to pay that 1,500. About 5 minutes later, Aunt Zhang returned upstairs, followed by 2 other middle-aged women. They looked fierce and formidable, clearly not to be trifled with. Wang Zuilian, are you being unreasonable? Do you think that young man can't afford 1,500? If he didn't break it, he didn't. Don't try to cheat him. Lu Hong, why are you always butting in? Get lost, this has nothing to do with you. Aunt Wang glared at Aunt Lu with irritation. How is it none of my business? I'm on the neighborhood committee. If there's a dispute in this community, it's my job to handle it. Aunt Lu stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation. But was it really that simple? The neighborhood committee was usually known for sweeping things under the rug. Were they actually stepping up to mediate today? Earlier, Qin Shi had stopped Aunt Zhang from arguing further because he was afraid she couldn't hold her own. So he whispered to her to find 2 more aunties, offering each 2,000 to help him yell at Wang Zuilian. Aunt Zhang thought she'd hit the jackpot. Qin Shi was actually hiring people to argue. 2,000 per person, it was practically free money. She immediately brought in Lu Hong, one of the community's most formidable arguers, rarely bested in verbal sparring. There was also Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang's close friend. With money this easy to make, she naturally brought her sister along. The 3 of them teaming up against Wang Zuilian was a sure win. Now you're putting on airs using your neighborhood committee status to intimidate me. You think I'm scared of you? Wang Zuilian seemed ready to take on all comers, hands on her hips, voice booming. Wang Zuilian, don't raise your voice at me. Let's stick to the facts. What facts? The facts are that he broke my heater. Qin Shi cleared his throat. I'm not going to argue with you. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Xiaoqin, go ahead and take care of your business. We'll handle this, Aunt Zhang said. Lu Hong rolled up her sleeves. Young man, this shrew is being unreasonable. Let me teach her some manners. Qin Shi headed downstairs, knowing a fierce battle was about to erupt up there. As soon as he reached the first floor, he could hear high-level cursing from upstairs. Back off, back off, back off. Wang Zuilian was already seeing red. Lu Hong was evenly matched with her in combat strength, but with 2 extra helpers, Wang Zuilian was completely outmatched. Furious, she burst into tears on the spot. Uncle Zhang was resting under a tree by the roadside. Seeing Qin Shi come down, he hurried over. Xiaoqin, all packed up. All done. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I have to go now. All right, I'll open the gate for you. Uncle Zhang trotted over to the security booth and raised the electric gate. He had just heard that Qin Shi spent 6,000 to hire 3 aunties to go upstairs and argue with Wang Zuilian. Were rich people really that eccentric, hiring people just to fight verbal battles? Qin Shi left the neighborhood where he had lived for 2.5 years, never to return. He sent Han Linlin a message saying he would be at the training center in about 15 minutes. That afternoon, Han Linlin had a class, but she had arranged for another teacher to cover it, so she could go shopping with Qin Shi. She changed into the Chanel dress she had bought yesterday, the 3,000 yuan garment, boosting her confidence. Linlin, you look as beautiful as ever today. Brother, your lips are dipped in honey, flattering me the moment we meet, Han Linlin giggled. With beauty like yours, I have to praise you every day. Brother, what are we doing today? I just bought a house yesterday, so today you'll accompany me to pick out some furniture. Driver Zhu to Macalloy. Han Linlin leaned closer to Qin Shi. Brother isn't choosing furniture for a new house, usually the lady of the house's job. Well, I happen to be missing a lady of the house. Want to step in? No way. You're surrounded by so many beautiful women, brother. Being your lady would be way too stressful. Qin Shi took Han Linlin's hand. Where are these beautiful women? Where? All I see is a jealous little jar. Stop it, I'm not jealous. But he's so rich and handsome, surrounded by beauties. If I were really his girlfriend, I'd never be able to keep him in line. Qin Shi heard Han Linlin's inner thoughts. Could anyone really keep him in line now? The only one who could control him now was Ruan Yi. Soon the two arrived at the Macalloy Home Furnishings City, which had everything from furniture and appliances to panels and interior decoration materials. Let's go look at beds first. Is he hinting at something? Qin Shi was a bit speechless. This girl's imagination was running wild. He genuinely just wanted to buy a bed first. The most famous bed brand in Macalloy was Hason's on the 4th floor. Qin Shi had never imagined a mattress could cost millions. Brother Hason's. Big S sleeps on this brand's mattress. It's super expensive. Han Linlin, who kept up with celebrity gossip, was intrigued and walked into the store curious to see how comfortable a celebrity-endorsed mattress could be. They were greeted by a female salesperson. Working as a salesperson at Hastings was no less prestigious than working at a Porsche or Ferrari dealership, perhaps even more lucrative. Because when buying a car, some people might take out a loan just to save face with a base model relying on the brand logo for status. But beds are for the home, you can't drive them around. Hardly anyone takes out a loan to buy a bed. Customers who walk into Hastings are usually genuinely wealthy, seeking quality over appearances. Chin-Chi glanced at the salesperson. Ruanyi is this one's charm score around 90. Name Wu Ying, age 25, height 163 centimeters, charm score 89, occupation salesperson, number of relationships 1, affinity 25, damn, just 1 point short. Wu Ying's number of relationships met the criteria, but her charm score was 1 point shy. The fact that her initial affinity was 20 surprised Chin-Chi a little. He looks like a younger version of Takashi Kaneshiro, my ideal type. So handsome. Mystery solved. Chin-Chi has the exact looks that Wu Ying likes. The man is decked out in Louis Vuitton, the woman in Chanel, and they're both stunning. Sir, madam, what are you looking for? I can help you. Wu Ying greeted them warmly. We just bought a house and need a full set of bedding, bed mattress, and a 4-piece sheet set. Let me show you the beds first. Han Linlin asked curiously, I heard you have the same mattress as the one from Big S's home. Wu Ying smiled. Yes, many people recognized our brand because of that news. Is her mattress really worth $2 million? It is indeed $2 million. We have the same model on display. Oh, I can show you later. Chin-Chi was intrigued. Sleeping on a $2 million mattress, would it give him the sleep of a baby? Wu Ying explained the sizes, materials, and design concepts of the beds. Chin-Chi understood none of it. He only grasped the dimensions. When she mentioned mahogany or solid wood, he just nodded along pretentiously. This bed is currently priced at 1,000 yuan. Now he understood. Not bad. Let's see others. Han Linlin clicked her tongue. No wonder it's a celebrity edition. So expensive. Wu Ying chuckled. Miss, one of your handbags could buy this bed. Han Linlin touched her Chanel bag bought just yesterday for 9,800 yuan. A surge of vanity rose within her. She carried such an expensive bag to be seen and praised. Without an audience, the bag was no different from a plastic sack. When you put it that way, the bed doesn't seem so pricey. Han Linlin tried to appear indifferent about the bag's cost, as if she had just grabbed it casually. Should I ask Chin-Chi to buy me 2 more bags? If I only have this one in photos, people might think I flaunt it every day. Chin-Chi said this is a bit cheap. Let's look around. Big clients here. They're probably picking out wedding bedding. You might like this one. Many newlyweds from No. 1 Garden and Dragon Palace choose it as their bridal bed. Oh, tell us about it. Chin-Chi took Han Linlin's hand without explanation, as if deliberately letting others misunderstand their relationship. Han Linlin's affection 1, current 41. Brother, why didn't you explain? You didn't either. Han Linlin fell silent. She had opened her mouth, but said nothing. Deep down, she wished she could be with a handsome, wealthy elite like Chin-Chi. Wu Ying led them to see the Big S signature mattress. Can we try it? Of course. Wu Ying smiled. Let's lie down and test it. Without waiting for her reply, Chin-Chi pulled Han Linlin onto the $2 million mattress. To be honest, Chin-Chi couldn't tell the difference from hotel beds. Han Linlin lay there gazing at his handsome face and blushed slightly. Han Linlin's affection 1, current 42. If only she could truly have a home with him. How why does this also increase affection? Linlin, what do you think of this mattress? Han Linlin snapped out of it. Oh, it's nice, really nice. Chin-Chi stood up and pointed at the mattress. We'll take this one. When can it be delivered? Wu Ying's heart raced with excitement. This commission would be huge. She knew they were wealthy, but not this wealthy. Sir, with warehouse stock, the earliest delivery is tomorrow morning. All right. And the bed we saw earlier, the one for $1 million. Also the 4-piece set. Linlin, which 4-piece set do you like? The question made Han Linlin feel as if she were the lady of the house. The sky blue one, I think it's pretty. That set cost 8,800 yuan. Ignoring the odd change, just the bed and mattress alone were worth more than her family's house. Linlin, we still need to pick for the other 2 rooms. Let's take a look. This is a true multi-million mansion. If they keep buying, the furniture will cost more than the house. Han Linlin's affection 5, we current 47. Then they chose 2 more sets for the secondary bedrooms, costing only $1 million. The store manager of Hastings came personally to attend the big client. In the end, they gave a discount rounding down to an even 5 million yuan from Chin-Chi. Brother, spending 5 million on bedding is even crazier than spending 6 million on a house. You think the house doesn't match the bedding? No worries, he'll buy a better villa later. An 6 million house isn't good enough. Just how rich is he? No. 1 Garden is decent, but I want more space. Do you want that house, Linlin? Chin-Chi thought giving away an 6 million house would earn him dozens of affection points. Han Linlin stopped in her tracks. Han Linlin's affection 2, current 45. We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend, and he's giving me extravagant gifts. As much as I want a mansion, this is too much. Is he laundering money? Or does he want to use me for something? Brother, I wouldn't dare accept such an expensive house. Unless we're married and it's jointly owned property. Chen-Chi cursed inwardly. Damn, why did her affection drop? Marriage was basically impossible for him. With that restriction, how could he live off women? Linlin, are you thinking about marriage? No way. Han Linlin pouted. They then picked a sofa, coffee table, dining table, kitchenware, and utensils, spending another $1 million. Chen-Chi wouldn't cook much at home anyway, so the kitchen items were just for show. He didn't go for anything too pricey. When it came to the TV, he checked the time, 5 p.m. They've been shopping all afternoon. Let's go with that 98-inch Samsung. Chen-Chi paid 11,920 yuan for the TV. Brother, I'm a bit tired from shopping. Let's stop and get dinner. What do you want to eat, Linlin? Han Linlin knew Chen-Chi was loaded. Had spent over 6 million on furniture and appliances that afternoon. If she suggested a fancy restaurant costing tens of thousands, he'd probably agree without blinking. Brother, I want hot pot. The new Dabasha hot pot that opened last week. I saw great reviews online, many bloggers tried it. If Linlin wants it, let's go. Phrases like eat whatever you want and buy whatever you like were things Chen-Chi never dared to say before. These past few days had been saying them to his heart's content. Money may take away your worries, but it brings you joy. They drove to Dabasha hot pot. Chen-Chi told Zhu Quan to park nearby, get his own dinner, and wait for their call. A long queue had formed outside Dabasha with many people sitting at low tables playing cards. Chen-Chi checked the time, July 9th, Tuesday, 5:15 p.m. It's just past 5, don't they have work? Brother, it's summer break now, so there are bound to be lots of people, adults with kids and students. I forgot it was summer break. So many people, even more exaggerated than Hadaleo. New stores are always like this, plus all those influencers promoting it, so even more people come to try it out. Chen-Chi went to get a ticket. Small table number 222. At this rate, I'm not even sure we'll get to eat by 9 p.m. Han Linlin, however, was unbothered. Oh, she was the type who would endure long waits just for a bite of good food. She used to go with Lin Yuan and others to check out trendy spots, waiting 2 to 3 hours in line. When Chen-Chi was with Li Ting, he hated queuing at places like this. No matter how good the food was, the wait alone made it taste bad to him. Plus, with all the scalpers and paid shills inside, his impression of these trendy spots only worsened. Back then, when he was with Li Ting, he couldn't even afford a scalper's ticket. Now that he had money, why the hell would he wait? Chen-Chi took the number, but didn't join the queue. He stood aside scanning the area when a shifty-eyed young man with a crew cut approached. Hey buddy, want a ticket? What ticket? Han Linlin didn't catch on at first. A dining number. I've got small table 158, just 5 tables away. How much? Chen-Chi asked, not because he wanted to buy, but to see how greedy these damn scalpers were. $500. Saves you at least 2 hours of waiting. A steal. Damn, these scalpers were ruthless, ruining the dining experience for regulars and selling a number with zero cost. Furious as he was, Chen-Chi knew there was nothing he could do. No matter how rich he got, he couldn't change the scalping game. A few years back, had heard about a trendy hot pot spot in Jinling City visited by many celebrities where scalper tickets went for $2,000, and there were still suckers buying them. Han Linlin thought Chen-Chi would buy it. Only 500, and had spent over 6 million that afternoon. No thanks. 400, buddy, can't go lower. Seeing Chen-Chi refuse, Han Linlin said, brother, don't want to cut in line. Maybe we should eat somewhere else, no waiting. No, it's just that 5 tables is still too many. We've got money. Can't we even get a hot pot? Follow me. Chen-Chi took Han Linlin's hand and walked into the restaurant. The host at the counter called out, hello, what's your number? We're going in to meet someone. Brother, you don't know the owner of Dabasha, do you? With all that money, he might really be friends with these big bosses. Hearing Han Linlin's thoughts, Chen-Chi wished he did. In the future, with wealth, he'd need connections in the upper circles. No, I don't. This is my first time. Then who are we looking for? Chen-Chi scanned the aisle inside and spotted his target. It was a young couple who had just been seated, aprons on, but not yet ordering. Finally, babe. Spent 400 on a scalper ticket to get in, or we'd have waited 2 hours. The bespectacled young man said, his heart aching. He wouldn't even pay for a train ticket upgrade. Yet today, for his girlfriend Sake, had dropped 400 to skip the line at this trendy hot pot joint. Starving. Let's order. Just then, Chen-Chi and Han Linlin appeared at the table. You? Need something? The bespectacled man asked. Excuse me, could you give us your spot? He'll pay 2,000 for it. The young man was stunned. Did I hear that right? 2,000. That was nearly a quarter of his salary. Tempting, but he glanced at his girlfriend, who stayed silent. We waited a long time to get in, just sat down, and now you want us to leave. A hot pot meal cost maybe 300 plus the scalper ticket, just 700. With 2,000, head pocket 1,300. The young man was itching to sell. But he feared his girlfriend's anger. This hot pot was promised last week. If they skipped it, she'd surely say he couldn't keep his word, and it would come up in future fights. More than the 2,000, he wanted a peaceful meal to avoid any arguments over this. Add another 500. Are you stupid? 2,500 can buy so many hot pots. Handsome miss, it's yours. The girlfriend suddenly decided to sell. All right, show me the payment code, I'll scan it. The girl immediately offered the code, and seeing the 2,500 hit her account, she was overjoyed. Who knew eating out could make money? Lucky day. Get up and give them the seat, the girl snapped. Babe, let's go to another hot pot place. Forget hot pot, let's have Japanese. But you said you wanted hot pot today. I want something else now, okay? The young man sighed. He knew if Head suggested something else, she'd have said she'd been waiting all week for hot pot. Watching the bickering couple leave, Chin-Chi saw himself from 4 days ago. Back then had been just as submissive, revolving around Li Ting, always considering her feelings. Brother, what's wrong? Han Linlin noticed Chin-Chi spacing out and called him. Nothing. Let's order. I thought you knew someone inside. Turns out it was this. Money really works wonders. The scalper outside saw the young couple leave, puzzled. Hey, didn't I just give you tickets to go in? Why are you out already? Not eating. No, some guy bought our spot for 2,500 with his girl. The scalper had seen Chin-Chi and Han Linlin go in. Damn, no wonder he didn't buy my ticket. A big spender goes straight to the table. Han Linlin picked up the ordering iPad and started choosing the broth base. Brother, do you eat spicy? Not much. Let's get a 4-compartment pot. You can have spicy if you want, but give me a mushroom broth. Han Linlin suddenly realized she'd only known Chin-Chi for 3 days and knew so little about him. What he liked to eat or drink, his height, weight, birthday, shoe size. Nothing. The deepest impression she had of him was rich, outrageously so. Brother, you eat beef and lamb, right? I like them a lot. Duck intestines and tripe. Sure, order one of each. These past days Chin-Chi had been eating premium ingredients, even tired of Kobe beef. Now having processed meat was a change of pace to soak in the bustling atmosphere. Don't order too much. It's just the two of us, wasting food is a shame. Chin-Chi never dared say this before, afraid Li Ting would think he was being cheap. But Han Linlin didn't see it that way. A guy who casually bought a 2 million bed wouldn't care about a few extra dishes. He must think wasting food is shameful. Didn't expect that. So rich, yet with such values. Perhaps out of habit, Chin-Chi really hated waste. Even in the presidential suite, he had the private chef prepare just enough for one person. Before Han Linlin were 3 small dipping sauce dishes, a dry spice, mix, a chili sauce, and a sesame paste dip. Chin-Chi wasn't very adept at mixing sauces, so Han Linlin prepared 3 identical sets for him as well. Brother, this tastes even better than Haidaleo. I think it's pretty similar. If you like it, it'll get you a membership card. You can come here with your friends in the future. Okay, thank you, brother. Han Linlin genuinely enjoyed this restaurant, and hearing Chin-Chi offer to get her a card lifted her spirits considerably. Although shopping with Chin-Chi was delightful, dining out with her girlfriends was a different kind of pleasure. She could bring Lin Yuan and the others here, take group photos and gossip. Brother, how about we go see a movie later? Chin-Chi knew that suggesting a movie at this hour meant they would definitely catch the newly released The Amazing Spider-Man 3. Though he enjoyed it, he had just seen it with Su Lu 2 days ago and had no desire to pretend otherwise and sit through it again. Chin-Chi took a sip of water. Forget the movie. We've eaten so much, how about a cruise on the river? The Jianing River in Donghai City ran through the city center, flowing directly into the East China Sea. In recent years, to boost tourism, numerous yachts have been docked along the riverbank. The summer yacht trips were immensely popular, offering tourists the chance to enjoy the evening breeze and the city's glittering nightscape. A yacht ride. But tickets are so hard to get right now. Han Linlin gave a playful smile. I forgot my brother has superpowers. Chin-Chi waved over the server to settle the bill. The meal cost 310 yuan, the cheapest he had eaten in days. Excuse me, can I apply for a membership card? Yes, we have a promotion, get 100 free for a 100 recharge, 300 free for 2000, and 800 free for 5000. What about a 100 recharge? The server was taken aback. Sir, you want to recharge 100? Yes, 100. You'll need to discuss this with our manager. Please wait a moment. The server went to find the manager as Han Linlin spoke up. Brother, that's too much. How long will it take me to use it all? Even if I ate here 3 meals a day, it would take 2 years. Take your time. You have your girlfriends, you can come often, and it won't last long. Then he'll thank you on their behalf, brother. Han Linlin, affection 2, current 47, the manager of Dabashu, came to confirm with Chin-Chi again. Sir, you want to recharge 100? Yes, 100. We don't have a specific promotion for a 100 recharge, but I'll take the liberty of adding 1500 for you. And he'll give you a platinum card. From now on, you won't have to queue, you can come straight in. Chin-Chi didn't care about the bonus. He probably wouldn't come back to eat anyway. Fine. Lin, give the manager your number and register it under your name. Chin-Chi paid the 100, and the manager respectfully handed the card to Han Linlin. As they left, the server watched with envy. Rich people are so generous, and his girlfriend is stunning. Will I ever get to experience the joy of being wealthy? Get back to work. Go home and sleep early. You can be emperor in your dreams, the manager urged. Qin and Han Linlin had just walked down a hallway. At the condiment station it was crowded. A child of about 7 or 8 ran past hurriedly carrying a small bowl of dipping sauce. As expected, an accident occurred. The little boy was running too fast and lost his grip on the bowl, spilling half its contents all over Han Linlin's Chanel bag. Her face immediately fell. This was bought just yesterday. I've only had it for a few hours and now it's covered in oil and soy sauce. How can I ever clean this? She quickly pulled out a wet wipe from her bag and tried to wipe away the stains. But the results were poor. It would need to be sent to a professional boutique for cleaning and care. Seeing Han Linlin's furrowed brow as she tried to clean the bag, Qin could empathize with her frustration. A newly purchased valuable item getting soiled or scratched would irritate anyone. Little one, you should apologize when you bump into someone. Qin reached out and stopped the child. Naya. The little brat actually made a face at him. Great a spoiled brat, Qin muttered. Just then a woman in her 30s with a face that screamed cosmetic surgery pulled the child behind her. What do you think you're doing? Why are you yelling? You're his mother, right? Your kid spilled sauce all over my friend's bag. I just wanted him to say sorry. Qin explained. Kids don't know any better. It's just a bag, a quick wipe will sort it out. Han Linlin was furious. This was the first bag Qin had ever given her and the most expensive one she had ever owned. Just a bag. This is Chanel. It's a 1,000 yuan bag. The woman stared at the bag, a sneer curling on her lips. A 1,000 yuan bag. Don't shout so loud while carrying a fake. If Han Linlin hadn't personally selected it at the Chanel store and hadn't known of Qin's wealth, she might have doubted herself. But now she just saw the woman as trying to evade responsibility. This is a genuine Chanel bought at the boutique just yesterday. The kid doesn't know any better, but don't you? Are you brain dead? Qin didn't hold back, resorting to profanity. The woman immediately became enraged. Who are you calling names? Dressed in fake designer labels, who do you think you are? The manager, hearing the commotion, rushed over to mediate. When he saw that the person arguing was his super VIP customer, his heart sank. Mr. Qin, what's going on? Qin briefly explained the situation. I don't want much. It's just a dirty bag. The kid and she just need to apologize. The manager had just received Qin's 1,000 yuan payment. A man who could spend that much on a hot pot meal wouldn't be giving his girlfriend a fake bag. He turned to the woman. Ma'am, in public places, parents need to watch their children. Kids have poor self-control, and parents should always be attentive. What are you implying? That my child has no manners? Ridiculous. Are we not allowed to move freely in your restaurant? There was no reasoning with such a belligerent, irrational woman. Qin was tempted to use his money to hire someone to argue for him, but this was a public place. With so many people watching, someone might film them and post it on Douyin, and they'd end up as trending news. That didn't align with his low-key style. Besides, if Su Lu saw him with another woman, his affection rating with her would definitely drop. That girl's Chanel bag is real. Her dress is also an authentic Chanel piece. And the guy's LV is genuine too. Two young women, both from well-off families, stepped forward to speak. They frequently shopped at luxury boutiques and even ran a product review account together. Their knowledge of luxury goods might even surpass that of the sales associates. Oh, and we're supposed to take your word for it. We run a luggage and apparel review account with 5,000 followers on Douyin. We can tell a fake from the real thing. The woman was actually panicking inside. She had claimed Han Linlin's bag was fake because she owned a similar one. The pattern and clasp shape looked different from hers. She believed the one her husband gave her was authentic, so she was certain Han Linlin's was a knockoff. The young man and woman were not made to pay. A simple apology would suffice. Just look at the young couple. They clearly come from wealth, and even if they wouldn't hold it against you, you still have no reason to be aggrieved. The woman with the robotic face, her expression conflicted, was about to apologize. Qin suddenly pulled Han Linlin away. Forget it, let's go. I'm worried that looking at her too much will disrupt my digestion. What did you say? Don't leave. The manager blocked the woman with the robotic face, observing her flustered demeanor. Her stomping foot was more acceptable to Qin than her saying a single apology. A simple exchange of harsh words, yet a profound enjoyment. Zhu Quan had already parked the car outside. The two got in, but Han Linlin's expression was still not very pleasant. Linlin, don't be angry. People like that aren't worth your time. But this is the first bag that my brother bought for me. I've only carried it for less than a day. As Han Linlin spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. It's okay. Later I'll send it to my old classmate to have it cleaned and maintained. Master Zhu to Yixiang City. Half an hour later in the Chanel store. Old classmate here to help with my sales again. Wang Siwen greeted them warmly. The bag I bought yesterday got dirty. Oh, I came for maintenance. Han Linlin handed over the bag. Oh dear, how did this happen? It's all greasy. Don't mention it, sister. Can it be cleaned properly? That's no problem. Oh, just come to pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Qin said, Linlin, pick two more so you can switch them up. Old classmate, you really spoil your sister too much. Hearing this, Han Linlin's mood improved significantly and her brow relaxed. Han Linlin's favorability 1, current 48. Han Linlin and Wang Siwen chatted while choosing bags. Sister, what was Qin Shi like in high school? Wang Siwen didn't have much interaction with Qin Shi, but now that he's so wealthy, she wanted to connect with him through Han Linlin, thinking she was Qin Shi's girlfriend. Yesterday, she mentioned Qin Shi in a group chat and several friends also wanted to add him on WeChat. Wang Siwen passed her business card, but they all couldn't add him. It was obvious that Qin Shi had set his privacy settings so others couldn't add him, only he could add others. Qin Shi was so handsome in high school. He had good grades, but didn't perform well on the college entrance exam. I remember he used to love going to a fishball shop after school to buy fish balls. She couldn't say much more as she didn't dare to make things up. If Han Linlin started talking with Qin Shi about things that never happened, it would be awkward. At that time, they all felt that after Qin Shi's parents passed away, he became very withdrawn. He didn't communicate much with classmates, and only one boy from the neighboring class played well with him. After chatting for over half an hour, Han Linlin thought about their plan to go boating later. Brother, I've made my choice. Qin Shi was scrolling through Douyin. His private messages were flooded, likely numbering in the hundreds. If he hadn't set his privacy settings, others would be able to follow him, and he might have become a web celebrity. Sunny Yao started her live stream and had sent Qin Shi a WeChat message before. Brother, I'm going live at 8, you must watch. Qin Shi replied, I have something on tonight, so I may not be able to watch. Though Sunny Yao felt a bit disappointed, she needed to keep her spirits up and do well in her live stream while the heat was still there. Qin Shi locked his phone and stood up. Have you chosen? Then let's head to the next store. To the next store? Aren't you worried about me buying your first bag? That was your first Chanel bag, or later we'll go buy your first LV, Prada, and Hermes. He's quite clever. I didn't expect him to be so romantic. Han Linlin's favorability 3, current 51. Brother, do you charm all girls like this? Han Linlin's eyes were filled with admiration for Qin Shi, almost sparkling. No other girl can compare. You are special. This was something Qin Shi had also said to her the first time they met at the Black Rose Bar. Han Linlin's favorability 1, current 52. Sweet words combined with money yield even better results. Just using sweet words alone would seem overly greasy. Qin Shi, you treat your girlfriend so well. If she said she wanted to buy out our shop, would you agree? Wang Siwen felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. This disparity was stark. How could he be so wealthy now? Having just bought 2 bags for 230,000, was he planning to spend $1 million? Heavens, why is the gap between people so vast? Wang Siwen thought of her husband, whose salary was only about 200,000 due to the 996 work schedule. Buying her a bag required planning. She could only buy one a year. Linlin, do you want one? No, brother, even if you have money, that's too wasteful. Qin Shi knew that it was because he was wealthy that girls were proactive and spoke sweetly. But hearing Han Linlin's answer made him quite satisfied. Let's go buy a donkey bag. Qin Shi was quite familiar with the LV store, although the layout of the Yixiang City store was slightly different from that of Yida Plaza. The products inside were basically the same. Sulu was distracted at work in the store. She had just finished a takeout from a private kitchen, which indeed tasted much better than prepackaged takeout. The ingredients were fresh, and the waiter delivered the food upstairs right after it was cooked. Sulu had a small appetite and couldn't finish 3 dishes. So she told Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing not to order takeout, but to take turns eating later. Lulu, Qin Shi treats you really well. He pays for meals, and your monthly food expenses are 12000. What ordinary family can afford that? Sister Zhang, don't forget the 500 fruit expenses. Xiao Jing reminded her. So rich, Lulu, do you know there are many people whose yearly salary isn't even 500? My heart is hurt. I need to buy 2 Maoshan Wang durians to soothe my wounded soul. Bye. A few $100 wasn't a big deal for Su Lu now, as she didn't mind being taken advantage of by her 2 colleagues. At this moment, her mind was filled with Qin Shi. Qin Shi had seen her 3 days in a row since Saturday, and today he hadn't contacted her at all. She didn't know if he would come tonight. She was conflicted about whether to send Qin Shi a message. What are you thinking about? Sister Zhang immediately noticed Su Lu was distracted. Is it about Qin Shi? Su Lu sighed. He didn't say he'd come today, and he hasn't sent any messages all day. Isn't it normal for guys to pursue girls like that? Aren't they always trying to find topics to talk about with girls? Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Are you there? Have you eaten? Have you slept? Xiao Jing patted Su Lu's forehead. Lu, you're describing a loser. Do you think Qin Shi looks like a loser? His rich second-generation status is evident, and girls actively pursue him. Besides, Qin Shi is so handsome. Even if he was an ordinary person before now, he has returned to wealth. But have you heard the saying that a man becomes bad when he has money? Now that he's so wealthy, how could he pursue girls like an ordinary guy? Perhaps he might be dating another girl right now. Su Lu's expression changed slightly. She had thought of that, but she believed more that Qin Shi was serious about her. Su Lu's expression changed slightly. She had thought of that, but she believed more that Qin Shi was serious about her. Seeing Su Lu's expression turn sour, Xiao Jing quickly changed her tune. He might be busy with his career, you know. Some rich second-generation heirs are really outstanding, tied up with work in the family business. When our shop is packed, we don't even have time to check our phones. Sister Zhang took Su Lu's hand. Lu, you're no fool. You must be able to tell whether Qin likes you or not. Of course, Su Lu believed Qin liked her. Which rich second-generation heir would spend over $1 million on bags and clothes just to hold hands? He must want to pursue her seriously. Take it slow, not like those low-tier heirs who only craved her body. It was impossible that Qin didn't crave her body, but he wanted a natural progression to mutual affection. If it were purely physical needs, he could just go to Jenny or someone else, toss a few tens of thousands, and get excellent service. Sister Zhang said, Lulu, why don't you send him a message to chat? Sister Zhang, didn't you tell me to play hard to get before? Oh, those other guys back then couldn't compare to Qin. He's the real deal, tall, rich, and handsome, all in one. Su Lu actually wanted to contact Qin badly. With Sister Zhang's encouragement, she immediately opened his chat. Big brother, are you there? She typed a few words, but they looked so silly. Feeling they were inappropriate, she deleted them. Big brother, are you busy? No matter how beautiful you are, if you're in the lower position in a relationship, you unconsciously become humble. Su Lu had never sent messages like this before. It was always others reaching out to her, asking what she was doing, if she was busy, if she had time. She replied when she felt like it, or ignored them entirely. Qin had just checked out at LV buying an 110 yuan bag for Han Linlin. Now they were at the Gucci store next door. His WeChat pinged. He took out his phone and saw it was a message from Su Lu. He typed back, got some things to do, I'm out. Then he followed up with, missing me, Lulu. Su Lu clutched her phone, a blush spreading across her face. Not at all. Is Lulu really that cold-hearted? I've been thinking about you. Then why don't you come see me? You haven't sent a single message all day. Well, I've been with clients busy making money. If I don't earn, how can I treat you to a good time? That made sense. The goddesses he was tied to were all his clients essentially. The money he spent on them he earned from them. Accompanying Han Linlin shopping now counted as being with a client. Su Lu thought since Qin was so wealthy, the clients he entertained must be big shots, maybe CEOs of famous companies. She didn't want to bother him at such a time. Then get back to work, big brother. Are you free the day after tomorrow? She added. Qin thought for a moment. Tomorrow he had dinner with streamer Sun Yao. The day after should be clear. I'm free. What do you have in mind, Lulu? I have the day off. I want you to spend the whole day with me, and I'll cook for you. Qin was overjoyed. Another free meal. You can cook, Lulu. Of course. I'm a great cook. On my days off, I love experimenting with recipes. Lucky me. I'm getting tired of eating out all the time. Then come to my place the day after tomorrow. It'll make you a feast. Qin was glued to his phone, typing away. Han Linlin leaned in, and he immediately locked the screen. Is something up, big brother? No, just Mikado asking if I'm free tomorrow for a TV installation. Han Linlin tugged at Qin hand. A 98-inch ultra-large TV. Can I come watch it at your place? Alone together like that, aren't you afraid? Qin grinned mischievously. Big brother wouldn't do that. If he just wanted to sleep with me, he could have made a move yesterday after buying me 400 worth of stuff. He must want a genuine relationship. Qin heard Han Linlin's inner thoughts and said to himself, that's right. I want to have a real serious relationship with you all. Coming out of Prada, Han Linlin had another bag in hand. This one was cheaper, only 8800. Next, they entered the top-tier luxury store Hermes. The saleswoman at Hermes was slightly surprised to see Qin and Han Linlin. Did they just buy out all the nearby shops? Han Linlin was carrying shopping bags from LV, Gucci, and Prada, while her dress and shoes were Chanel. Qin's t-shirt, casual pants, and sneakers were all LV. Are they luxury goods collectors? Qin glanced at the saleswoman. Show me the stats. Name Lin Hui, age 25, height 168 centimeters, charm 88, occupation saleswoman, relationship count 3, affinity 10, too bad, charm was 2 points short. Welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you? Lin Hu's attitude was far better than Zheng Fengyue at the Yida Plaza Hermes. Though Qin knew it was because he looked like a wealthy man. I'd like to see some bags. I saw the Kelly online. It's really beautiful. You have excellent taste, miss. The Kelly bag is one of Hermes' higher-end lines, typically priced around 300 yuan. And for such a popular item, you can't just buy it directly at Hermes. To get this bag, you need to meet the quota first. That means you have to purchase other items from the store worth 300 before you can buy the Kelly. Netizens called it a bundling tactic to filter out submissive customers. If you don't play by the store's rules, you don't get to buy. Of course, there's no shortage of rich people who don't care about bundling. To them, 300 and 600 make no difference. Qin hadn't known about this before. After spending time at LV, had picked up on some luxury industry gossip from Su Lu and Sister Zhang. Miss, you might want to look at these shoes. They match the Kelly bag perfectly. Lin Hui couldn't directly say she had to buy equivalent items first, they always hinted at it. Han Linlin had seen enough on Douyin and Xiaohongshu to know Hermes game. She looked at Qin Shi. Buy it all, clothes, shoes, and the bag. Let's buy it all, Qin Shi said generously. Han Linlin Affinity 2, now 54. Then big brother, you'll have to sit for a bit. Picking things out takes time. Qin Shi found a stool in the store, sat down, and opened Douyin to watch Sun Yao's livestream. To be fair, that girl's figure and face were truly captivating. If Daji were replaced by her king, Zhou would probably be just as spellbound. He didn't plan to send any galas tonight. He knew a bit about livestream rules. The platform takes half, and if there's a guild, it depends on the split contract between guild and streamer. Big streamers get a larger cut. Small ones usually go 50-50 minus taxes. The actual amount the streamer gets isn't that much. The million Qin Shi sent yesterday mostly went to the platform and guild. Sun Yao probably got less than 150,000, not even enough for one Hermes bag. Besides, after sending 1 million, Sun Yao's affinity only increased by 10 points. Clearly, spending money online isn't as effective for boosting affinity as spending in person. Rich people need to spend wisely, not recklessly. While browsing bags, Han Linlin glanced at Qin Shi. She put the shoes back on the shelf and said to Lin Hui, "One moment, please." Han Linlin pulled out her phone and opened Mate 1 delivery. She searched for nearby food. This is the place. It was a famous fishball shop, famous for one thing, its exorbitant prices. Regular fishballs cost just over 10 yuan a bowl, even handmade ones. But their most expensive fishballs sold for over 100. A few seconds later, Han Linlin placed the order and paid with delivery estimated in 15 minutes. Qin Shi was engrossed in watching Sun Yao's girl group dance when an unfamiliar number called in. Hello, delivery. Delivery? I didn't order any delivery. Qin Shi asked, puzzled. Is this Mr. Chun from Hermes? I'm already on the escalator. Half a minute later, a delivery man in yellow approached, carrying a rather nice-looking delivery bag. Mr. Chun, that's me. Your delivery. I didn't. Qin Shi was about to speak when Han Linlin ran over and interrupted him. Brother, I ordered it. I noticed you didn't eat much hot pot tonight, and you've been accompanying me to buy bags, so I was afraid you'd be hungry. Qin Shi was deeply touched. This young lady was quite thoughtful. During dinner, Han Linlin had also asked Qin Shi for his phone number. She said if the WeChat call didn't go through, she could call him instead. At that time, Han Linlin hadn't thought about ordering delivery for Qin Shi. She simply wanted to save his number. Linlin, you're so considerate. What did you order? Fishballs. Han Linlin smiled. I heard from Wang Siwen that brother liked eating fishballs in high school, and there's a pretty good Jianing fishball shop nearby. Han Linlin was a local from the city center, having grown up exploring it, and she loved visiting new eateries with her friends. She knew exactly where to find the best food. Qin Shi was from Jianing County, famous for its fishballs. The handmade fishballs she ordered from this shop were renowned for their taste and also for being expensive. You even asked Wang Siwen about things like that. Qin Shi was genuinely moved. The cost of this fishball order wasn't high, but Han Linlin was beginning to invest in him, which was a good start. He became even more touched after hearing the system prompt and retracted his earlier thought that the fishballs weren't expensive. Received 163 soft money coins cashback of 163.0 Chinese yuan. What the hell, what kind of fishballs cost 163 for such a small bowl? He used to buy fishballs at the school gate, but those were 3 yuan a bowl, synthetic ones. He had never eaten anything this pricey. Qin Shi glanced at the delivery receipt. Handmade grouper fishballs 158, a delivery fee 5, totaling 163 yuan. No wonder it was so expensive, it was made from grouper. Damn, that's extravagant using grouper for fishballs. The fishballs were quite large, but there were only 6 in a bowl, which came to 27 yuan each. Qin Shi had earned 163 million, which was already more than the money spent on bags tonight. He hoped Han Linlin would keep it up. Seeing Qin Shi so happy, Han Linlin felt happy too. She was worried that since he had money now, he might not eat the cheap things he used to enjoy. He'll have to talk more with Wang Siwen to learn more about brother's past. Qin Shi thought to himself. Good intention, but Wang Siwen and I aren't even close, just nodding acquaintances. Han Linlin had been generous tonight. She only had a 400 yuan internship salary and was usually willing to spend on hot pot and milk tea for herself. Since she lived at home and ate at home or school, she had no other expenses. But ordering a 158 yuan bowl of fishballs for herself, she couldn't bear to. However, ordering for Qin Shi was different. He had already spent nearly 1 million on her. Even treating him to a 100 yuan bowl of fishballs wouldn't be too much, but she didn't have that much money. Her total savings were only a little over 10,000 now, and there would be many more expenses later. During the hot pot conversation, she also learned that Qin Shi's birthday was in 2 months, and she was determined to prepare a proper gift. At Hermes, they had spent 610 on bags, clothes, shoes, plus 2 bags, each from Chanel, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Prada. Brother, did I buy too much? Qin Shi and Han Linlin were both laden with shopping bags. Not at all, just a few bags. Han Linlin affection 3, current 57 tonight's luxury, spending totaled 112 million plus yesterday's 4000. The money spent on Han Linlin had already exceeded that on Su Lu, though the cashback from Su Lu was much higher. Brother talks about it like buying vegetable buns or meat buns. Han Linlin laughed. Come on, let's put the things in the car and go for a river cruise. It was just past 9 and the last cruise departed at 11 p.m. However, Chin Chi checked the ticketing website and saw that all tickets were sold out. The two of them headed directly to the cruise pier. The next boat was boarding at 9:30. Several dozen people were already queuing up. Unlike the hot pot restaurant, Chin Chi couldn't just board and buy a spot. Tickets had to be checked at the entrance. The wealthy loved buying yachts, and Donghai City's rich were no exception. Linlin, what do you think about me buying a yacht? Yachts are very expensive, but brother is so rich I'd believe you if you said you were buying a plane. Donghai City had a long coastline and many tycoons kept their yachts docked at the marina. When Chin Chi had gone to the beach before, seeing those luxurious yachts had made him genuinely envious. Wealthy guys hosting swimsuit parties on their yachts with several girls. Back then, Chin Chi had wondered if he could ever live that kind of life. Now he was actually living it. A top-tier luxury yacht was still beyond his means. A few months ago, the CEO of Facebook had bought a yacht for $2.3 billion. The wealth of such world-class tycoons could only be described as being as rich as a country. African ones, of course. A more ordinary yacht seating a dozen or so people would cost a few million. They'll take you to the beach sometime to look at yachts and get a feel for them. Well, buy one. Going on a yacht cruise was one of the pastimes for wealthy wives. Naturally, Han Linlin dreamed of sailing across the blue sea on a yacht. Just thinking about living that kind of wealthy wife's life would make me laugh in my dreams. I wouldn't have to deal with teaching and annoying parents anymore, Chin Chi thought. Your thinking is dangerous. You just fed me some soft rice and I was hoping you'd keep it up. The river cruise boat could hold 30 people. Chin Chi just needed to find someone in line and buy their ticket at a high price. He scanned the queue looking for a seller. Brother, look at those two. Han Linlin pointed at a man and a woman near the back of the line. It was the young couple they had run into at the hot pot restaurant earlier. What a coincidence running into them again. Let's go ask if they're selling their tickets. The young couple also spotted Chin Chi and Han Linlin. Babe, it's the tycoon from the hot pot place. Chin Chi walked over. Hey buddy, we meet again. Tycoon, you don't want to buy our spot again, do you? Said the man with glasses. You guessed it. 1,000 yuan per ticket deal. The cruise tickets were only 100 yuan each. Although it was hard to buy them on the same day, tickets for tomorrow were available online. However, Chin Chi wanted to get on the boat today right now. No deal. The girlfriend of the man with glasses refused Chin Chi. Babe, that's 2,000 yuan. Didn't you say earlier you wanted more of this kind of luck? I just don't want to sell. Is there a problem? Two male college students nearby overheard their conversation and came over to ask. Buddy, are you really paying 1,000 per ticket? Are you selling? Chin Chi asked. The two college students said in unison, selling. Only an idiot wouldn't sell. They were locals from Donghai City, just out for a river cruise with nothing to do, and had stumbled upon a chance to make easy money. Chin Chi didn't have to buy from the man with glasses. He just thought it was a funny coincidence and went over to chat. Plus, he felt the man with glasses resembled his former self, so he wanted to give him some money. But since they refused, that was fine. He'd buy from someone else. They'd all board the same boat anyway. Why isn't he raising the price? The girl wasn't actually unwilling to sell. She just thought that since Chin Chi had raised the price at the hot pot restaurant, she might be able to sell for more now. But she forgot that everyone in the queue had the same tickets. If she didn't sell, others would. Wait, well, sell. Chin Chi said, sorry, I've already bought from these two brothers. It was now a buyer's market and Chin Chi had the final say. 900 each. The girls suddenly dropped the price. The two male college students grew tense, wondering why a price war had started. Was Chin Chi someone who cared about saving 200 yuan? Since you said you wouldn't sell, then I won't buy. I've already agreed with these two young men. Chin Chi said. The two male college students breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the opportunity to make money slip away, the girl began to complain to the bespectacled man. It's all your fault. The bespectacled man was bewildered. What did I do? Why didn't you say we'd sell before me? Now he's bought from someone else. The bespectacled man knew his girlfriend had a bad temper. Even if he had said they'd sell immediately, she might have objected halfway. He felt a bit aggrieved, and his mood for enjoying the river was ruined. His girlfriend's capricious nature was too draining for him, and he didn't know how much longer he could endure. 10 minutes later on the yacht, the evening breeze was gentle, refreshing the mind. This was Chin Chi's first time enjoying a river cruise without any pressure. He gazed at the towering high-rises on both banks, the myriad lights and neon glow creating a scene of prosperity. I used to wonder if I could afford a house of my own before I was 40. Now with a bit of effort, maybe I can buy a whole building next month. Han Linlin quietly took Chin Chi's hand. Brother, what are you thinking about? I was thinking the moonlight tonight is beautiful. Han Linlin was stunned. She knew this phrase was a translation by the Japanese writer Natsume Soseki. When teaching his students, Soseki asked them to translate "I love you." The students translated it directly as "I love you," but since Japanese people are more reserved, Soseki said it should be translated as "The moon is beautiful tonight." Is he confessing to me? What should I say? Oh, what did I say? How is that a confession? Chenxi had just said it casually without thinking so much. Han Linlin said, "Yes, and the wind is gentle too." If the other person feels the same, they can answer "the wind is gentle too." But after Han Linlin said it, Chenxi didn't react, just quietly watched the river view. Was I overthinking? Was he just talking about the moon? After getting off the yacht, Chenxi sent Han Linlin home. As soon as she got home, Han Linlin went straight to her room, closed the door, lay on the bed, and started a group video call. Guess how much Chenxi spent today? Lin Yuan said, "You went to Macy's today, didn't you?" Lin Yuan thought to match Chenxi's 8.6 million yuan house buying furniture and appliances would cost at least 2 million. 2 million. You got part of it right. He bought a mattress for 2 million. The three in the video were all stunned, the screen frozen, as if time had stopped. Yun Yun asked incredulously, "A mattress more expensive than my whole house? What kind of mattress is it? Not the same kind as Big SS, is it?" "It's the same model as Big SS. Furniture and appliances cost over 6 million in total. Damn, is this the extravagant life of the rich? Even if you sold all three of us, you couldn't scrape together 6 million, Lin Yuan said through gritted teeth. Xiao Shui asked curiously, Lin Lin, did he only buy furniture? Did he get you anything? Wait, I'll show you. Prepare yourselves. Han Linlin pointed the camera at tonight's haul. 6 bags from different brands, 1 dress, 1 pair of shoes, and 1 hat. Holy crap. Oh my god. I don't even want to talk anymore. You guys go ahead, Lin Yuan said. Yun Yun, a Hermes bag. How much did that cost? The bag was 320, but you have to buy other items before you can buy the bag, so I bought the dress and shoes, spending 610 at Hermes. Plus the 5 bags from Chanel and Prada, that's 51000. Is there no justice? You spent 12 million in one night. What are you talking about, Chinese yuan? I don't even have that many happy beans, Xiao Shui said. Yun Yun reminded, don't forget yesterday there was another 400. Are we using the same currency? Why do I hesitate to buy a 20 yuan milk tea while you guys buy over $1 million worth of luxury goods like it's nothing? Lin Yuan said, I'm so jealous I could die. No, you have to sell 1 bag and treat us to milk tea for 10 years. Yun Yun, you have so many bags, lend me 1 to carry. Lend me 1 too, lend me 1, Xiao Shui said. Han Linlin scolded, crazy, why would I sell a bag? We're eating at Dabashu tonight. He put 100 yuan on a card for me. He'll take you guys there tomorrow. 10000. 10000. 100. Can the rich really just throw money around like that? Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Bestie, does Chenxi have any single friends? Introduce one to your girl. Han Linlin had only known Chenxi for 2 or 3 days and had only met him alone. She didn't know any of his friends. As for female friends, she wasn't sure if Wang Siwen counted. He'll ask around later. Girl, you've married into wealth. Don't forget us when you're living the high life. Lin Yuan said. Outside the door, Han's mother knocked and then opened the door to come in. When she saw the luxury shopping bags all over the floor, she was startled too. Lin Lin, did that man buy all this? Who else? Tell me, how much did all this cost? Today plus yesterday it's 52 million. Even though Han's mother was 50 years old with rich life experience and many of her colleagues at school had married into wealthy families. A young female teacher 2 years ago married a rich man, and within half a month of marriage her husband bought her a BMW 5 Series worth 500 yuan. This was talked about among the female teachers at school for almost half a year, all praising her for marrying well. But Han's mother had never seen anyone spend money like Chenxi. He just gave it to you for free, with no strings attached. Mom, what are you saying? He's not that kind of person. Daughter, I'm not rigid. I'm not saying you have to marry a civil servant. If you can marry into a good family, they'll be happy too. But I have to warn you, rich people are deep, especially those in finance. You have to keep your eyes open. Especially pay attention to whether there are other women around him. Don't end up being the third party without knowing it. Han Linlin had been swept up in the moment these past 2 days and hadn't thought much about it. She just felt that Chenxi was very, very good to her. I understand. Mom, can you ask Dad to stop arranging those blind dates for me? Your dad is stubborn and old-fashioned. He'll try my best. In just 2 days without Chenxi ever meeting or speaking to Han Linlin's parents, he had already changed Han's mother's attitude. Though he hadn't said a word, money spoke for itself. Chenxi lay blissfully in the bathtub soaking in a milk bath, with Sun Yao's live stream playing on his phone. I wonder what it's like to watch her dance in person. He was looking forward to tomorrow's lunch meeting. Of the 2 girls he knew now, Su Lu was the elegant type, while Han Linlin was the pure type. As for someone with a fiery look like Sun Yao, Chenxi had had deep contact with one before, Jenny. But their interaction had been merely a superficial deep exchange, leaving an emotional void. On July 10th, Wednesday, the weather turned from overcast to a passing shower. Today, Qin rose early, already up and freshening up by 9:30. He would head to Ganyuan No. 1 later as the furniture and appliances were to be delivered and he needed to oversee the process. At Ganyuan No. 1, a building 8 or 16th floor, Qin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window gazing out at the wetland park. The furniture hadn't arrived, yet leaving the home feeling empty and spacious. 210 square meters was quite large for a residence, but after spending a few days in a 400 square meter presidential suite, Qin could distinctly feel the reduction in space moving down to 210. He'll still need to buy a villa with a big courtyard later on in an estate would be even better, Qin mused to himself. The first to arrive were the television installers, but they were stopped at the main gate of the residential complex. After a phone conversation with the security guard and completing the registration, the installers were allowed in. Starting at 10:30, Qin received calls one after another. The electronic smart lock installers, the curtain fitters, and the delivery men for the sofa, TV cabinet, and wine cabinet all gathered downstairs at Building 8. Qin arranged the order, and they proceeded upstairs in an orderly manner for installation. After waiting over an hour, the bed delivery arrived, but Qin had no time to oversee its assembly. He now had to head to Socrates for a lunch appointment with Sun Yao at noon. However, he couldn't leave the place unattended, so he made a WeChat call. "Manager Jiang, are you free now?" Jiang Min, who was eating takeout at the sales office, immediately cleared her throat upon receiving Qin's call. "I'm here. Is there something you need, Mr. Qin? Can you come to my place now?" Qin asked. Jiang Min's mind immediately began to spin a little drama. What does he mean? Is he interested in me? Calling me to his home? Could he be hinting at something? His girlfriend is so beautiful, oh, does he still cheat? But it's hard to say. These wealthy men often lead extravagant lives. Jiang Min had an attractiveness score of 88 and was 30 years old, but with modern skincare, 30-year-old women looked no different from those in their 20s. She considered herself quite attractive with a good figure, which was why she was picky in finding a partner, leading her to remain single at 30. "All right, give me a moment." Jiang Min quickly freshened her makeup and appeared at Qin's doorstep over 10 minutes later. "Mr. Qin, your girlfriend isn't here today." "No, it's just me." 3 installers were setting up the bed in the bedroom, while a mattress stood upright in the living room. A Hason's mattress. Many residents in this complex use this brand. They all say it's comfortable to sleep on, though it's pricey. "How much did this one cost you, Mr. Qin?" "It's okay, 2 million. They say it's the same model that Big S uses." Upon hearing this, Jiang Min discreetly lifted her professional skirt by 2 centimeters. Her black stockings were actually lace-trimmed, a new pair she had just changed into. Young and wealthy, that describes him perfectly. He's incredibly rich. A 2 million mattress could buy a house. Jiang Min had checked Qin's information, 26 years old, unmarried, from Donghai Jianing. As long as he was unmarried, she still had a chance. Although his girlfriend was stunning, she didn't seem like a formidable opponent. "Mr. Qin, did you invite me over to look at the bed?" Jiang Min leaned closer to Qin and his arm brushed against 2 soft objects. Did she misunderstand something? Why is she acting so feverish? Qin stepped back. "Manager Jiang, I'm sorry for not explaining clearly." Jiang Min was 4 years older than Qin, but if she hadn't mentioned her age, people would think she was only 25 or 26. She was indeed quite attractive with a slender waist, long legs, and fair skin. If this had been a few days earlier, Qin would have been distracted and unable to resist such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. But now if she wasn't above 90 points, he couldn't be bothered. There were too many women in the 80s. He wasn't a randy dog to chase after everyone he saw. He'll be heading out soon. Could you please keep an eye on them while they install the bed? With that, Qin transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Min via WeChat. "This is for you to enjoy an afternoon tea, Manager Jiang." Jiang Min blushed slightly, realizing she had misunderstood Qin's intentions. No problem. He'll take care of it." A young man must protect himself even at home. When Qin arrived at Socrates, he was a few minutes late. Sun Yao was already seated at the table he had reserved. As Qin entered, the waiter greeted him and informed him that the lady had already arrived. The waiter remembered Qin from a few days ago when he had ordered 2 tins of caviar in the restaurant. The rich really have it good, enjoying beautiful women as they please. The woman at the table seems to be that streamer who trended on the hot search yesterday. Although Qin had brought 2 different women to dine, the waiter's professionalism prevented him from speaking out of turn. When Sun Yao entered, she gave the table number, and the waiter quietly led her to her seat. The waiter guided Qin inside, and as Sun Yao saw the handsome man, she didn't associate him with the roast duck guy. She had imagined the roast duck guy to be a somewhat old-fashioned, middle-aged man, until Qin stood before her. "Hello, Miss Sun." Sun Yao looked up at the young man, who bore a slight resemblance to Takashi Kaneshiro. He was sunny, handsome, well-dressed, and carried a pleasant scent of cologne. For the record, the cologne was chosen by Su Lu at her shop. Roast duck guy? Sun Yao asked uncertainly. It's me. Wouldn't I look like someone who could drop $1 million? Sun Yao immediately stood up. She was tall, standing at 1.68 meters. Today she wore a very figure-hugging purple dress that accentuated her curves. Chen Qi found her even more alluring in person than in her videos. I didn't expect the roast duck guy to be so young and handsome. I thought he'd be a middle-aged uncle. Sun Yao's affection 5, current 15. I was wondering how to face the top spender, but he turns out to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy. If he makes that kind of request, would I agree? Even Sun Yao herself wavered. The previous 3 big spenders had been treated politely over meals as a formality. She had resisted even when they tried to hold her hand. You look even more beautiful than you do in your streams. Is your streaming equipment too cheap to capture your true beauty? Roast duck guy, you sure know how to flatter, Sun Yao said with a laugh. Can I know your name now? Calling you roast duck guy feels a bit strange. Chen Qi as in start. With that, Chen Qi extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's my honor to meet you, brother Chen Qi. Sun Yao's jade-like hand was soft and boneless, smooth, and warm to the touch, incredibly pleasant. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Lee Sunmi? There was Chun Chi's celebrity comparison. She's a famous beauty from South Korea. I'm just a small streamer. How could I compare? No, Yao Yao is even more beautiful than her. Brother sure knows how to talk. Yao Yao must be hungry. Let's order. Oh, feel free to pick whatever you like. Sun Yao took the menu. She had dined at Socrates before and knew the dishes were expensive. But for Chen Qi, who had casually dropped $1 million in one night, it was probably pocket change. Since brother is treating, I won't hold back. Watching Sun Yao order with practiced ease, Chen Qi guessed that previous big spenders had brought her here as well. Brother, have you seen enough? Chen Qi said Yao Yao works hard dancing and burns a lot of energy. You should eat more meat. Let's also get some M9 Wagyu. As usual, he ordered 2 tins of Ostra caviar. Its texture was indeed exquisite. Yao Yao, is it okay to have some wine at lunch? If brother wants to drink, I can keep you company. Remembering the Chateau Petrus he had shared with Su Lu last time, which cost 20,000, Chen Qi asked the waiter if there were other fine wines available. Brother, do you have any good wine recently? Chen Qi asked. You came at a perfect time. Our boss just flew back from France this morning. I brought 6 bottles of white wine from the Romenicani winery, priced at 43500. Chen Qi nodded. Open a bottle. This meal is even more expensive than the one with Su Lu, totaling 12000. Do you know a lot about wine, brother? Not really, I just drink casually. After all, expensive wine tends to taste good. Spending over 1,000 on a meal, his financial power is much stronger than the previous brothers. What do you do, brother, to have such strength? I do some investments relying on women for a living. Is it in e-commerce, women's clothing, or beauty products? Relying on women for a living and making so much money, Sun Yao could only think of these 2. Those big streamers who sell products are all about the female market. According to the Huaxia Consumer Power Survey, the highest consumer power is among young girls, followed by women, children, the elderly, dogs, and men. In short, women's money is the easiest to earn. Pretty much, Chen Qi thought. He spent millions buying luxury clothes and cosmetics for goddesses, and the returns were substantial. Do you often watch live streams, brother? How should I put it? If you're streaming, I watch often. I believe you. But you haven't even followed me. I can't follow you back either. Chen Qi picked up his phone and said, I usually keep a low profile. My Douyin is also set to private. Then can we follow each other now? Sure. All right, you are now my only follow, Chen Qi said. Then brother must always support Yao Yao as my only follower. You can't go splurging on other female streamers during the gala. That's hard to say. If he finds a female streamer who meets his criteria, he would still spend. But he would definitely use another account. However, in front of Sun Yao, he still had to say nice things. Other female streamers can't compare to Yao Yao. Just sitting here without beauty filters, she looks like a painting. What girl doesn't love to hear others praise her beauty? Sun Yao smiled charmingly. Brother, you're quite the smooth talker. I wonder how many girls you've tricked. Not many, just one. I was just asked how many girls I've tricked. Sun Yao, favorability 1, current 19. Yao Yao dances so well. Have you practiced before? Chen Qi, who doesn't often watch dance streamers, could tell that Sun Yao dances much better than many female streamers who only know how to wiggle. I majored in dance in college. Before being a streamer, I was a dance teacher at an arts institution. No wonder it's a perfect match for your profession. I've always wanted to find a girlfriend who majors in dance so she could dance for me every day at home. Girls who major in dance usually have great flexibility and can perform high-level movements. For example, a split. Chen Qi had previously asked Jenny to try it, but she couldn't do it. Brother, are you hinting at me? Sun Yao stared at Chen Qi. Chen Qi smiled. Isn't this obvious? What I mean is I want you to be my girlfriend. Becoming a girlfriend upon meeting means he just wants to sleep with me. When a female streamer meets a big brother, they can't escape this matter. The previous top donor Jin Jinlong directly offered 500 for a night. This price is quite high among outside girls, indicating that Jin Jinlong holds Sun Yao in high regard. Of course, Sun Yao refused. What she meant was if you like her, help her rank up and bring more viewers during the gala. Sun Yao needs a lot of money. Although 500 is considerable, it is far from her goal. While private companionship can ensure her living well, it won't earn her a lot of money. She hopes the big brothers can help her rank up during the gala, increase her fame, and gain fans, allowing her to become a top streamer. Afterward, when she receives business offers and sells products, she can command very high prices. That's how she can make big money. But Jin Jinlong isn't foolish. If he spends 100 the platform, and Guild will take a cut, leaving only around 130 for Sun Yao. Sun Yao only ends up with a little over 100. How could she be satisfied? To make her satisfied, he would have to spend over $1 million. Jin Jinlong might as well offer 500 for a night. That 500 wouldn't be taxed and would go directly into Sun Yao's pocket. He's so handsome and wealthy, sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss, but it can't be for free. People are double standards when faced with greasy middle-aged men like Jin Jinlong. Sun Yao acted very aloof, not to mention accompanying him to bed. She wouldn't even hold hands. Moreover, her mindset couldn't accept lying in bed with a greasy middle-aged man. So she told Jin Jinlong that she wants to build her career, earn her own money, and hopes he can support her career. In contrast, if it were Chen Shi, as long as he could afford the price, Sun Yao would be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Even if he has other women. Being my boyfriend is quite costly, you know. How costly? 500,000. When Sun Yao mentioned this figure, she felt nervous inside. She watched Chen Shi's face, observing his expression. If he showed even the slightest displeasure, Sun Yao would say she was joking. When she said the same to Jin Jinlong, before he immediately exploded in anger. He scolded her, asking if the jewelry on her was gold or diamonds, thinking she was some kind of fairy. It's worth noting that the top female streamers in the dance category only earn 2 to 3 million a year. Small streamers earn around 100 to 200 a month, while those struggling barely make a few thousand to get by. Sun Yao boldly asked for 500. Even if Jin Jinlong had that money, he wouldn't give it to her. Damn, she doesn't even pretend to ask for money directly. But the soft master forbids directly transferring money to the goddess. Chen Shi still had about 18 million. He could afford 500. Tomorrow Su Lu will treat him to a meal, and he will likely get a few $100,000 back. But if he spends 500, how much favorability would he gain from Sun Yao, and how much can she return to him? I'm a bit curious, why is it 500? Chen Shi asked. Sun Yao didn't expect Chen Shi to respond like this. She handed him a slice of conch sashimi. Don't you think I'm a gold digger? Chen Shi said. I just want to hear why it's specifically 500 and not 300 or 800. Sun Yao paused for a moment and then said, my family owes 500. Others say earning 500 is hard, but owing 500 shows some capability. My dad was scammed by his business partner at a casino in Macau, losing a huge sum. Not only did he sell his shares in the company, but he also owes the bank 500. Now he has become a deadbeat, doing odd jobs every day, and my mom is sick from the stress. My younger brother is still in high school. Now it all falls on one person to support this family. What a storyline. An addicted gambler father, a sick mother, a brother in school, and a broken girl who, if you don't help her, who will? Isn't this the kind of story you only hear in foot massage parlors or clubs? A woman who can come up with such a story is definitely full of lies, rarely speaking the truth. How many boyfriends have you had? Chen Shi suddenly changed the subject. 2, Sun Yao answered honestly. If it weren't for the soft master, Chen Shi would definitely think she was lying intentionally, saying such a small number. But the number Sun Yao mentioned was the same as the soft master's, and she didn't lie at all. You don't believe me, do you, brother? Fair enough. With a face like mine, even I wouldn't believe I've only had 2 boyfriends. Sun Yao's alluring appearance, coupled with such a melodramatic family story, made it hard for anyone to believe she was telling the truth. Chen Shi said, I believe you 100%. Sun Yao looked at him with a moved expression. Really? Why wouldn't I? Are you a liar? Brother, haven't you heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she lies, eh? If that's the case, then you must be a top-tier liar. Sun Yao was amused by Chen Shi. That's not how you compliment someone. So you need 5 million to pay off your family's debts. That makes you a filial daughter, not a gold digger. Do you think I want to be this filial daughter? I'd give anything to go back to the days when I had no worries, eating, drinking, and even being called a daddy's girl or a mommy's girl. Hearing Sun Yao's inner thoughts, Chen Shi was finally certain the story was true. Brother, do you really think so? He's not some high-level player saying sweet things just to get me into bed, is he? Chen Shi nodded. It's really not easy for a delicate woman like you to bear the weight of the whole family. He immediately consulted with Ruan Yi. Can I transfer the money directly to her? Can I send it to her father instead? Yes. With one yes confirmation, She had a plan in mind. Sunny Yao continued, actually I originally planned to rely on live streaming and become a top streamer. That way I could earn a decent income and help pay off the family's debts. On platforms like Douyin and Douyu, there are plenty of cases where streamers with family debts earn money to pay them off, but only the lucky few manage to stand out. How many people work hard at live streaming yet remain obscure? To be honest, some wealthy patrons offered to keep me, but I was resistant. And the money they offered wasn't enough to cover my family's debts. Chi smiled faintly. And what made you think I could afford a 5 million sponsorship fee? Brother, you look like you have money, but I just threw it out there. I thought you'd scold me. I didn't expect you to actually talk to me this much. Chi picked up a lobster and crab roe ball for Sun Yao. 5 million. It's not too much. I can do it. Sun Yao's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected Chi to actually agree. This was 5 million, not 50,000 or 500,000. A year ago, when her father's company was still running, those rich second-generation heirs chasing after her would have willingly offered 5 million as a bride price. Because it was a union of equals, the Sun family's dowry would likely be 3 to 4 million. Now with her family's situation, those same rich heirs avoided her like the plague. Who would want to be with her? Being with her meant taking on her family's debts. And her father was unlikely to stage a comeback. The Sun family would become ordinary, not even well off. But it depends on how you perform. Isn't this just the classic player's line? Trying to gaslight me. Sun Yao's affection too. Current 17. Brother, you're not going to say I have to spend a few days with you first, and only then will you give me the money, are you? Do I look like that kind of deadbeat player? Chi asked. A little bit. Chi said, send me your dad's card number. What are you doing, brother? Sun Yao was surprised. Sending the money, of course. Fine, I'll send you the card number. Let's see what you're up to. Soon Chi received a WeChat message from Sun Yao. He copied the card number and entered 1 million in the Daxia Bank app. 1 million wasn't much. He had spent over 1.5 million on Han Lin, and Su Lu cost a bit less, just over 9,000. Chi wondered how much affection this 1 million would buy from Sun Yao. A dozen seconds later, Sun Yao received a call from her father. Yao, 1 million just appeared in my account and was immediately deducted by the bank. Do you know what's going on? Sun's father was already under the bank's close watch. Any money that entered his account was automatically seized. Their house had also been auctioned off by the bank, and now they were renting. Over the past year, Sunny Yao had sold her BMW to cover the family's expenses. Sunny Yao stood there, phone in hand, staring blankly at Chi. He just sent 1 million just like that, without even a promissory note. Sun Yao's affection 40. Current 57. Chi jolted, startled by the system notification. Holy crap, a direct 40-point increase. That million was worth it. But in Sun Yao's eyes, it wasn't just 1 million. It was a promise of 5 million. She believed that Chi wasn't just all talk. He would really send the remaining 4 million later. This was a lifeline for her family of 4. Brother, did you really send 1 million? Sun Yao's voice trembled. This was different from tipping 1 million on Douyin. After platform fees, she'd only get a small fraction. This was 1 million in cash, every cent of it deposited into her father's account. Your father should have told you by now. Brother, aren't you afraid I'm a con artist? Making up a story to trick you. Chi put down his chopsticks and looked intently into Sun Yao's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Yours tell me you're not lying. Ruan Yi suddenly teased in Chi's mind. Putting on a show, are we? Who told you about her thoughts? To be honest, without the ability to hear her inner voice. Given Sun Yao's seductive appearance, most people would have stereotyped her as a gold digger. With a face like a courtesan, how could she have only had 2 boyfriends? Sunny Yao was touched by Chi's words. After her family's fall from grace, she had seen the coldness of the world. Her former close friends wouldn't even answer her calls, afraid she'd ask for money. And here was Chi, a man she had met only half an hour ago, sending 1 million to her family. Sun Yao's affection 1. Current 58. Sunny Yao was moved to tears. Her eyes glistened. For the first time in a year, she felt cared for. Seeing her like this, Chi immediately stood up and gently wiped the corner of her eye. Why are you crying? I'm happy. Sun Yao said with a tearful smile. So are you my girlfriend now? Brother hasn't sent all 5 million yet. In truth, Sun Yao had already tacitly agreed to be with Chi. If you behave well, I'll keep sending more. Send it all, and then I'll be your girlfriend. They looked at each other, and after a moment both laughed. Playing this matryoshka game, are we? Chi said, I have a condition now. If you meet it, he'll send another 1 million. Finally, he's going to ask for that, isn't he? What condition, brother? If you're my girlfriend, you can't be a dance streamer anymore. The first day Chi entered Sun Yao's live stream, he saw obscene comments in the chat. Yesterday, when she hit 1 million followers, the comments got even rowdier, full of vulgar language. Men are possessive. If she was his girlfriend, the thought of her wearing skimpy clothes and dancing seductively for other men made Qin-Shi uncomfortable. If I don't stream, how will I make money? Will you support me, brother? Sun Yao asked. How much do you earn from streaming? About 20,000. That was an overestimate. In the first few months, she only made a few thousand. Later, as her followers grew, her income stabilized between 15 and 20,000. That was an overestimate. In the first few months, she only made a few thousand. Later, as her followers grew, her income stabilized between 15 and 20,000. How many years will it take you to pay off your family's debt with this salary? Listen to me, just stop streaming, I'll support you. Sun Yao was moved by the sweet words and slowly replied. Actually, teaching dance at the training center was pretty good. Although the salary wasn't high, there wasn't as much pressure. Now I have to mentally prepare myself every day for the comments and private messages. I know exactly what those guys are thinking, and my psychological resilience isn't strong enough. I can't handle the top female streamers who remain unperturbed in the face of vulgar insults. Qin-Shi said, if you enjoy teaching dance, just go back to it. I do like teaching dance, but I've signed a 2-year contract with the guild. If I stop streaming, I'll have to pay a penalty of 1 million. A few months ago, a female streamer was fined 1 million by the guild for not streaming the required hours. Sun Yao decided to stop streaming, which would be even more serious, as she would definitely have to pay the penalty. That's not a problem, it'll help you pay the penalty. What normal guy would accept his girlfriend dancing in such revealing clothes for others to see? Sun Yao was dressed relatively decently, but the top streamer in Doyu's dance section, Wang Guidance, was on another level, wearing hot pants shorter than Qin-Shi's underwear. Sun Yao shook her head. No, I don't want you to spend that unnecessary money. I can continue streaming, but I want dance provocatively. I'll switch to wearing hanfu and performing classical dance. With your looks wearing so much while dancing classical, no matter how well you dance, the streaming effect will be terrible. In the dance section, you can't find even one hand dancing classical. To attract traffic, you have to wear as little as possible. If you wear too much, there will be significantly fewer lewd comments, which is also acceptable. All right then, after a while, I'll buy you a house. Sun Yao seemed to guess something and said with a half smile, brother, you must already have a wife wanting to keep me as a mistress, treating me like a canary. What are you thinking? I'm single. Single. Sun Yao looked at him in disbelief. How could someone so rich and handsome claim to be single? It was like saying she had only dated 2 people. No one would believe it. I trust Yao Yao so much as she wouldn't doubt me, right? Although it was a typical scumbag line, Sun Yao was enchanted by Qin-Shi's decisive transfer of money and his heartfelt words. I believe you, oh I believe whatever you say, brother. Let's go to Hermes later, okay? Qin-Shi said. Are you going to buy clothes, brother? Qin-Shi pointed at the bag next to Sun Yao. He was gradually getting to know luxury items. That Prada bag was probably just over 10,000. I'll buy you a bag. Oh, look at how worn out yours is. Sun Yao felt a bit embarrassed by his comment. I sold most of my luxury items. I used to have bags worth over 100,000 at home. The two chatted and ate, and after more than an hour, Qin-Shi took Sun Yao to the parking lot. Look at the sky, or it seems like it's about to rain, Sun Yao said, gazing at the overcast sky. I checked the weather forecast this morning, it's going to rain this afternoon. Just as Qin-Shi finished speaking, raindrops fell from the sky without warning. In an instant, the raindrops turned into a heavy downpour. Damn, it came out of nowhere. Qin-Shi grabbed Sun Yao's hand and ran towards the car. Luckily, it was only a few meters away. Zhu Quan immediately got out of the driver's seat to open the door for them. Qin-Shi and Sun Yao's hair was soaked, and the raindrops clung to Sun Yao's snow-white skin, resembling a beauty emerging from a bath. Sun Yao brushed her hair. I spent half an hour on this hairstyle, and now it's ruined. Wet body temptation has its own charm. Brother, be serious. Sun Yao took a hair tie from her bag and tied her hair up, creating a high ponytail. Looks good. Ji turned into Hua Mulan. Brother, you should tie yours up too. It's a mess right now. Qin-Shi's hair was a bit long, and if he pulled it back, he could tie it into a small bun, barely resembling a samurai hairstyle. It was precisely this hairstyle that made him bear a slight resemblance to Takashi Kaneshiro. As she leaned closer to Qin-Shi, his face was perfectly aligned with Sun Yao's assets. Just a little closer, and it would turn into a face wash. Despite Qin-Shi's good self-control, he was almost overwhelmed, thankfully interrupted by the system notification. Earned 20 soft meal coins cashback of 2,000 Huaxia coins. What do you mean, just 2,000? Qin-Shi touched the hair tie on his head. Oh, was this thing worth 20 yuan? Due to the hairstyle, Qin-Shi had previously bought hair ties online, and the price came out to just a few cents each. Li Ting had bought better ones for 2 or 3 yuan each. 20 yuan. What brand of hair tie is this? Qin-Shi found it hard to take off the hair tie he was wearing. He had noticed that the one on his head was exactly the same as the one on Sun Yao. Yao Yao, this hair tie is quite special. Is it a rainbow? The hair tie was woven from 7 colors of strings and even had a pink cat on it. I made it myself. Does it look good? It looks really good. Yao Yao has such skillful hands. The materials were only a few yuan. Ooh, I made it in one night when I was bored. Qin Shi thought, how could something made from a few yuan of materials be worth 20 yuan? Was it because of the labor cost? The soft meal master replied, shouldn't the labor cost be worth more than 10 yuan? So that's how it is. The soft meal master is righteous. By the way, soft meal master, can the labor cost be increased a bit? After all, it was made by a beauty. You brat, don't be so greedy. Sun Yao looked at the car's interior. It resembled a car she had ridden in before. Brother, is this a Maybach S800? Although the car had a Mercedes-Benz logo on the front, Sun Yao clearly knew more about cars than Han Linlin. After Maybach was acquired by Mercedes-Benz, it started using the Mercedes-Benz logo. Her father's friend used to have this S800. You know about cars, eh? I happen to have seen this model, otherwise I would only know it's a Mercedes. Master Zhu, take us to Yixiang City. On the third floor of Yixiang City, there was a row of luxury brand counters. When Sun Yao's family was wealthy, she often came here to shop with her friends, but now she couldn't afford it and had sold many of her collected bags. Brother, are you really buying it for me? It's just a bag. But brother already transferred 1 million to my dad. That's one thing, buying a bag is another. Sun Yao received a definite answer and said, then he'll go check out Chanel first. Qin Shi was about to say okay, but suddenly recalled that Wang Suwen was over by Chanel, and she seemed to be chatting quite well with Han Linlin. If she spilled the beans to Han Linlin, it would be a hassle. If you're going to buy, go for the top-tier Hermes bag. It matches our aura best. Sun Yao chuckled and tugged at Qin Shi's clothes. But brother, you are decked out in Louis Vuitton from head to toe. It's just personal preference, that's not important. When buying a bag for Yao Yao, I will definitely choose the best. Most of his LV outfit was chosen by Su Luke. Had better buy a few more brands to switch it up. Otherwise others would think he only favored Louis Vuitton. Welcome to Hermes, how may I assist you? Lin Hui stepped forward to greet, immediately recognizing Qin Shi. Today he changed to another girl, and this one had an even better figure. Lin Hui cleverly refrained from greeting Qin Shi, treating them as if it were their first meeting. Qin Shi nodded at her, signaling that she was doing well. Hello, I would like to see the Kelly bag, Sun Yao said. She leaned close to Qin Shi and whispered, brother, this bag costs 32000. Is that okay? There's nothing to discuss. If you like it, just buy it. Let me take a look first. I saw it online before, but I don't know how the real thing is. Lin Hui smiled. This way, please, beautiful. The girl he brought has the same taste. It's another Kelly bag. Qin Shi's clothes were a bit damp, so he chose 2 t-shirts from Hermes. Sun Yao's bag, clothes, and shoes added up to 63000. Sun Yao's affection level 3, current level 61. Before her family went bankrupt, she could only afford bags under 100 from Chanel or LV. A 300 Hermes was still too much for her. If he keeps buying for the goddesses like this, it's likely that all the sales assistants in luxury stores across Donghai City will recognize Qin Shi. However, luxury goods are loved by every woman, regardless of being a goddess. Even an ugly person wants to carry a branded bag out. Brother, do you have love at first sight for me? Sun Yao, in a good mood, asked one of those common couple phrases. No, it's lust at first sight. You old pervert. Sun Yao pouted playfully. She was quite confident in her looks, and while Qin Shi's words pleased her, she couldn't help but tease. Then if you meet an even prettier girl, would it also be lust at first sight? I think that's unlikely unless the space agency finds a celestial being. Sun Yao blinked. What do you mean? Your beauty is unmatched in this world unless a fairy descends. So cheesy. Sun Yao pretended to dislike it, yet her affection level increased. Sun Yao's affection, level 1, current level 62. Brother, are you going to watch my live stream tonight? Qin Shi thought for a moment. It seemed he had no plans for the evening. Staying at his new home and watching a live stream sounded good. I've never watched classical dance before. Tonight is perfect for it. Sun Yao linked her arm with Qin Shi's, entirely dominating him, while Qin Shi unabashedly stared at her curves. Still looking, Sun Yao shot him a glare. Such beauty is a feast for the eyes. I want bubble tea. No matter how rich you are, you still have to drink bubble tea. Even Principal Wang and Jay Cho buy it. Qin Shi pinched Sun Yao's delicate face. All right, let's go buy some. Sun Yao ordered a cup of grape jelly, while Qin Shi chose strawberry. Brother, is yours good? Why don't you try it? Sun Yao playfully said sure. She leaned over, bit the straw, and took a small sip. Delicious. Qin Shi looked at the bright red lip print on the straw and continued drinking without a care. It's still lacking a bit. What do you mean it's lacking? Is the strawberry not good? Then you drink mine. Yours is also lacking. Then what does brother want to drink? He probably rarely drinks bubble tea, or maybe there's a pastry chef at home dedicated to making it. Imported bubble tea is better. Where in Donghai City can you buy imported bubble tea? I've never heard of it. Sun Yao pondered. Is bubble tea from abroad really good? She had been to several countries, but felt none were as good as Waxia's bubble tea. Qin Shi was staring at her when she suddenly thought of something. Brother, that's not fair. There are no imports. Who said there aren't? Isn't there an imported supermarket ahead? Chen Shi pointed to the Sam's Club ahead. He just remembered he needed to buy some daily necessities for his new home tonight. Let's go browse the supermarket. Okay, let me see if there's any imported bubble tea. Chen Shi was buying toilet paper when 3 messages came through on WeChat. He looked at them. It was his good friend Chen Etian. Cheesy, are you working overtime tonight? They'll pick you up after work. Oh, let's have a drink. My treat. Chen Shi knew at a glance that Chen Etian must have quarreled with his girlfriend Lin Qian. Speaking of Lin Qian, he couldn't help but mention Li Ting, whom he met through Lin Qian. Just don't drive if you're drinking tonight. They'll call a car. Chen Etian replied immediately. All right, I want work overtime today, leaving at 5:30 sharp. Even if Jesus comes, he can't stop me. Chen Shi tugged at Sun Yao's hand. Yao Yao, I have something to attend to tonight, so I can't accompany you for dinner. Sun Yao was understanding. She knew a wealthy person like Chen Shi must have many matters to attend to, possibly involving millions in a moment. If brother has something to do, go ahead. I'll take a taxi back later. No rush, I'll drive you back. Outside, heavy rain was still pouring, and the Maybach emerged from the underground garage as if it had burst forth from a waterfall. The rain poured heavily on the car, but fortunately the Maybach soundproofing was excellent, and Jay Cho's song, 7 Mile Fragrance, was playing inside. The rain falls all night, my love overflows like the rain. Chen Shi began to hum along. Sun Yao enthusiastically clapped. Brother, you sing beautifully. If you sing in the beauty area, surely a rich woman would give you tips. You might even be supported. There aren't any rich women better than you. Chen Shi dropped Sun Yao off at her home. As they got out of the car, Zhu Quan opened the door for her and was already holding an umbrella outside. The Maybach's trunk had its own umbrella, but Zhu Quan was using one he had just bought himself from the mall. Zhu Quan escorted Sun Yao all the way to the corridor where she wouldn't get wet. Miss Sun, please check if you left anything behind. Zhu Quan handed the luxury shopping bag to Sun Yao. Thank you, Master Zhu. Zhu Quan was about to leave when Sun Yao called him back. Master Zhu, does Chen Shi have a wife? Or a girlfriend? Even if Chen Shi didn't have a wife, a wealthy young man like him surely had a girlfriend from a well-matched family. Sun Yao understood this. When her family was doing well, her father always told her to seek a partner from a compatible background, and her friends were the same. If Chen Shi had a girlfriend, how could she in her current situation compare to the daughters of wealthy families? Even if Chen Shi liked her, his parents would never permit him to marry the daughter of a deadbeat. However, Zhu Quan's answer relieved Sun Yao. I'm not very clear about Mr. Chen's matters, but as for a girlfriend, there shouldn't be one. At least the only lady I've been driving is you, Miss Sun. Thanks then, Master Zhu, please head back quickly. Oh, Chen Shi is still waiting. Zhu Quan returned to the car and recounted his conversation with Sun Yao to Chen Shi. This girl still doesn't trust me, huh? You did well, Master Zhu. Chen Shi promptly transferred 500 yuan to Zhu Quan. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhu Quan was overjoyed. Working for a boss like Chen Shi was indeed very comfortable. Sun Yao returned home. She was currently renting a small 3-bedroom apartment, just enough for her parents, her younger brother, and herself to each have a room. Her father had gone to the labor market early in the morning for a day job, but failed to secure any work, returning home after a heavy noon downpour. Her younger brother's son, Yue, attended No. 2 high school and had just started his summer break 2 days ago. Their mother had been at home recuperating. She was once a wealthy housewife who never worked, and now with her poor health, working was out of the question. Yao Yao, how could you buy Hermes? Don't you know our family situation? Their mother, upon seeing the 4 or 5 Hermes shopping bags, grew agitated and immediately scolded Sun Yao for squandering money. Their father pulled Sun Yao aside and asked, Yao Yao, what was that 1 million yuan about at noon? She hadn't been able to explain much over the phone, so she told him she'd talk about it at home. That money was tipped by my top spender. As a high school sophomore, Sun Yu was quite knowledgeable about such things and spoke euphemistically. Sis, did you? You know with him? Sun Yao shot him a fierce glare. Nonsense. Watch it, or he'll hit you. Sis, that top spender brother roast duck is really loaded. What's he like in person? He's very handsome, only 26. He didn't ask for anything and directly transferred 1 million yuan to Dad's account. We had lunch at Socrates, it cost 100 yuan. And he bought me these Hermes things too, about 630 yuan. The 3 members of the Sun family were stunned into silence. Their mother said, even when we were well off, we never spent like this. What car does he drive? Their father asked. A Maybach S800. He doesn't drive it himself, he has a chauffeur. Sun Yu rubbed his chin. Sis, are you some kind of succubus? I mean, you're decent looking. But in just 3 or 4 hours, he spent over 1.7 million on you. How did you pull that off? Did you take some course like 3 sentences to make a man spend 1 million on me? I've seen people selling that online. Sun Yao grabbed a slipper to hit Sun Yu. What do you mean decent looking? Your sister is a beauty. In her brother's eyes, any glamorous image of his sister was illusory, only her current raw state was real. Especially since Sun Yao was 7 years older than Sun Yu, he had basically grown up getting beaten by her. By middle school, he had grown taller, and she couldn't overpower him anymore, so she gradually stopped hitting him. But her fierce image from his childhood had left a shadow on Sun Yu's young heart. Mom, look at sis. Their mother stopped Sunny Yao and pulled her onto the couch. Yao, which family's son is he? He didn't say. All I know now is his name is Chun Chi, and he works in investments. Old son, does that ring a bell? Their mother asked. Their father had navigated the business world for decades and knew many big names in high society, many of whom were surnamed Chun. There were quite a few in investments, but he had truly never heard of a Chun Chi. Perhaps his own social standing was too low to reach the true upper echelons. He's probably a low-key son from some wealthy family. Their mother said, Yao, if he's willing to spend this much on you, he must like you. You must hold on to him. Our family's chance to return to our old life depends on him. Their mother now felt stifled living in this cramped 110-square-meter apartment, especially since they used to live in a villa with a yard. Yao, if he could help your father in business, he could definitely make a comeback. Sunny Yao felt immense pressure. The whole family was counting on her, and her parents seemed to view Chun Chi as an ATM. Although she also wanted to help pay off the family's debts, her parents' words made her uncomfortable. Her mother whispered in her ear, Yao, if you two do it, don't bother with protection. If you get pregnant, you'll have leverage over him. Mom. Sunny Yao was somewhat angry. How could her mother say such things? Other mothers always told their daughters to protect themselves and not be fooled by men. By this time, Chun Chi was almost at the office building where Chun Etian worked. Their workplaces weren't far apart, just a 10-minute drive, so Chun Chi was quite familiar with the area. I'm almost there. Wait by the green belt. I'm coming down too. Damn, still raining. So annoying. Chun Etian stood on the green belt watching the ride-hailing car approaching from the east. Just then a Mercedes drove toward him. Chun Etian didn't think much of it, glanced at it, and continued looking for the ride-hailing car. Chun Chi rolled down the rear window and called out to Chun Etian. Etian. Chun Etian followed the sound and saw Chun Chi in the car, cursing instinctively. Damn man, you're riding in a Benz now. Let me get in too. Come on, get in. Chun Etian closed his umbrella and got into the Maybach. You're hailing a ride, but you're splurging on a luxury car. It's not that expensive. Chun Chi chuckled. Chun Etian looked around the interior from the back seat and felt something was off. Oh, it was far more luxurious than a standard Mercedes. Driver, what kind of car is this? Zhu Quan replied, Maybach S800. Chun Yishan's eyes widened. Guys often joked about buying a Maybach or Rolls-Royce when they got rich. He never thought he'd actually ride in a Maybach today. Gee, how much did you spend on this? You're actually riding a Maybach. Chun Etian knew Chun Chi's income well. Spending that on a Maybach ride was insane. Suddenly a thought struck Chun Etian, and he stared at Chun Chi. Wait, don't tell me you got rich. A few days ago, some high school classmates were spreading rumors that you spent over $300 at Chanel, and that you're worth tens of millions from investments. I know you, so I didn't bother with their nonsense, thinking they must have mistaken you for someone else. Don't tell me you actually got rich. Chun Chi knew the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. He had once seen a news story about a man who won a 10 million yuan lottery, but told no one, not even his wife. He kept working normally and still drove his old used car. But he secretly bought an apartment near his office, sneaking over to stay alone whenever he could, ordering thousands of yuan worth of food from hotels to eat by himself. At home, no one could tell anything had changed. Chun Chi didn't want to live like that. If he had money, he'd be open about it. If he was afraid of people borrowing money, he could just refuse. He had no parents or relatives to worry about gossip, and no one could do anything to him. If he feared that criminals might kidnap him for ransom, that would be paranoid. By that logic, people like President Wang or the Shanghai tycoon should never leave their homes. Besides, Chun Chi wasn't a famous rich man. Assets of tens of millions weren't even noteworthy in Donghai City, let alone the whole of China. Chun Chi said, what if I told you I won the lottery? Damn, of course I believe you. You were riding a Maybach and spent $300 in one night. That LV outfit of yours must be real too. Who wears fakes anymore? Chun Etian gritted his teeth. This is infuriating. It's worse than death. Why don't I have this luck? As the saying goes, you fear your brother's suffering, but you also fear him driving a Range Rover. Good brothers can share hardship, but not one in comfort and the other in pain. Yet when a brother finds happiness, you grind your molars. Tell me, how much did you win? A lot. Enough to never worry about food or clothes and retire for life. Give me a number so I can give up hope. Just don't ask. I'm afraid you'll have a heart attack. Chun Etian placed his hands on Chun Chi's shoulders and shook him vigorously. You struck it rich and didn't tell your buddy. Afraid I'd borrow money. And here I was saying I'd treat tonight. Chun Chi, dizzy from the shaking, said, stop shaking. Ill treat tonight, ill treat. Chun Chi and Chun Etian had a close bond, having grown up in the same neighborhood. They attended the same elementary school, were in the same class in middle school, and were in adjacent classes in high school. After Chun Chi's parents passed away, he fell into a deep slump, refusing to interact with classmates, earning him the private nickname, the Gloomy One, from Wang Siwen and others. Chen Etian visited Chen Shi's class almost every break, walked home with him after school, and treated him to fish balls. Chen Shi spent nearly every holiday during his 3 years of high school with Chen Yishan's family. Chen Shi felt indebted to Chen Yishan's family. Western Japanese Sichuan barbecue. What do you want to eat? Chen Shi asked. Damn tough choice. The rich guy's treating you, I want it all. What's your budget? No limit. As long as it's in Donghai City, any restaurant you name we can go. Chen Etian raised an eyebrow. Can we go to Socrates? That was the only Michelin 2-star restaurant in Donghai with an average cost of 800 per person. Chef, Zhu Socrates. Wait bro, are you serious? Chen Shi messaged butler Li to arrange a reservation. I showing up without one would likely mean no seats. The waiter saw Chen Shi again, this time accompanied not by a beautiful woman, but by a guy. You really can't fathom the quirks of the rich. 3 times in a week, he treats Socrates like his cafeteria. It was Chen Yishan's first time at such an upscale restaurant. As he gazed at the fish in the aquarium, he whispered, Godfather, how did you manage to book this place? Online reviews say you need to reserve 2 or 3 days in advance. Never underestimate the power of money. Here, take the menu and order whatever you want. Don't look at the prices. Order what you like. Your Godfather is treating you to a lavish experience today. Thanks, Godfather. Chen Yishan's eyes lit up, ignoring the thousands on the menu. He ordered 10 dishes in one go. How's that, Godfather? Chen Shi sneered. You have money but don't know how to spend it. Add more dishes, add 10 more. That's too much, we can't finish it. The portions here are small. Just eat freely. The two turned the Michelin restaurant into a street-side dive. Chen Shi asked, what did you and Lin Qian argue about this time? Oh, what else? We've been together for 2.5 years, and now it's time to talk about the bride price for marriage. How much does she want? Hearing this, Chen Etian immediately lost his appetite for the Kobe beef. Don't even mention it. 5,800 for the bride price plus 1,000 for the 5 gold pieces, the car exit fee, and the address change fee on top of that. And I haven't even counted the banquet. I dare not calculate it. You know how expensive banquets are around here. Because Donghai is a coastal city, wedding banquets typically feature plenty of seafood, driving up the cost. Hotel wedding banquets generally start at over 5,000 per table excluding drinks, and that's considered average. Spending 100,000 or 200,000 on a banquet is quite ordinary. And the house goes without saying. These days you can't even think about marriage without a house. My parents are scraping the bottom of the barrel to help me with a bigger down payment, so the mortgage pressure later will be lighter. Calculated as 6,000 down payment, plus the bride price, the 5 gold pieces, the banquet. That's over $1 million. I was thinking if the bride price could be a bit lower, say 1,800, my family could manage the rest with gritted teeth. But she won't budge an inch. She says others all pay 5,800, that her parents raised her with great difficulty, and that she has a younger brother. If I refuse to pay, it means I don't value her or love her. Chen Shi thought to himself, just as he expected. Another cliché bride price drama, the kind had seen countless times in the news over the past 2 years. So how much is her dowry? A 4-piece bedding set, supposedly silk. Chen Etian said helplessly. Chen Shi laughed. Silk or cotton, don't you find it ridiculous? We haven't been elsewhere, so we want comment, and let's not even talk about the rich in Donghai. For ordinary folks getting married, a bride price of over 100,000 is for good luck. Over 200,000 is already decent. According to tradition, even if the bride's family doesn't give an equal dowry, they should at least contribute a few tens of thousands, and neither set of parents keeps the money. It all goes to the young couple. Has Lin Qian been watching too much Douyin? What does she mean by everyone else pays 5,800? Is she desperate for money? Is your relationship worth just a 4-piece set? Chen Etian did have some feelings for Lin Qian, so he said, her family isn't well off either. They can't even afford to give a car as a dowry, and I already have one. I get your point. But is the issue really about the dowry? Is it about whether she truly loves you? Let me ask you, if she agreed to a bride price of only 1,800, would you even care about the 4-piece set? Chen Etian said, of course. You've been together for 2.5 years. You've got the house, the car, and everything else covered. It's not that you won't pay a bride price, just a smaller one. If she truly loved you, she'd understand, not refuse to compromise. Chen Shi filled Chen Yishan's glass to the brim. Do your parents know? Yes, I told them a few days ago. What did they say? Chen Etian sighed. My dad said they can scrape together at most $1 million. As for the remaining 4,000 bride price, if it's really impossible, then forget it. This girl's family is too high for us. You know how tough the physical goods business has been these past few years. Our little grocery store is declining year by year. Chen Shi nodded. I agree with your parents. But I really do like her. What do you like about her? That she gave you a 4-piece set. Chen Etian, let me be honest, I envy your family. Your parents are wonderful people. They have some savings and can support you in marriage and buying a car. You could find another girl who's definitely better than Lin Qian. Seeing Chun Etienne silent, Chen Chi pulled out his phone and opened the Daxiao Bank app. Seconds later, Chen Etienne received a text message. Holy crap, who transferred me 10000? Chi, was it you? Huh. 10000. Chen Etienne thought from Chun Chi's expression that it wasn't him, but then Chen Chi said, sorry, I missed a zero. Then Chen Etienne received another transfer notification for 90000. He was stunned, looking from the message to Chen Chi. Chi, how much money did you actually win? Godfather, from now on you're my godfather. With this money I can smoothly marry Lin Qian. But Chen Chi's next words made Chun Etienne feel like he was in a skit. The million isn't for you to marry Lin Qian. It's for you to break up with her. You can't handle a woman like that. A top-tier version. If you stay with her, you'll have a hard life. I don't care if you suffer, but I won't let your parents get dragged into it and be leached off in their old age. Wait, isn't this the plot where a rich girl's father pays a poor guy to leave her? So are you breaking up or not? If not, give me back the money. Chun Etienne fell into a brief moment of indecision. 1 million. If he drank only tap water, slept under bridges without renting a place, it would take him 9 years to save that much. With 1 million plus the 600 down payment from his parents, he could buy a small 2-bedroom apartment outright in the city. Break up. That's right. Chen Chi smiled with relief. Don't you think I'm greedy? To break up with my girlfriend for money? Chen Chi said, I won't say you're after wealth or playing with her feelings. You gave her everything you could. She was the one who was insatiably greedy. Come on, we've eaten enough. On to the next stop. Where to? Black Rose. A bar. Alright, I haven't had enough to drink anyway. Since you're treating, I won't be polite. He had only ever been to the shared tables at Black Rose with friends. It was a bit pricey, and he couldn't bear to spend that much. But now that Chen Chi had hit the jackpot and was footing the bill, he could drink to his heart's content. I may not have the luck to win the lottery, but my brother sure does. Chi, you support me for the rest of my life. I'm done. Chen Chi pushed him away in disgust. Get lost, I'm not into guys. Half an hour earlier, Chen Chi had already booked a booth at Black Rose with Xiao Xiao. He also sent a message to Jenny telling her to arrange the beauties. Outside Black Rose Bar, a bunch of stylish young men and women were already waiting for the doors to open. At 8 o'clock, the bar opened, and the young men and women filed in 2s and 3s. A young man said to his companion, looking at the crowd inside, What's going on today? The Atmosphere crew is here early. You know, and they're all good looking. Is there some event tonight? I haven't heard. A promotion? Isn't that Jenny? She usually doesn't come until after 11. Jenny, Xiao Xiao, and 8 tall sexy beauties were having a quick meeting. Young Master Chen will be here soon. He's a big spender. Jenny, make sure you and the girls take good care of him. If he orders 3 more frozen divine dragons, everyone's commission will be over 10,000. A beauty said, Xiao Xiao, forget commission. Last time young Master Chen gave us the drinks directly. We sold them back to the bar and made more than commission. Jenny thought to herself that those drinks were nothing. Young Master Chen had given her the 6 unfinished bottles. That night, through her hard work, she had earned 100,000 in hard work fees. If young Master Chen asked her out again tonight, she could make another fortune. When Chen Chi arrived at Black Rose at 9 o'clock, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. They were holding takeout boxes of barbecue. A sign next to the bar's main door read, No outside food or drinks. On the way, Chun Etienne had suddenly said that the Western food at Socrates was too high-class, too elegant. He was allergic to elegance. He wanted something down-to-earth barbecue. So Chen Chi had taken a detour to pick up some barbecue. Sir, I'm sorry, outside food is not allowed inside, the security guard said, pointing at the sign. Chen Etienne said, Chi, how about we eat it first before going in? Are you Wang Baoqiang? Chen Chi said to the guard, Buddy, cut me some slack. The guard replied expressionlessly, No. They'll transfer you 3000. Buy yourself some cigarettes. Chen Etienne was witnessing Chun Chi's money power for the first time. Just to bring some food inside, he was giving the guard 300. That was pure madness. Zhou Leishan was startled. He knew there were many rich people who came to the bar. Yesterday, a guard got a 200 tip for parking a guest's car. He only made 600 a month working here, and Chen Chi was offering him 300 just to bring in some barbecue. No. Zhou Leishan couldn't believe he had turned down a 300 tip. 5000. Zhou Leishan's resolve was wavering. He came to work to make money after all. Who would argue with money? Sir, don't make this hard for me. The bar has rules. If I let you an ID, be breaking them. Chen Chi had previously paid over 200 to get a seat at a hot pot place and to buy a ticket on a yacht. Now 5000 couldn't even sway a security guard. He noticed the guard's upright posture, neat uniform and cap, and a demeanor different from the usual streetwise guards. Were you in the military? 10 years. Just then Xiao Xiao came running out. What are you doing? Young Master Chun is our VIP. You're blocking him. Do you want to keep your job? The bar's rules say. Shut up. Xiao Xiao glared at him. Chen Chi waved his hand. It's fine. There aren't many principled people left. He was just following regulations. Xiao Xiao said flatteringly, rules are for ordinary people. Young Master Chun is wealthy, so it's different. Chen Qi found the words grating, but this was how society worked. A tiny minority made the rules, and the majority obeyed. Good thing young Master Chen isn't holding it against you. Young Master Chun, let's go inside. Zhou Leishan watched Chen Qi enter and began to question whether he had done the right thing. He had been in the military for too long and had lost touch with society. After being discharged, he had looked for work for months without finding anything suitable. He couldn't adapt to the pace of corporate life or accept the so-called people skills required. Zhou Leishan told himself he was being principled, but he knew others called him stubborn. Chen Etian asked as they walked, Qi, are you a regular here? I've been once. Young Master Chen, booth A06. Xiao Xiao led them to A06, where Jinny and 8 beauties were already seated. When Jinny saw Chen Qi, she immediately stood up and hugged him. Young Master Chen, why are you so late? I've been waiting forever. Chen Etian had never seen anything like this. Beauties everywhere, especially Jinny, who was clinging to Chen Qi. Damn, I've only seen stuff like this in online videos. Next batch. Do you want to switch to the next batch? Chen Qi asked. Suddenly 2 beauties in black stockings and short skirts took Chen Yishan's arms from both sides. Handsome, aren't we good enough? Don't ask for the next batch. Feeling the softness on his arms, Chen Yishan's mind wandered. No, they're fine. His eyes were glued to them, black stockings and long legs longer than his own life. Chen Qi said, this is also young Master Chun. He's the star tonight. Treat him well, and if he's happy, I'm happy. The girls laughed charmingly. Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. They knew that if Chen Qi was happy, they would make a killing. Xiao Xiao, bring out 2 sets of frozen divine dragon first. Young Master Chen, you still have the wine you stored here last time. Jinny said, keep it and drink it slowly. Seeing that Chen Qi didn't care about the stored wine at all, Jinny was overjoyed. Those 6 bottles of Black Ace, if sold back to the bar at a low price, were still worth 70 or 80,000. Chen Qi had essentially given Jinny 70 or 80,000. Qi, the frozen divine dragon costs 12888. You're ordering 2 sets. Chen Etian was stunned. He had thought they'd at most order the big divine dragon to have some fun, not throw money around like this. 2 sets aren't enough. Well, order more later. No. Chen Etian was speechless. On the DJ stage, the DJ shouted with energy. Congratulations to A06 for ordering 2 sets of the frozen supreme divine dragon. May the boss wishes come true and have smooth sailing. The bar's patrons erupted in excitement. A06, it was A06 last time too. Is it the same person? I saw Jinny all went to A06. He's got serious wealth. Which young master's son is he? A dozen bunny girls and 4 men in suits carried 2 wine racks around the bar before arriving at A06. The bunny girls popped party poppers and scattered gold confetti, instantly bringing the bar's atmosphere to a climax. The DJ pounded out a relentless beat, and the beauties swayed their hips with abandon. So many beautiful women, and here I was foolishly hung up on Lin Qian. I could easily find a girlfriend here. Chen Etian leaned in and whispered to Chen Qi, have your fun, but don't think about that. Why not? Look at them, every single one is gorgeous. Slender waists, bountiful curves, long legs. How many good girls do you find in a bar? Chen Qi said, these are all party girls. If you date one of them, you'll be the one getting played. Chen Etian, experiencing this atmosphere of beauties surrounding him for the first time, was getting carried away. That's not necessarily true. You can't condemn them all. There must be some good girls. Are you good at math? I'm average at math, you know that. Chen Etian didn't understand what Chen Qi meant. Then why are you playing with probability? Sure, there might be a few girls who come to a bar out of curiosity. But what do you think the odds are of finding a good girl among so many partygoers? Remember, it's fine to have fun, but don't think about anything else. After drinking for a while, Chen Qi felt the urge to relieve himself and went to the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he pulled out his phone and entered Sun Yao's live stream. Sun Yao, dressed in a light blue hanfu long dress, was performing a classical dance. Admittedly, a beautiful woman looks good even in a sack. But the audience in the comment section was far from impressed. Chen Qi noticed that the vulgar comments had indeed decreased, the follower count had dropped significantly, while insults and criticisms had increased. What is the streamer doing? Wasn't she dancing sexy stuff yesterday? We came to see fishnets and long legs. What's with all the clothes? Isn't this a scam? The streamer really lives up to her ID, now Yao Yao not sexy. I'm out. I'm too vulgar for this high-class stuff. I'm going to watch some twerking. Unfollowed. What a waste of my time. The comment section was filled with abuse, and Sun Yao's guild WeChat group was flooded with mentions along with a dozen missed calls. The guild manager Li Xiang sent Sun Yao several WeChat messages. Yao, what are you doing? Why are you dancing classical? Why don't you go sing Peking opera? Do you want to be famous or not? You finally got some traffic and it's all gone. Change it. Switch to sexy dancing right now. Sun Yao ignored these messages. She just danced according to the time stipulated in her contract, which didn't say she couldn't perform classical dance. After all, Chin-Shi said he would take care of her, so she no longer needed to dress scantily and gyrate provocatively. But the guild made money off its streamers. The more popular the streamer, the more tips, and the more the guild earned. Sunny Yao had finally shown signs of becoming popular, but she extinguished that spark herself. Seeing that Sunny Yao wasn't replying, Li Xiang called the assistant he had assigned to her yesterday. The new college graduate assistant was scolded severely by Li Xiang. The young assistant said pitifully, "Mr. Li Yao said she won't do sexy dancing anymore. What classical dance is she doing? How many streamers in the dance category do classical? Ask her if she wants to pay off her family's debts or not." The young assistant was at the apartment Sun Yao rented. When she arrived today, she found the Sun family in high spirits. The takeout and fruit they ordered for dinner probably cost 700 or 800 yuan. It didn't look like a family in debt. Sunny Yao performing classical dance didn't breach her contract as long as she met the required streaming hours. Even though it caused her to lose followers and money, she didn't care. Li Xiang stared at Sun Yao's live stream with a dark look in his eyes. If she had never been popular, it would be one thing, but now that she had a chance to gain fame, her actions were cutting off the guild's revenue stream. Within 2 hours, Sun Yao's follower count dropped from 1 million to 7,000, and it was still falling. Streamers who performed classical dance were rare to begin with, and they were usually teachers promoting their dance studios with a follower count of 200,000 to 300,000 considered high. Chin-Shi didn't want Sunny Yao to dance provocatively, but her classical dance was quite pleasant to watch, possessing a unique charm even if the audience disapproved. Chin-Shi saw all the abuse, slander, and sarcasm in the comments. Being a streamer wasn't easy, no matter what you did, someone would always find fault. The former top spender Jin Jinlong sneered when he saw Sun Yao's self-destructive loss of followers. She really thinks she's someone special, got a big head, and thinks she can stream whatever she wants. Chin-Shi topped up another $1,000,000 into Douyin. Then he typed a few words in the comments. "Nice dancing. Oh, look who's here, it's Roast Duck Brother. Roast Duck Brother, you spoil her too much. What's so good about classical dance? Is this some new way to attract traffic, reverse funneling? Are we just part of their act? There are plenty of pretty streamers online. No need to waste time here. I'm heading to Douyu." Sun Yao's followers had now dropped to 6,000. Chin-Shi felt a simple sense of rebellion. You don't like classical dance? Find people who do. Small portion roast duck rice sent a carnival in Yao Yao Not Sexy's live stream. Sunny Yao hadn't seen Chin-Shi's comments earlier, but now that he sent a carnival, she knew he was watching. Didn't he say he was busy tonight? I didn't think he'd come watch. Sunny Yao was overjoyed. She walked over to her phone, smoothed her hair, and spoke. "Thank you, Roast Duck Brother, for the carnival." After changing into Hanfu, Sun Yao's voice was no longer artificially sweet. "Seriously, what's so good about this? If I wanted to watch classical dance on Douyin, I'd rather watch CCTV." A former sexy dancer now pretending to be innocent. Chin-Shi didn't argue with them. Instead, he unleashed his storm of carnivals. Small portion roast duck rice sent a carnival in Yao Yao Not Sexy's live stream. 10 small portion roast duck rice sent a carnival in Yao Yao Not Sexy's live stream. 30 The carnivals came in an unbroken stream, more smoothly than the day before yesterday, with no pauses. He stopped after sending 333 carnivals, having spent the $1,000,000 he topped up. Chin-Shi's account level rose from 55 to 60, reaching level 61 required 2,000,000 yuan, and he was short by 2,000. In that half-hour, Sun Yao's live stream topped the national hourly chart, earning official platform promotion. Her follower count, which had been plummeting, skyrocketed to 1.6 million. The demographics of her followers shifted from mostly men who watched sexy dances to a majority of women. "Sister, you're so beautiful. That Hanfu is gorgeous. Is there a link? Her classical dance feels like a dream of the Tang dynasty." Sun Yao Affinity 5, current 67. Sun Yao had just messaged Chin-Shi asking why he spent so much money again. He was too busy sending carnivals to reply earlier, but now he responded. "I couldn't stand seeing them bully you in the comments. They're being too picky. They don't like it, but I do. Yao Yao has such a good foundation in dance, as she looks great doing anything." Sunny Yao Affinity 1, current 68. Brother, you really don't have to mind them. Sunny Yao originally only continued her live stream because she didn't want Chin-Shi to pay the 100 yuan penalty for nothing. Now she had no need to pander to the audience, as she would just dance as she pleased and log off once she had fulfilled her streaming hours. "It's fine, just a little money. Dance however you like, don't push yourself too hard. Then tomorrow, I'll perform a folk dance. Sure, as long as it makes you happy." At school, Sun Yao excelled in classical and folk dance among her professional courses and was also skilled in ballet and Latin dance. Modern dance was a breeze for her. The provocative dance she did for the live stream was merely a necessity, as that was what the online audience craved. Since money was no longer a concern, it was quite pleasant to dance to her own liking during the live stream. Doing what she loved always lifted her spirits. The guild, initially furious, was now overjoyed. Li Xiang remarked to a few employees, "Yao has latched onto a big shot. Brother Roast Duck has real muscle." That night, from Chen Chi's tips alone, the guild raked in another 250 yuan. Combined with tips from random viewers, the guild's earnings for the night totaled 300 yuan. Who would have thought that Sunny Yao, that little streamer, would become the guild's cash cow? A sinister idea suddenly crept into Li Xiang's mind. Chen Chi had been squatting on the toilet for half an hour, his legs completely numb. When he returned to the booth, he found an extra girl there, and initially thought Chen Etienne had invited her in. The girl stood beside Chen Etienne, speaking to him. As Chen Chi drew closer, he realized, damn, isn't that Lin Xian? Over half an hour ago, Chen Etienne had posted a short video on his Moments Complete with a location tag. On the table were 12 bottles of Black Ace, surrounded by a bevy of sexy women. The caption read, "Thanks, Daddy, for taking me to a life of debauchery." Furious at the post, Lin Xian rushed over, immediately searching booth after booth until she finally found Chen Etienne. "Chen Etienne, you're really something. You say you can't lower the betrothal gift because your family's circumstances are tight, yet you come here to squander money in style." Having already decided to break up with Lin Xian, Chen Etienne said, "Lin Xian, you said, if I can't come up with the betrothal gift, we'd break up. So let's break up. I really can't afford it." Lin Xian sneered. "You're willing to spend over 200,000 on drinks, but you can't afford a betrothal gift of over 500,000. Is this what you call loving me? I've wasted 2.5 years with you." Chen Chi patted Lin Xian on the shoulder from behind. "You've got it wrong. I bought the drinks." Lin Xian turned around and mocked you. "Don't be ridiculous. Don't I know your income? Li Ting broke up with you because you're poor." Li Ting and Lin Xian were close friends, sharing everything. Lin Xian had long known about Chen Chi's breakup with Li Ting, but she hadn't told Chen Etienne. "You broke up with Li Ting." Chen Etienne learned this for the first time. Jenny stood up to defend Chen Chi. "Young Master Chen is broke. He's already spent 600,000 or 700,000 on drinks here. If that's considered broke, then his ex-girlfriend must be looking for Jack Ma as her boyfriend." Unconvinced, Lin Xian saw Chen Chi decked out in LV and sneered, "Chen Chi, just because Li Ting thought you were poor, now you're pretending to be a big shot. Decked out in knockoffs, renting drinks, and hiring a crowd." Unable to bear it, Jenny pointed at the bottles on the table and said, "Young Master Chen renting drinks. Are you kidding me? He gives away drinks casually." "Exactly. Have you never seen LV before? What eyesight? Calling them knockoffs. Young Master Chen's outfit alone costs over 100,000. Lin Xian remained skeptical. "All right, Chen Chi, you're really going all out to show off. Taking out loans to squander, aren't you?" Chen Etienne, seeing Lin Xian mock his brother, couldn't help but speak up. "Lin Xian, can't you stand seeing others do well? Try taking out a loan of a few million and see if the bank approves it." Hearing this, Lin Xian began to waver. She knew Chen Chi had no house or car and couldn't borrow much from the bank, at most 500 in a credit loan. It suddenly occurred to her that Chen Chi had initiated the breakup with Li Ting. "Chen Chi, did you win the lottery and break up with Li Ting because you were afraid she'd spend your money?" Chen Chi admired Lin Xian's imagination, though such things did happen in society. "How much did you win?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Why should I tell you?" Chen Chi replied. "Chen Chi, you're so selfish. Li Ting breaking up with you is totally right." At this, Chen Chi's anger flared. He had been utterly devoted to Li Ting. The word selfish couldn't even find a crack to fit into regarding him. Chen Chi smiled. "I'm quite generous. I just transferred 1 million to Etienne. Don't believe me? Etienne, show him your balance." Chen Etienne thought there was no need to provoke Lin Xian, but Chen Chi called out again, and he had been the one to post the video earlier. Chen Etienne opened the Daxiao Bank app and navigated to the transfer records, which showed 2 transactions. One transfer was for 100 yuan, the other for 900, totaling exactly 1 million. Seeing the balance, Lin Xian's expression changed instantly, and she shamelessly said, "Chen Etienne, now that you're rich, you can afford the betrothal gift, right? Sorry, I gave him that money to break up with you." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened, and she began cursing Chen Chi. "Chen Chi, how can you be so malicious, so despicable, ruining someone else's relationship? And Etienne still considers you a brother." Chen Chi said, "Then ask him, does he still want to marry you?" Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Etienne. Chen Chi looked at his brother, hoping he had taken to heart all the things he had said during dinner. If he still insisted on diving in headfirst, Chen Chi would wash his hands of it and consider the million as a wedding gift. Chen Etienne stared at Lin Xian. The dim bar lights cast a strange, unfamiliar shadow on her face. Was she always this sharp-tongued? Chen Etienne asked, "Is the betrothal gift of 58800 non-negotiable?" Lin Xian said with surprise, "Chen Etienne, now that you're so rich, you're only willing to offer 58800. Isn't a man spending more money on a woman a sign of love?" The betrothal gift is 688000. Hearing this number, Chen Etian was completely disheartened. He hadn't expected Lin Qian's greed to know no bounds, even raising the price. Leave. I'm not paying that betrothal gift. Lin Qian sneered. So this is your love. You have money, but won't spend it on me. So you only care about the betrothal gift, it doesn't matter if you're with me or not. You won't pay, huh? Fine. Chen Etian, don't come crawling back to me. Lin Qian picked up a glass from the table and threw its contents in Chen Yixin's face. She tried to do the same to Chen Qi, but the suited bouncers at the door grabbed her and carried her out. A girl with blonde hair took Chen Yixin's hand, sat him down, and wiped his face with a tissue. Young Master Chen, your ex-girlfriend doesn't understand you at all. What's wrong with offering a smaller betrothal gift? The rest of the money would be hers after the wedding anyway. She never saw you as family. Yours is yours, hers is hers, so she had to find a way to squeeze more out of you. And she even raised the price on the spot. Brother Tian, my mom said my betrothal gift only needs to be 2880, but honestly, I think 1880 would be fine too. The blonde girl was clever. She now knew that Chen Etian was wealthy, and more importantly, he had a loaded friend in Chen Qi. The fact that Chen Qi could transfer 1 million to Chen Etian showed just how close their bond was. If she could be with Chen Etian, and he followed Chen Qi's lead the rest of his life, would be carefree and prosperous. Chen Etian remained silent. The yellow-haired girl's words were dripping with insincerity, but that was indeed what he had been thinking. He had taken Chen Qi's 1 million, yet he still felt that 58,000 was too much for a bride price. If Lin Qian could consider his situation, he could deposit the remaining money into their joint account after marriage for her to use freely. However, Lin Qian had eyes only for the bride price and her own family and younger brother. The last-minute price hike was the final straw that shattered Chen Yixin's hopes. Jenny, another frozen divine dragon, Chen Qi said. As Lin Qian reached the door, she heard that A06 had ordered another frozen divine dragon set. Chen Qi had truly struck it rich. She immediately pulled out her phone and called Li Ting. Li Ting had just finished getting her nails done with friends and brought home a takeout barbecue. Ting Ting, guess who I just ran into? How could I possibly guess? Who? Your ex-boyfriend, Chen Qi. Why bring him up? That cheap, worthless guy wouldn't even buy me a phone. The only thing he had going for him was his looks. Didn't you know? He can afford not just one phone, but 100 now. Li Ting let out a disdainful chuckle. You mean toy phones, right? He won the lottery. He's decked out in LV now, and they say he spent 600,000 or 700,000 at Black Rose over the past couple of days. Li Ting was so shocked, she leaped up from the sofa. What? He won? How come I didn't know? How much did he win? I reckon at least 10 million. He even transferred 1 million to Chen Etian. Li Ting murmured, no wonder. So that was him. What do you mean? When I was getting my nails done tonight, I saw a handsome guy getting into a Mercedes by the roadside. The figure looked a bit like Chen Qi, but I thought, how could Chen Qi ever afford a Mercedes, eh? Ting Ting, do you think he won the lottery while you were still together, kept it from you, and only started splurging after the breakup, eh? Hearing this, Li Ting's composure shattered. It meant she could have been a multimillionaire. But Chen Qi had played her deliberately, claiming he couldn't afford a phone just so he could enjoy himself alone. Li Ting hung up and immediately sent Chen Qi a WeChat message. She hadn't deleted him, and he hadn't deleted her, though he had cleared his previous posts and set his moments to 3-day visibility. A few minutes later, Chen Qi noticed a message from Li Ting. He wasn't surprised. Lin Qian must have said something to her. Chen Qi replied with a child's confused emoji. He knew exactly what her question mark meant. She was coming to confront him about his newfound wealth. He deliberately sent a child sticker because Li Ting had previously said she disliked children and told him not to send such images. He had been scolded for it before and stopped. Li Ting grew angry at the sticker and sent another question mark. Chen Qi understood, as she was accusing him of knowing she disliked child stickers, yet sending one anyway. Can't you speak like a normal person? I don't have time for your riddles, Li Ting typed, fuming. You won the lottery, why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? We're broken up. You must have won it before we split, deliberately broke up with me, and went off to enjoy yourself alone. Are you delusional, or just obsessed with getting rich? Who told you I won the lottery? Lin Qian said you spent 600,000 or 700,000 at Black Rose, and I saw you in a Mercedes. If you didn't win, where did all that money come from? If I told you I was being kept by a rich woman, would you believe me, eh? Chen Qi, are you really that petty? Afraid I'd spend your money? You can come up with such a lame excuse. Chen Qi sighed in exasperation. No one believed the truth. He muted Li Ting's messages and ignored her. He now had the power to flaunt his wealth and humiliate Li Ting, but there was no need. That chapter was over. Soft Master Li Ting was the first goddess I bonded with. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Soft Master replied, it matters. She occupies a goddess slot. Damn it. There are goddess slots. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. You were the one who insisted on bonding. Chen Qi felt helpless. At the time there were no other goddesses, so I bonded with her to test the system. How many goddess slots are there? 10. Chen Shi thought to himself that he had already bonded with 4, but only Su Lu was generating the most income. Han Linlin and Sunny Yao were just getting started. Can I unbind? Yes. Am not some tyrannical system with unfair terms. Chen Shi thought to himself that Soft Master was quite reasonable. Then unbind Li Ting. Sure. When her affection reaches 100 you can unbind. Chen Shi was stunned. Oh, isn't that a hidden clause that traps me? Chen Shi didn't want to deal with Li Ting anymore, but without interaction her affection wouldn't rise, and he couldn't unbind. Soft Master after unbinding at 100 affection will her affection reset to 0. Once it's at till death do us part it won't reset, but after unbinding you won't get the 10,000-fold cashback when she spends money on you. Only bonded goddesses provide the 10,000-fold cashback. Damn it. So Li Ting will be stuck with me no matter what unless I waste a goddess slot. Having tasted the sweetness of the 10,000-fold cashback, Chen Shi naturally knew that more goddesses meant more opportunities to earn money. Even though he didn't want to be entangled with his ex, he had to keep the connection alive. But things were different now, he wouldn't indulge Li Ting. His own comfort and happiness came first. When Li Ting saw that Chen Shi hadn't replied, she immediately called him on voice. Chen Shi swiped to decline. Chen Shi, you think you're something now that you have money daring to hang up on me? She called several more times, but Chen Shi declined, each one, making her stomp her feet in frustration. I know you're at Black Rose. I'm coming to find you now to settle this. Chen Shi still didn't reply, but he didn't want to see Li Ting and ruin his evening. Etienne, it's about time. Let's go. Chen Etienne checked the time. It was only 11:30 and the night was just getting started. It's still early. We just ordered 6 bottles and haven't even drunk much yet. Don't you have work tomorrow? If you can't finish, we can leave the bottles on your tab for next time. Chi, we're millionaires now. Why should we still work? Chen Etienne was a bit tipsy, and Chen Chi smacked him on the head. $1 million is nothing. Even with all my money, I'm still working hard. You want to coast? Chi, what are you working on? Got any good investments? Bring me along. We'll talk later. You focus on your job for now. Chen Chi's project was something only he could handle, but once his capital was sufficient, he could consider starting a company or acquiring one for fun. Young Master Chen leaving so soon. Jenny held on to Chen Chi's arm, reluctant to let him go. She had hoped for something more to happen that night. Next time, he'll come back another time. By the time Li Ting and Lin Qian returned to A06, Chen Chi and his friend had already left. Chen Chi, you're avoiding me. He must have won a huge prize, Li Ting thought to herself. Next time, he'll come back another time. By the time Li Ting and Lin Qian returned to A06, Chen Chi and his friend had already left. Chen Chi, you're avoiding me. He must have won a huge prize, Li Ting thought to herself. Chen Chi first sent Chen Etienne back home, then went to Zare Duo to collect the clothes from the presidential suite and loaded them into the car. By the time he returned to the Yuan 1, it was already 12:30. Although it was not as grand as the presidential suite, it was Chen Chi's home. The furniture and appliances were all in place, and he had just changed the password on the lock. Lying on the 2 million yuan hazeting mattress, he saw a message from Sun Yao that had come a few minutes ago. Brother, can you accompany me to buy dance costumes tomorrow? Sun Yao starts her broadcast at 8 a.m. and ends at 12 p.m., which is actually quite tiring. Chen Chi had given her $1 million as a reward, which made her extend the broadcast for over 2 hours. Now, after finishing her broadcast on time, she had already taken a shower and was applying body lotion. Tonight, Chen Chi had gifted her $1 million, pushing her to the top of the hourly ranking. However, half an hour later, she was pushed down by another broadcaster's big spender. There were still many wealthy people in Huaxia. I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Seeing Chen Chi's reply, Sun Yao felt a bit disappointed, but still responded, It's okay, I'll go buy it myself. Will you watch my live stream tomorrow night? It depends on the situation. If I'm not busy, I will watch. Get some rest early. Oh, dancing is exhausting. In a couple of days, it'll take you out for a big meal. You should also rest early, and don't wear yourself out too much. Good night, brother. Good night. Chen Chi opened the chat with Su Lu again, and looked at the few sentences they had chatted about that evening, which included Su Lu's address. Lulu is the best. I haven't spent much on her yet, but I need to spend more tomorrow. A night without dreams. July 11th, Thursday, sunny. Chen Chi slept until 10 a.m., getting out of bed feeling refreshed. To be honest, this 2 million yuan mattress is even more comfortable than the presidential suite. Looking at his phone, he saw that Su Lu had messaged him at 9:30 a.m. Su Lu had woken up 3 hours earlier than on workdays at 6 a.m., when her alarm clock had called her awake. She wanted to treat Chen Chi to a sumptuous home-cooked meal. To buy fresh ingredients, she had gone to the market early, but the aunties selling vegetables had arrived even earlier than her. Brother doesn't like spicy food, so he'll make local dishes from Donghai. Su Lu ran to the poultry stall planning to make a flour snail chicken pot, starting by buying a local free-range chicken. Although she could cook, Su Lu had little experience in selecting ingredients, so she asked the vendor about the best local chicken available. Local chicken comes in many varieties. There are 30 yuan per gene and 60 yuan per gene options. The most expensive ones are raised with medicinal herbs and seafood selling for 150 yuan per gene, and they are typically raised for 4 to 5 years. Hearing that they were raised on medicinal herbs and seafood, Su Lu knew they must be very nutritious and immediately asked the vendor to select one. Boss, pick out a bigger one for me. This one is the largest. The vendor weighed it on the scale. Just right at 4 gene. Do you want to take it home to raise a few more days, or should I prepare it for you now? Prepare it for me now, please. The vendor skillfully handled the chicken, cleaning it in under 5 minutes. A 600 yuan chicken was something Su Lu had never even considered before. After all, wouldn't an ordinary chicken do just as well? But now she was cooking for Chen Qi, and with more money in her pocket, she wanted to buy the best ingredients for this meal. Boss, how much are the flower snails per gene? 100 yuan per gene. They're all fresh and large. The price for the flower snails was market rate and not very expensive, but if they were wild, it wouldn't be surprising if they sold for 200 yuan per gene. All right, please weigh me a gene, and they all need to be alive. At 11 a.m., Chen Qi arrived at the entrance of Su Lu's community. Unauthorized vehicles are prohibited from entering. A young security guard came over and knocked on the passenger window. Chen Qi opened the back window and said to the guard, "Hey buddy, can you let this slide? I'm just here for lunch." As he spoke, Chen Qi handed over a soft huazi. Seeing the whole roll of huazi, the young security guard's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it. Wealthy people are indeed generous. This one costs 650 yuan. I dare say I'll treat myself to one during the new year. Looks like being a security guard is a wise choice. Not only do I avoid 40 years of hard work, but I also get to enjoy huazi. The guard said, just for one afternoon. Are you sure you'll come out? I'll definitely come out. Please help me find a parking spot, buddy. Sure, follow me. After Zhu Quan parked the car, Chen Qi let him move around freely, planning to call him back after they finished eating. Chen Qi followed the address and found Su Lu's house. He pressed the doorbell. Su Lu had already been waiting in the living room for Chen Qi to arrive. As soon as she heard the doorbell, she dashed over. Brother, you're here. Here are the slippers. I just bought them. Wow, there's even a cashback for this. Chen Qi never expected that slippers could also have a cashback, and it seems Su Lu had specifically bought them for him. What kind of slippers are so expensive? As Chen Qi picked them up to look, he noticed a small dent on the side of the shoe. So they are Nike. Because of the surprise of the cashback, Chen Qi didn't even notice how cool and sexy Su Lu was dressed. She wore a white silk camisole with lace trim, the little white rabbit peeking out coyly in front, her long slender legs snow white and delicate, looking incredibly alluring. Lulu, did you invite me over for a meal or to enjoy you? Su Lu crossed her arms and playfully pouted. How rude, of course it's for dinner. Brother, please sit for a while, the lamb chops will be ready soon. Su Lu poured Chen Qi a glass of water and cast the movie God of Cookery on the TV, as Chen Qi had mentioned liking Stephen Chow's movies for mealtime. Chen Qi looked around. Su Lu's apartment was not large, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, but the decor was very feminine and warm. After half an hour, Su Lu called out, Brother, the dishes are ready. Chen Qi walked into the kitchen. Su Lu was plating the food. Wow, so much. Brother, it's rare for you to come to my house, so I have to make sure you eat well. Here, let me help you. Chen Qi helped carry the dishes out, a total of 5 dishes and 1 soup. Hearing another cashback notification, Chen Qi was ecstatic. Lulu truly did not disappoint him. Lulu, this table of food really cost a lot. Not at all, it was just over 1,000. Brother, please don't mind, just enjoy the flower snail chicken soup. It's really fresh. The dishes included 4 oysters for 360, 2 grilled lamb chops for 150, flower snail chicken pot for 750, inkfish seaweed soup for 50, pig stomach baby cabbage for 50, and wood ear cucumber for 10. Hearing yet another cashback notification, Chen Qi was bewildered. Soft Master, what is this money for? Sorry, I forgot to add the labor fee, Soft Master replied. Wow, Soft Master is quite generous, but for such a beautiful girl like Lulu dressed so revealingly while cooking, is it only worth 200? Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. In a great mood, Chen Qi took a bowl and served Lulu some soup. Lulu, you've worked hard, please eat more. Brother, try the oysters. This gillard oyster is the same as the one we had at the barbecue place the other day. Guess how much one costs? The barbecue place sells them for 200. They should be cheaper at the market, right? 100. It's 90 yuan each, much cheaper, right? The barbecue place really is a money-making scheme. Su Lu added a chicken leg for Chen Qi, and he found it especially delicious. It's not expensive at all. With the cost of a meal with you, brother, we could host dozens of banquets with dishes like these. Lulu, your culinary skills are so exquisite. Did you learn from Stephen Zhou? Chen Qi glanced at the television, which was showing the final cooking competition. My father is a chef, so I picked up a thing or two from him. The two chatted and ate, the atmosphere warm and harmonious like a newlywed couple. Lulu, is this apartment rented or purchased? My family helped with the down payment, and am paying the mortgage myself. It's not big, 75 square meters of usable space. It is indeed modest. Su Lu grumbled, inwardly thinking his comment was tactless. But his next words instantly delighted her, and she silently scolded herself for misjudging him. A larger home is more comfortable to live in. They'll buy you a big house. Brother, are you serious? For Su Lu, buying a house was a monumental affair, both costly and a testament to one's commitment. Why would I joke about that? They'll get you a spacious place so you can live comfortably, Chen Qi said earnestly. Su Lu's mind raced with questions, but she held her tongue. Let's go right after we eat. They'll have Master Zhu drive us. So soon? Brother, do you have a property in mind? You work at Yida Plaza, right? The best nearby development is Wanhao Hui. Su Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he uttered the name. Brother, Wanhao Hui is one of the top residential projects in Donghai with an average price of 50,000 per square meter. It only offers one layout, 200 square meters. I know. Without 200 square meters, it wouldn't be a big house. Donghai wasn't like the first-tier cities of Modu or Daijing, where properties could cost 200,000 per square meter. Donghai had 3 premier high-rise residences. Gonyuan No. 1 averaged 43,000 per square meter with 3 layout options. Wanhao Hui averaged 50,000, offering only the 1,200 square meter unit. The most expensive Yulong mansion averaged 60,000 per square meter, selling only 300 and 450 square meter penthouses, with prime floors exceeding 30 million. Numerous developments below 40,000 per square meter existed, but their locations and amenities paled in comparison to these 3. Chen Qi checked his balance. His assets had grown to over 33 million. The primary contributor was Su Lu herself, so spending 10 million on a house for her seemed only fair. An hour later, the two stepped out. Su Lu sat in the car, restless with excitement. As they drove into the Wanhao Hui sales office, Master Zhu got out to register. Before Chen Qi and Su Lu even entered, a saleswoman approached from inside and waited by the car. The female salesperson, Su Yun, exuded an elegant aura. Chen Qi felt a pang of regret. The saleswoman noted the luxurious Maybach S800 and the handsome couple stepping out, assuming they were wealthy youngsters buying a wedding home. Sir, madam, do you have an appointment? Is an appointment required to view the property? Top-tier developments typically required appointments, though it also depended on the salesperson's availability and mood. Normally, yes, but I happen to be free now and can assist you. Thank you for your trouble. Please follow me. Su Lu passed by this development daily on her commute, but had never stepped inside. Now, walking in with Chen Qi, she felt as though she had entered high society, crossing class boundaries. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, are you planning to purchase this as a wedding home? Su Lu fixed her gaze on Chen Qi, eager to hear his response. No, I'm buying it for my girlfriend to live in, and it will be under her name. Though not the answer Su Lu had secretly hoped for, it was enough to make her heart bloom with joy. He openly acknowledged her as his girlfriend in front of others, affirming their relationship. And he said the house would be in her name. Was this real? A 10 million yuan luxury home. Su Yun, despite dealing with many wealthy clients, had never seen someone treat their partner so generously. Ms. Su, Mr. Chen is truly wonderful to you. You two look like a CEO and an heiress straight out of a manga. Su Lu laughed it off, thinking she was no heiress, just a Cinderella. He's always like this, spending money recklessly. Su Yun showed them the model unit. Wanhao Hui's luxury finish had a hotel-like aesthetic, while Gonyuan No. 1 felt more homey. Su Lu couldn't stop smiling during the tour, her excitement impossible to hide. With this open-plan kitchen, I can cook even more delicious meals for you, brother. Her current apartment had a tiny kitchen cluttered with her extensive collection of cookware, ovens, microwaves, pots, pans, and casseroles, making the space feel cramped. She loved this spacious kitchen, but even more she adored the separate walk-in closet. Then I'm in for a treat, Chen Qi said. Show us the other 2 units. Chen Qi selected 2 on different floors, one on the east side, one on the west. Brother, this one faces Yida Plaza. Clearly, Su Lu preferred the 21st floor unit. This one is priced at 11 million. Even knowing Wanhao Hui's rates, hearing the saleswoman's quote still stunned her. Chen Qi hadn't considered the maintenance fees. Gonyuan No. 1's annual fee was 30,000. Wanhao Hui's would likely be higher, but he could cover it for Su Lu. If Su Lu paid, she could afford it, but Chen Qi wouldn't let her spend that money. Every yuan she spent was less for him to use. Lulu, do you like it? I love it, but isn't it too expensive? If you like it, that's all that matters. Miss Su, let's sign the contract today. Full payment. Both Su Lu and Su Yun marveled at the wealth of the nouveau riche. Su Yun beamed, knowing she had made a substantial commission. No problem. Please wait in the VIP room while I prepare the contract. Chen Qi and Su Lu sat sipping tea in the lounge. Su Lu spoke up. Brother, Wanhao Hui's maintenance fees are astronomical. I'm afraid I can't afford them. Don't worry, you'll take care of them. You're so thoughtful, brother. Su Lu planted a kiss on Chen Qi's cheek. Su Yun brought the contract, and after Su Lu signed over a dozen pages, Chen Qi immediately transferred the funds to Wanhao Hui's account. Su Yun was thrilled. Her commission of 30,000 was secured. Su Lu was overjoyed. Su Lu's affection surged by 20 points. She couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. She was now the owner of a 10 million yuan luxury home. A 20-point increase. Not bad. Looks like spending big is the way to go. But Qin couldn't let her affection rise too quickly. Once it hit 100, her spending would yield double cashback. He still needed her to spend more on him. Ms. Su, congratulations on becoming a homeowner at Wanhaohui. Here are the keys. Su Yun handed over a silver briefcase similar to the one Qin had received at Gonyuan No. 1. Brother, can you help me move today? Wanhaohui was also a luxury apartment, but unlike Gonyuan No. 1, it even came with appliances and furniture. If the resident didn't like them, they could swap the furniture and appliances for ones they preferred. Although they were complimentary, they were all brand-name items, much better than what Su Lu had at home. She loved them and had no intention of replacing them. Of course, I'll call a moving company for you. There wasn't much worth moving in Su Lu's place. The most important things were the newly bought LV bags and clothes, while the rest held little value. The kitchen is so big you'll need to buy a new larger oven and a 4-tier steamer. Su Lu had already started frantically adding items to her cart on Taobao. The moving company arrived with a small box truck, but they ended up not moving any beds or appliances, just 3 suitcases and 5 plastic storage bins. This move was arguably the easiest job they'd ever had. At 4 o'clock, Su Lu was already organizing the walk-in closet in her new home at Wanhaohui. I want to hold your hand and never let go, she hummed in high spirits. Brother, once the new cookware arrives, it'll make you a feast. Qin's eyes lit up. I can hardly wait. Brother, I want to eat at Socrates tonight. No problem, I'll book a table now. Qin had dined at Socrates 3 times and was now a VIP. He no longer needed the hotel's help to reserve a spot. He could do it himself. Su Lu was curious. If Qin could so readily gift an 11 million yuan luxury apartment, what kind of place did he live in himself? In Donghai City, the only high-rise more expensive than Wanhaohui was Yulong Mansion. As for villas, there were a few developments. Brother, I still don't know where your home is. Which home are you referring to? Su Lu was taken aback. Right, with that much wealth, he surely had more than one property. Brother, how many houses do you have? Hard to say. I buy them whenever I find one I like. Qin hadn't expected that her mere imagination would increase her affection. Su Lu's affection rose by 1, or currently at 68. Brother, when can we pick up the Ferrari? I want to ride in the passenger seat. Qin gently pinched Su Lu's cheek. We can pick it up the day after tomorrow. Your exclusive passenger seat. Only you can sit there. Lulu, do you have a driver's license? Su Lu shook her head sheepishly. I failed the driving test second stage 5 times, and now the validity period has expired. If I want to try again, I'd have to start from the first stage. Forget it then. I was thinking of letting you drive this Ferrari. Su Lu made a cross with her hands. No way. Absolutely not. I never want to take the driving test again in this life. Besides, work is just a few minutes walk away now, and if I want to go out, isn't brother here to pick me up? Brother, are you tired of me? Don't want to chauffeur me anymore. Qin chuckled. How could that be? It's my honor to chauffeur Miss Su. You sure know how to talk. Su Lu giggled. Su Lu's affection increased by 1, now at 69. Wow, what's going on? Is Su Lu in a sensitive phase? How does a few nice words make her affection go up? Could it be the bonus from living in this 11 million yuan mansion? Qin had guessed right. Su Lu was ecstatic living in the luxury apartment. This was a mansion registered solely in Su Lu's name. Many couples broke up over the woman wanting her name on the deed when getting married. Qin had known her for less than a week, and although he was good to her and wealthy, she hadn't expected him to be so wealthy that he'd casually gift a mansion. Brother, when you signed the contract, you said it was for your girlfriend. So what exactly is our relationship? Qin pulled Su Lu onto the sofa, and she sat sideways on his lap, their bodies pressed closely together. What do you think? What is our relationship? Su Lu pouted, feigning ignorance. I don't know. Qin looked at her alluring lips, and with them in such an intimate pose. His mind went blank. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her. Su Lu shuddered as if struck by lightning, a numbing sensation coursing through her entire body. She hadn't expected Qin to just kiss her. Su Lu's affection increased by 2, now at 71. Hearing the system prompt, Qin snapped back to reality. Damn, I can't let it go up anymore. Su Lu had spent just over 5,100 on Qin, which became over 50 million for him. When her affection reached 100, the system would return 100 million. That was still a bit low. 100 million wouldn't even get him into the top 100 on Donghai City's rich list. Su Lu was currently the goddess he favored, the most sensible one. He wanted her to spend more money, slowly raising her affection. Then the double cashback could reach billions. Qin stopped their fervent kiss. Su Lu collapsed limply onto him. Brother, will you stay the night? Su Lu had actually invited him to stay. Qin did desire her, but to control the score and get a higher cashback, he had to refuse. Just a kiss had increased her affection by 2 points. If he stayed overnight, it would go up by at least 5, as Chen Shi was very confident in his skills. That time with Jenny, her affection had risen from an initial 20 to 25. Although every woman's experience differed, if an experienced one like Jenny had gained 5, Su Lu would surely gain 7 or 8. Tonight, I have a client meeting to discuss some matters. Brother has important things to do, so come another time. Chen Shi feared the type of woman who discussed feelings with the rich, but money with the poor. Fortunately, Su Lu was sensible. If it were Li Ting, she'd probably ask if the client was more important than her. When they went to eat at Socrates, the waiter was already numb. This rich guy really treats this place like a cafeteria, spending at least 1 per meal. Damn, you'd think Socrates had turned into a 10 yuan cafeteria. As they ate, Su Lu asked, "Brother, I wanted to ask at lunch. Why are you wearing Hermes? I thought you only liked LV. Clothes. I just wear whatever. They say women are like clothes. Brother, are you casual with me too? Do you know why I bought so much LV? Because you were there." Su Lu continued to tease him. Then, since brother is wearing Hermes now, is there someone at Hermes too? I'm innocent. If Lu doesn't like it, I won't wear it anymore. Chen Shi left half the sentence unsaid. Not when I see you. Su Lu laughed. I'm just teasing you. Brother can wear whatever he wants. I'm not the kind of girlfriend who restricts your freedom to dress. Just then, Chen Yishan's voice call came through. Chi, save me. Chen Chi's heart tightened. Had he been exposed yesterday, and were he and Chen Etian being targeted? What happened? Lin Xian and Li Ting are camped outside my door. You didn't reply to Li Ting's messages, and she couldn't find you, so she and Lin Xian came to ambush me. Hearing this, Chen Shi wanted to punch Chen Etian. Don't yell like that. I thought something serious had happened. Just ignore them and find a new place tomorrow. Alright, I've had enough of this tiny single room. They'll find a serviced apartment tomorrow. Chen Shi hung up. Su Lu asked curiously, Brother, who was that? A friend. Nothing important, just being dramatic. Su Lu could tell from the tone of the call that it was a friend of Chen Chi's, probably a close one. Brother, I've never met your friends. He'll introduce you sometime. A boyfriend introducing his girlfriend to his friends was a form of recognition. Su Lu was delighted to hear Chen Chi agree. Returning to Wanhao residences at 8 o'clock, Su Lu's video calls kept coming incessantly. First, she gave Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing a thorough tour of her 11 million yuan mansion. She spoke with excitement. He publicly acknowledged me as his girlfriend and said he wants to introduce me to his friends. Lu, if I weren't already married, I'd vie with you for that man, said Sister Zhang. Xiao Jing clenched her molars. Just one day, and she's already stepping into high society. No way, Lu, tomorrow I'm staying at your place. Which home do you mean? Su Lu wanted to tease Xiao Jing. Fine, you finally get to play that joke too. Sister Zhang said, so that house of yours, is it just sitting empty now? I plan to rent it out to help with the mortgage, and later I can bring my parents to stay. Su Lu's apartment could fetch a monthly rent of 200 yuan without issue, and with her mortgage at 4500 yuan, it would save her a considerable sum. Lu, when you marry into wealth, don't forget your poor friend, said Xiao Jing. I don't even know which wealthy family he belongs to. He's very low-key. In these past few days together, he never spoke about his family. Let me do that for you. Xiao Jing searched the Donghai city rich list. Wealthy men surnamed Chen old enough to have a son as old as Chen Chi should be in their 50s or 60s. These two tycoons are most likely, one worth 5.8 billion, the other 9.1 billion. Next time, try to fish for information. Chen Chi, lounging on the sofa and casting a live stream to the TV, suddenly sneezed. The 98-inch television displayed Sun Yao's live stream, which looked far better than on a phone. Today, Sunny Yao was performing folk dance, having just finished a Dai ethnic peacock dance. For the evening broadcast, Sun Yao had gone to the folk custom street during the day with her younger brother Sun Yu. There they sold ethnic clothing and accessories from various groups. At a shop selling Tibetan attire, Sun Yao planned to buy some beads and chains as adornments. Wow, sis, look at this Z bead. So small yet priced at 200 yuan, more expensive than gold. Z beads are a unique ornament of the Tibetan people, essentially dyed agate. These items have no distinction between genuine and fake, only between old and new. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a goatee wearing a mandarin suit, came over to explain to Sun Yu. An artifact from the Sui dynasty with a lost craft. Young man, 200 is not too high. What are you two looking for? Sunny Yao had already bought Tibetan clothing for the dance and now needed some ethnic accessories. The shopkeeper specialized in Tibetan folk items, displaying many curiosities the siblings had never seen. Sunny Yao was drawn to a bright red bracelet in a glass case. The astute shopkeeper, noticing Sun Yao's gaze on the red bracelet, immediately said, a chicken bloodstone bracelet from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, blessed by a Tibetan high monk, can enhance fortune and ward off evil for safety. Sun Yao's family had previously run a business and were Buddhist, so she was quite interested in such items. Upon hearing it was blessed by a Tibetan high monk, she couldn't help but take a closer look. Seeing her interest, the shopkeeper promptly took the chicken bloodstone bracelet out of the cabinet. Miss, hold it for a clearer view. Though elderly, the shopkeeper frequently scrolled through Douyin and knew about various influencers. Takeout influencers, frisbee influencers, tea influencers. Among them were Buddha influencers who pretended to be devout Buddhists visiting temples for photo ops or staging prostrations. Many such women had visited his shop. They were the easiest to fool, selling them ordinary bracelets worth dozens of yuan at 10 times the price. Top-grade chicken bloodstone, vibrant and rich in color with smooth and continuous bloodlines, high integrity, and fine clear texture. This bracelet is one of the finest treasures in my shop. The bracelet was genuine. The shopkeeper wasn't lying. It was indeed superior chicken bloodstone. But claiming it was from the Ming dynasty and blessed by a high monk was pure deception. On top, it would sell for at most 300 yuan with a bundle of care products thrown in. How much is this? If you're sincere, miss, 500 yuan. Sun Yao wasn't particularly shocked by the price, given her family's former wealth. Her mother wore several bracelets worth 100 to 200 yuan each. But times had changed. Though she had earned over 200 yuan from live streams in recent days, spending 500 on a bracelet was still a stretch for her. Sis, 500 is too expensive. It's just for the live stream, it's not necessary. Just buy a few cheap ones for a few hundred yuan. Sun Yao said, it's not for myself. Then who is it for? Time returned to the present. Chen Shi had little interest in folk dance. Yesterday's classical dance had a hint of old-world charm, but folk dance wasn't his taste. He typed a comment, well danced. Roast duck bro is here. Seeing Chen Shi appear, Sun Yao guessed he wasn't busy now, so she picked up her phone to message him. Chen Shi saw Sun Yao playing with her phone in the live stream and figured she was texting him. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, he received a WeChat message from her. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Missing me, Yao Yao? Humph, wishful thinking, Sun Yao retorted stubbornly, then continued. Yesterday, I wore Hanfu for the live stream, and today a Hanfu manufacturer contacted me about product promotion. Chen Shi mused that these merchants had keen senses. In fact, he knew that given Sun Yao's current situation, businesses would inevitably seek her out. Congratulations, Yao Yao, you're about to get rich. Brother, don't tease me. It's just a small merchant. The ad fee isn't even enough for one of your meals. The merchant had actually offered an ad fee of 200 yuan, but the guild would take half. The details were being handled by guild staff, with the merchant. Sun Yao just needed to go to the merchant's experience store to try on clothes. I should be free tomorrow. Then brother, come with me to try on clothes. No problem. Sun Yao typed a few words. Tomorrow there's a surprise for you, brother, then deleted them. She thought it over. A small bracelet worth a few tens of thousands wasn't much of a surprise. She'd just present it when they met tomorrow. See you tomorrow, brother. I'm going back to the live stream now. Chen Shi walked to the second bedroom, which he had turned into a gaming room. Neatly stacked against the wall were 9 rectangular boxes. All of them were Alienware laptops, with one already unpacked and set up on the desk. These Alienware laptops were all gifts from the Hasten store. Having purchased 5 million yuan worth of bedding, Chen Shi received a pile of freebies: nightstands, dining tables, phones, Alienware computers. He had taken only the 10 Alienware laptops, nothing else. He had initially planned to wait for his custom-built 500 yuan PC to arrive before diving into gaming. With nothing to do tonight, he decided to make do with an Alienware laptop. Logging into the LOL Black Rose account, he saw Chen Etienne was already in a game. He made a call. You rascal really into the game, huh? Single now, so I game when I want, drink when I want. Chen Shi said, hurry up, let's queue together next round. Bro, I just started. Why don't you find a girl to duo with first? Fine. Chen Shi hadn't thought of finding a girl to play with earlier, but a girl would be far better than Chen Etienne. He quickly downloaded a gaming companion app and started browsing for an appealing partner. Chen Shi hadn't thought of finding a girl to play with earlier, but a girl would be far better than Chen Etienne. He quickly downloaded a gaming companion app and started browsing for an appealing partner. Most gaming companions are part-time college students, with a few being full-time. Their profiles are filled with photos and videos, though the editing is often excessive. Some had poor skills or such absurd photo edits that they turned Chen Shi's stomach, while others with decent foundations looked like beauties after a bit of retouching. Chen Shi scrolled through them one by one. His standards had risen. These heavily edited influencer faces couldn't spark his interest. This one's not bad. A girl named Tian caught his eye. Unlike the others with their ubiquitous snake-like faces, she had a round, oval face and large eyes, exuding an innocent and adorable charm. Master Wan, does she score a 90? With his mortal eyes, Chen Shi couldn't discern her true appearance beneath the layers of beauty filters, plastic surgery, and makeup. In this age of advanced technology, even a 40-something auntie could be made to look like an 18-year-old girl. Name Su Tian, age 22, height 165 centimeters, charm value 92, occupation student, part-time, companion, number of relationships 0, affection level 0. Bind. Holy crap, what did I just discover? 0 relationships. A college girl this gorgeous has never been with anyone. Find. Not that such girls don't exist. They do, but they are absolute gems. In today's society, relationships aren't so sacred. The notion of choosing one person to grow old with is rare. Perhaps the one who whispers sweet nothings in your ear tonight will have fallen into another's arms by tomorrow. Chen Qi felt a surge of excitement as he checked Su Tian's rates. Online companionship was 60 per hour. Offline companionship, including esports games, board games, and script murder mysteries, was 200 per hour, strictly platonic, limited to public places. Chen Qi had never hired a companion before and didn't know if this was a fair price, but now he didn't need to worry about cost. He placed an order for 1000 hours of offline service. Su Tian had just finished her junior year and started an internship for the summer. She recently began working part-time as a companion roped in by her roommate. Her looks and voice were as sweet as her name, attracting many clients. But her skills were lacking. Clients who hired companions usually wanted to rank up and expected good gameplay. While good looks and a sweet voice were bonuses, poor skills meant few would hire her again. If a client were purely after pleasure, they wouldn't spend money on a gaming companion. They'd go to a KTV or a club where everything is clearly priced. Su Tian had just finished a session. The client had hired her for her looks, but her poor skills caused him to lose rank. Seeing her dejected expression, her roommate, Zhou Ningning, guessed she'd been scolded again. Zhou Ningning was a full-time companion with good skills, adept at supporting and coordinating with clients, and she was a good conversationalist. She had many regulars earning at least 300 a day, sometimes over 600. Su Tian's income was inconsistent. As a part-timer, she might earn over 200 one night and nothing the next. Zhou Ningning suggested she add offline services. Her poor online skills made her income unstable. Offline clients would see how beautiful she was and might not get angry even if her skills were lacking. Su Tian knew many offline companions earned well, but she was also aware of the hidden pitfalls. Tian, just make it clear it's strictly platonic, only in public places. After some hesitation, Su Tian finally added offline services to her profile. No sooner had she updated her profile than Chen Qi discovered her. Su Tian received a notification from the app about a new order. She opened it and gasped. What's wrong, Tian? Zhou Ningning was startled. Su Tian showed her phone. Look, 1000 hours of offline companionship. Zhou Ningning was shocked too. That was 200,000 yuan. After the platform's 30 cut, Su Tian would still earn 140,000. Spending 200k on a companion. That's insane. For 50k, you could hire Uzi to play with you. Quick, contact him and ask if he added an extra 0 by mistake. Su Tian immediately messaged Chen Qi on the platform. So you just placed an order for 1000 hours of offline companionship. May I confirm it's indeed 1000 hours? Chen Qi replied, yes, 1000 hours. Su Tian looked at Zhou Ningning in disbelief. She had just added the service and already a client was spending a fortune on her. Ningning, he said, it's really 1000 hours. Calm down. Tian, your luck has turned. You've hit a big spender. In the companion circle, there are bored rich second generation who hire girls to hang out. They're generous, and who knows, it might even develop into a relationship. As long as he's not some greasy middle-aged man, he'll be grateful. Rich second generation, my foot, Su Tian said. At 200 an hour for offline companionship, that was a day's wage for an ordinary worker. It was too expensive for the average Joe, yet beneath the notice of the truly wealthy. Spending 200 on a companion plus extra for meals and activities with nothing risque allowed. What was the point? Might as well go to a club. Of course, some rich guys aim to conquer their companions through charm. Many companions also operated under false pretenses, advertising platonic services while offering more for extra cash. Su Tian types, sir, what game would you like to play? League of Legends. When shall we start? Chen Qi replied, right now. Su Tian glanced at the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. Was it safe to go out for a session now? Tian, your profile clearly states public places only. Ask him if you can go to a designated internet cafe. The app they used, Finyo, was the most downloaded and relatively the most legitimate. The companion app had partnerships with internet cafes and board game bars in many cities. Offline sessions could be held at designated venues, often with discounts. Su Tian thought it over. She would go to the designated internet cafe. She had her principles, strictly platonic. If the client got handsy, she would leave immediately. Su Tian sent Chen Qi the location, Yulong Internet Cafe. Chen Qi understood she was being cautious. Seeing it wasn't far, he told her he'd be there in half an hour. Seeing that he agreed, Su Tian immediately pulled out her makeup kit. Ningning, what should I wear? Don't wear pants. Try that schoolgirl-style plaid skirt. You have great legs, OITLL, make them look longer. Donghai Business School was only a 15-minute walk from Yulong Internet Cafe. Su Tian took a taxi there. As she walked in, all the men's gazes fell upon her. Such a pretty girl. Legs so long, fair, and straight. If a beauty like that would play games with me. Idiot, with a girl like that you'd still play games. Play with the girl. Let me see which lucky bastard she's here for. Su Tian stood at the entrance and messaged Qin Shi on the app. Sir, I'm here. The message was read instantly, but there was no reply. Su Tian stared at the chat thinking he was typing. After 7 or 8 seconds with no response, Qin Shi was already standing before her. Startled by his sudden appearance, Su Tian looked up to find a handsome man. The one who ordered 1000 hours. That's me. You seem surprised. Su Tian inexplicably grew nervous. Why is my heart racing? Su Tian's favorability 3, current 3. No, I just didn't expect the boss to be handsome. I didn't expect you to be prettier than your photos either, a bit like Li Jun. The celebrity comparison appeared again. Not at all, Li Jun is stunningly beautiful. Qin Shi stared at this zero-growth top-tier female college student, her eyes radiating a clear, innocent gaze. Su Tian noticed Qin Shi staring at her, dared not meet his eyes, and turned her head to speak. Boss, let's get a computer first. Qin Shi walked to the counter where the receptionist was also a part-time female college student, decent-looking. Always seeing losers, finally a handsome guy shows up. Miss, get me a private booth. Handsome, do you have a membership? Top up 1000 and get 200 bonus plus free drinks. The receptionist's attitude was very enthusiastic, completely different from how she treated other guys. The male students sitting near the counter, seeing her demeanor, felt a wave of disdain. Superficial. It's not that girls aren't proactive, it's that we're not handsome enough. Qin Shi pulled out his phone and said, all right, top up 1000 and get me a booth. The receptionist glanced at the top-up amount and immediately said, handsome, did you top up by mistake? You've topped up 3000. Qin Shi replied, no mistake, just treat it as 1000. Use the other 2000 to replace the mouse and keyboard in my booth and bring some snacks and drinks. Tian, what would you like to drink? Su Tian stood frozen. Is he a rich second generation experiencing life? Spending 2000 on new keyboard and mouse because he finds them dirty. Although the booth's environment was much better than the main hall, the keyboard and mouse were still worn out from countless hands. Qin Shi didn't mind spending a little to make his experience more comfortable, right? The receptionist had never encountered such a request before. This was too good to be true. Internet cafes rarely replaced keyboards and mice to save costs. They were consumables, and frequent replacements would strain the cafe's expenses. Since he said to only top up 1000, I can pocket the extra 2000 for myself. Then spend a few hundred to buy new keyboard and mouse from the cafe and swap them for him. With this thought, the receptionist immediately agreed. Handsome, booth A3, they'll swap the mouse and keyboard for new ones right away. Su Tian snapped back to reality. Anything, just mineral water. The nearby college students were stunned. Damn, did you hear that? Is this the power of a rich guy? No, if he finds it dirty, why doesn't he just play at home? What do you know? Maybe he just wants the atmosphere. I don't understand the world of the rich. That girl looks familiar. Every pretty girl looks familiar to you. No, doesn't she look like that one from fashion design? Qin Shi and Su Tian entered booth A3. The space was decent, passable. The booth cost 20 yuan per hour, honestly a bit expensive. During college, Qin Shi had visited internet cafes a few times, but later found it a waste of money and played in his dorm. Su Tian asked, boss, how should I address you? Qin Chi, as in start. Su Tian. Boss, what champions do you play? I play Yasuo. Su Tian was speechless. During her time as a gaming companion, bosses who played Yasuo were either exceptionally skilled or extremely bad, mostly the latter. Boss, I usually play Sona and Lux and am not very good. Su Tian gave Qin Shi a heads up to mentally prepare for the game. It doesn't matter if you're good or not, but shouldn't you change how you address me? Qin Shi said. Address? Oh well. Su Tian caught on. Big brother, don't mind me being bad. Just play casually, have fun. Was the game still important now? Having met this top-tier goddess, he naturally wanted to get to know her better. Su Tian saw that Qin Shi's account was on the Black Rose server, so she borrowed an account to play with him. Tian, are you still a student? Donghai Business School, about to start my senior year, and just beginning an internship. What's your major? Fashion design. And you, big brother, what do you do? A bit of investing. Investing? In finance. Big brother, you're really impressive. Su Tian's favorability 1, current 4. Qin Shi was speechless. Even that earned favorability. Were naive college girls this easy to fool? If she was so easy to fool, how was her growth count still 0? It's alright just making a living. Big brother is too modest. Making your own way is way better than those idle rich kids. From that comment, sounds like an idle rich kid has something to do with you. Qin Shi said. Su Tian quickly shook her head. No, I was just speaking casually. An idle rich kid indeed had something to do with Su Tian. Her father was a carefree playboy. Back in the day, her father was handsome, wealthy, and very popular with women. Her mother was a train attendant, very beautiful. The moment Su's father saw her, he fell for her. He deliberately stayed on the train for a few extra stops just to spend more time with her. By the time he got off, he had already gotten her home phone number and then launched an aggressive pursuit. Su's mother couldn't resist his sweet talk and soon fell deeply in love with him. A year later they married and had Su Tian. But Su's father didn't become more family-oriented just because he had a family. He remained the same carefree wanderer. Back then dance halls and karaoke were popular. Since his family was wealthy, Su's father didn't bother finding a proper job. He frequented those places constantly, and as expected, trouble found him. He got involved with a dancer, and Su's mother found out. That time she endured it. A few years later, when Su Tian was in kindergarten, her father got involved with another woman who became pregnant. Even worse, that woman gave birth to a son. Su's father then proposed divorce to Su's mother and married the other woman. Su Tian and her mother moved back to her grandmother's house because of her rich kid father. From a young age, Su's mother instilled in Su Tian the belief that no rich kid was any good. Although Su Tian wasn't completely swayed to condemn all rich kids, she had zero fondness for those dissolute, idle rich playboys. Take it easy, play slowly, Chin-Shi said. Su Tian had just died again, bringing her score to 0-4. He's pretty good-tempered, he didn't even call me bad. Chin-Shi went all out with flashy moves, but ended up 0-5. Both of them were noobs. Although his main goal wasn't gaming, playing this poorly was still awkward. So Chin-Shi used the Phone You gaming companion app to hire 3 skilled players who directly carried them both. With experts carrying them, both were enjoying the game when suddenly the booth door opened. A young man at the door looked at them and said, Tian, who is he? The accusatory tone made Chin-Shi wonder if this guy was Su Tian's boyfriend. But Su Tian's profile showed zero growth. Could they have just started dating without going that far? Senior, why are you here? Huang Qingyi wasn't in the same major as Su Tian, he was a year ahead. He had stumbled upon this beauty at school and used connections to get introduced to her. He had asked Su Tian out many times, but unless it was a group gathering, she always refused unknown outings. Su Tian knew Huang Qingyi was interested in her, but she had heard he was wealthy and a player, changing girlfriends quickly. Such a person was immediately ruled out in her dating criteria. Still, they maintained a friendship, occasionally joining group dinners and drinks. Such a person was immediately ruled out in her dating criteria. Still, they maintained a friendship, occasionally joining group dinners and drinks. A junior told me he saw you in a private room with a man. I came right away. Who is he? Huang Qingyi glared at Chin-Shi with unmistakable hostility. He's a client I'm accompanying for gaming, Su Tian replied calmly. You're doing game companionship now? Huang Qingyi sounded genuinely surprised. He hadn't known at all. I only started recently. Until tonight it was all online. This is my first in-person session. Chin-Shi mused inwardly, what uncanny timing. How effortlessly he'd become her very first offline client. Tian, are you short on money? If so, just ask me. I'll lend it to you. And there's no need to take up this kind of work. You never know who you'll meet. It's dangerous. It's just normal gaming, and nothing untoward can happen here. Chin-Shi asked, Tian, is he your boyfriend? No. Yes. I am her boyfriend, Huang Qingyi interjected sharply. Chin-Shi instantly recognized the man's delusional self-importance. Huang Qingyi turned to Su Tian. Tian, I went to great lengths to secure you this internship. Right now your full attention should be on your job, not on these frivolous side gigs. Mention of the internship did stir a flicker of gratitude in Su Tian. Huang Qingyi had indeed landed her a position aligned perfectly with her major, offering a monthly stipend of 6,000 yuan plus performance bonuses. That compensation rivaled even seasoned employees, the sole exception being the lack of social insurance and housing fund contributions. Ningdonghai City, most fourth-year undergraduates from second-tier universities earned only 3,000 yuan per month as interns, even those exceptionally skilled. Only through influential connections could one land a 6,000 yuan internship upon entry. Senior brother, you're absolutely right. I'll cherish this opportunity and focus diligently on my work. Glad to hear it. Let's go. We both have work tomorrow. I can't leave yet. I've accepted this order and must fulfill it, Su Tian replied firmly. The internship was undeniably generous, but Chin-Shi's commission was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Missing it would mean losing something irreplaceable. 1,000 hours, after the platform deducted its 30% cut, would still net her 140 yuan. I'll perform impeccably at my daytime job. No trouble will come your way, senior brother. Huang Qingyi's tone turned oddly strained. Su Tian, you wouldn't want to risk losing this position, would you? Su Tian truly valued this internship. She hoped to build her career in fashion design. She sincerely appreciated Huang Qingyi's effort in securing such an exceptional opportunity for her. Yet now he wielded that favor as leverage, triggering an immediate wave of revulsion within her. Don't assume that because you helped me land this job you're entitled to dictate my life. I'll find another if I must. Senior brother Huang Qingyi, I understand my own boundaries clearly. Please refrain from overstepping. And furthermore, I'm not your girlfriend. In seeing Su Tian's expression harden, Huang Qingyi hastily backtracked. No, Tian, you've misunderstood me entirely. I simply wish to see you excel in your professional life. In Shi had observed quietly for some time and discerned Huang Qingyi's intense psychological manipulation. He sought to exploit his role in arranging the internship, fostering indebtedness in Su Tian as a path to intimacy. Ugh, this is exhausting. My mood's utterly ruined. In Shi glanced at Huang Qingyi. His shirt, trousers, and shoes were all luxury brands collectively worth over 10,000 yuan. Among university students, he qualified as a wealthy scion, and his ability to procure Su Tian such a stellar internship suggested substantial family resources. Yet he suffered from profound arrogance, believing that having rendered her a favor granted him authority over her choices. Tian, let's pause here for today. I'll see you again tomorrow. In Shi confirmed 2 hours payment, 400 yuan, on the companion gaming app. Su Tian, equally dispirited, found herself unexpectedly relieved. Shi, though disturbed by the intrusion, remained courteous and graciously allowed her to depart early. Su Tian offered an apologetic smile. Boss, I'm off my game today. Tomorrow I'll play with full focus. And Huang Qingyi bristled. How could the woman he admired possibly engage in such work? Hey, how many hours did you book? Cancel it. I'll pay you double. I'll cover whatever you'd earn, then you can find another companion. Though Huang Qingyi had never hired a gaming companion himself, friends had told him rates hovered between 200 and 300 yuan per hour, with added perks negotiable. Most bookings lasted mere hours, so doubling the fee meant only several thousand yuan, well within his means. Su Tian stiffened slightly. She knew Huang Qingyi hailed from a prominent local family and enjoyed campus-wide renown. He routinely drove a Porsche 911 to class. Yet now, boasting about doubling Shi's payout, he unwittingly revealed his ignorance. If only he knew Shi had booked 1,000 hours, he'd be utterly stunned. Shi smiled faintly. Are you certain? In hurry. Cancel the order. It's just a few thousand yuan. I'll transfer it immediately. In Shi opened the app, navigated to the order page, and displayed the remaining balance, 998 hours. He deposited 2,000 yuan into the platform. Within the system, companion time was negotiated freely between client and companion. And after playing 2 hours, Shi had manually confirmed the session. Only then would the fee settle into Su Tian's account. He showed the screen to Huang Qingyi. Remaining companion hours 998 in. That leaves 19960 yuan outstanding. You promised double. That's 39920. Need my bank details, brother. Huang Qingyi drew a sharp, involuntary breath. What kind of person spends 200 yuan on a gaming companion? And green, no less. Students gathered at the doorway stared dumbfounded. A true tycoon. This magnate even demanded brand new mouse and keyboard earlier. Young Master Huang just kicked the steel plate hard. Huang Qingyi's family ran a thriving enterprise, allotting him 500 yuan monthly as pocket money, sometimes stretching to 800 when pressed. That sum eclipsed many white-collar salaries, affording him a conspicuously lavish campus life. Driving a Porsche, charming underclass women, he rarely failed. At bars, he occupied Zone A. Occasionally, he and fellow heirs pooled funds to order a legendary frozen dragon cocktail. But producing 400 yuan in cash on demand, that was beyond his reach. No one books 998 hours. It's impossible. You faked this. Just placed the order moments ago. Huang Qingyi refused to accept what his eyes revealed. Senior brother, the boss placed a 1,000-hour order from the outset. Su Tian stepped in to clarify. Huang Qingyi's face paled. His bravado had catastrophically backfired. He wished fiercely he'd never uttered that boast. Brother, you're not her boyfriend. Why involve yourself so deeply, eh? Shi remarked coolly. Huang Qingyi opened his mouth, desperate to salvage some dignity. Boss, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow evening, Su Tian said. She turned and walked out of the private room. Huang Qingyi followed closely behind. Tian, I'll drive you home. No need. I'll hail a ride. Shi too prepared to depart. Having secured a new goddess's favor left him buoyant. He'd spent barely a few yuan, yet Su Tian's affinity toward him had already risen 4 points. Clearly her threshold was low, and perhaps she leaned toward romantic idealism. Caution would be essential in their interactions lest her affection surge too swiftly. Returning from Su Lu's place, Shi had already dismissed Zhu Quan for the day. Non's home, he rarely needed a car, so Zhu Quan could rest. He'd arrived at Yulong Internet Cafe via dedicated ride-hailing service, and now arranged another for his return. Outside the cafe, Su Tian declined Huang Qingyi's Porsche, waiting instead for her own rideshare vehicle. Tian, let me walk you home. It's not safe to take a taxi at night. Thanks, senior, but no need. Su Tian saw Shi also coming out and went over to talk to him. Boss, aren't you playing anymore? Playing alone is no fun. Since the beauties who accompanied me are gone, what's the point? Su Tian had a good impression of Qin Shi. He was handsome, wealthy, and very polite in conversation. He didn't tell any dirty jokes or say anything inappropriate. According to other female companions, it was already good if the bosses didn't get handsy. They always had to take verbal advantage. Some bosses with a foot fetish insisted the girls take off their shoes and socks while gaming. My ride is here. An Audi A6 pulled up to the internet cafe entrance. Qin Shi had booked a luxury ride but hadn't specified the model. Mercedes-Benz E-Class, BMW 5 Series, Audi A6, and above could be registered as luxury rides. It was basically impossible to hail a Maybach S800. Huang Qingyi saw that Qin Shi was still taking a taxi. Didn't he even have his own car? Don't tell me he deliberately put all his money into the companion app to act rich, tricked the girl, and then applied for a refund from the platform. Huang Qingyi said it loudly, intending for both Qin Shi and Su Tian to hear. Su Tian had heard about this kind of trick from other girls on the platform. There were indeed those who pretended to be rich. But when Qin Shi chatted with her, he didn't flaunt his wealth at all. He never even mentioned money. Those who pretended to be rich usually liked to brag about how much they spent somewhere or on some girl. Su Tian also looked at Qin Shi, waiting to see how he would respond. Qin Shi sighed inwardly. Society is so vulgar. If you don't drive a luxury car, you can't even speak loudly. Qin Shi went over to the Audi driver, said a few words, paid him, and sent him off. Then he came back and said to Su Tian, "If you're not in a hurry to go back, wait a moment. He'll drive you in the Maybach." "A Maybach? Stop bragging. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? You're just putting on a show now." Huang Qingyi was even more convinced that Qin Shi wasn't really wealthy and had dumped all his money into the companion app to deceive girls. Word spread among the internet cafe patrons that the rich guy was about to arrive in a Maybach. These plebeians had never seen a Maybach before, and many came out to watch the spectacle. Su Tian said, "Boss, my ride is about 100 meters away." A few seconds later, a Toyota 11 pulled up at the internet cafe entrance. Qin Shi ran over first, said a few words, then transferred 500 yuan to the driver to make him leave. "Your ride's gone. You can ride with me." Su Tian felt helpless, but she also wanted to see what a Maybach looked like. Oh, she had only heard of them online before. All right then. At that moment, Zhu Quan received a WeChat from Qin Shi and hurriedly ran out of the employee dormitory at the Hildo Hotel. As long as Qin Shi hadn't checked out, he was a VIP guest of the hotel, and Zhu Quan had to serve him well. Zhu Quan took the car keys from Butler Li and drove to the Yulong Internet Cafe, according to the GPS. "Where's the car? It's been over 20 minutes. Stop pretending," Huang Qingyi said. "Don't rush. It'll be here soon." Su Tian had received an order for 100 hours and had seen him generously top up the card at the cafe just now. But in reality, Qin Shi hadn't spent much. 2 hours of companionship netted the platform 400 yuan, of which she received 280. Topping up the card with 300 yuan was indeed generous and lavish among college students. But how much did a Maybach cost? Su Tian wasn't sure, but it had to be at least several million, not something ordinary people could afford. 2 minutes later, a luxury car with a Mercedes-Benz emblem pulled up at the entrance of the internet cafe. The college students watching took out their phones and started discussing. "Isn't that a Mercedes? You don't know? Maybach was acquired by Mercedes. They all use the Mercedes emblem now. Is this really a Maybach? Take a picture and look it up on an automotive app." Huang Qingyi recognized the car at a glance. It was a Maybach S800 worth 6 of his Porsches. But he didn't believe the car belonged to Qin Shi. Zhu Quan got out of the driver's seat and opened the rear door for Qin Shi. "Mr. Qin, are we going home now?" The scene was too much like a TV drama. Bluntly put, it was too fake, too staged. Driving a Maybach, hiring a driver with white gloves, and delivering cringe-worthy lines. "This isn't how you show off," Huang Qingyi said. The onlookers had already looked up the car's price. Holy crap, a Maybach S800 starting price is 6 million. Su Tian was also startled by the price. The rich second generation she encountered at school were mostly at Huang Qingyi's level. They either drove a Maserati, a Porsche, a BMW, or a Mercedes, all around $1 million or so. She had never heard of anyone at school driving a Maybach. "Boss, is this your car?" "No." Huang Qingyi laughed heartily. "I knew it. Rent it right. Renting one for a day costs 8 or 9,000. Must hurt, huh? Going all out just to show off." Qin Shi said, "It's the hotel's car, and the driver is also from the hotel." "The hotel's car? You're staying in the presidential suite, huh?" Zhu Quan was perceptive. After hearing a few exchanges, he knew the situation and spoke up. "Mr. Chun is a VIP guest at our Hildo Hotel, staying in the 100 yuan presidential suite. He's been staying for 6 nights, and I've been serving him the whole time." Huang Qingyi said, "The actor's lines are still a bit stiff. Mr. Chun is a distinguished guest of our hotel. It's our responsibility to take care of his transportation. As for renting, it's completely unnecessary. This Maybach S800 belongs to the Hildo Hotel, costing 6.8 million yuan. This is my employee ID. If you have any doubts, you can verify my identity at the hotel. Zhu Quan flashed his employee ID, and this time the gathered college students believed him. Damn, a 1009 presidential suite. Even if this car isn't his family must have cars no worse than a Maybach. The rich guy treats the presidential suite like a budget hotel. How can he be so damn rich? Su Tian looked at Chen Qi. Boss, with all this money, why do you still need a companion? A rich man like him should be surrounded by beautiful women wherever he goes. Besides, he was so handsome, he wouldn't lack women throwing themselves at him. Su Tian couldn't understand why he would seek companions online, especially purely platonic ones. If I didn't call for a companion, how would I have met Yue? Huang Qingyi watched the two get into the Maybach, gritting his teeth in anger. He had always been the center of attention at school, with boys as his followers and girls vying for his affection. Everyone at school always went along with him, no one dared to contradict him. Today he faced the first humiliation of his life. Tian, the guy just now really isn't your boyfriend, is he? Chen Qi asked. He really isn't, he's just a senior I met at a gathering. He introduced me to an internship a few days ago, and I was quite grateful. But just now he used that to threaten me, and I'm thinking about whether I should change jobs. Chen Qi chuckled. Then you can just be my full-time gaming companion. No, I still need to work. Indeed, some full-time gaming companions earn well, but no matter how you put it, the job doesn't sound very respectable. Besides, being a full-time gaming companion, just for Chen Qi, sounded like being kept. Her grandfather was a strict old teacher, and her mother was prone to tears. They would never allow her to do such work. Being a gaming companion as a side gig was fine, but as a main career, she couldn't accept it herself. Don't worry about work. If you need, I can introduce you to something better. These days, as long as you have money, you can just buy a job. Moreover, Chen Qi was planning to start his own company and could hire Su Tian then. Boss. Didn't I tell you? Why are you still calling me boss? Su Tian wasn't really used to calling him brother. When she was an online gaming companion, she often blurted out boss. This didn't sit well with the guys who hired her. They wanted to hear sweet brother calls. Brother, aren't you in finance? I'm studying fashion design. The jobs don't really match. What's the big deal? If you need, I can open a fashion company. That's too much, Su Tian said. She had a clear understanding of herself. Growing up in a single-parent family, her financial situation was very average. If her grandfather hadn't been a retired senior teacher with a pension of over 10,000, her mother probably couldn't have afforded to send her to college. Fortunately, heaven had given her good looks, and she knew this was her natural advantage. But because of her family background, she felt that when she eventually married, it wouldn't be into a wealthy family. What wealthy family would want an ordinary single-parent household? She thought the ceiling for her marriage would be at best someone like Huang Qingyi, or even worse. Chen Qi was clearly several levels above Huang Qingyi, someone she couldn't aspire to. Come earlier tomorrow, let's play a few more rounds. Sure, brother, what time will you come? Chen Qi thought for a moment. He had promised to accompany Sunny out to try on clothes tomorrow, so dinner would definitely be together. 8:30 then. See you at 8:30 tomorrow. When Su Tian returned to the dorm, Zhou Ningning eagerly pulled her aside to ask about the benefactor. Yes. Su Tian smirked slyly. Judging by your expression, he's handsome, right? Not just handsome, he's also filthy rich. While Su Tian was chatting excitedly with her friend, Huang Qingyi was fuming. He had just scrolled through Douyin and saw a video titled Maybach Crushes Porsche. It must have been filmed by some college student from the Yulong Internet Cafe. Most of the comments under the video were from Donghai Business School students. Isn't this Huang, the young master of business administration? I know that beauty. She's Su Tian from fashion design. Who's the handsome guy who looks like Takashi Kaneshiro? Is that Maybach his A? Seems like two guys were fighting over a beauty and the one with the Porsche lost. Porsches are for dogs. If I had money, Idaho drive a Maybach too. Huang Qingyi's face burned. This slap in the face had spread online, and he had lost all face. He couldn't swallow this. He absolutely wouldn't allow Su Tian to see that guy again. After Chen Qi got home, he watched some of Sun Yayao's live stream and dozed off without knowing when. Friday, July 12th, sunny. Chen Qi woke up unusually early today, couldn't sleep past 8, and originally planned to go downstairs for a stroll and breakfast. But by 8 in the middle of summer, the sun was already scorching, so he gave up the stroll and ordered takeout instead. At 9, Sun Yao sent a message. Brother, will you come pick me up? Give me an hour, I'll be there. He had already finished breakfast, and Zhu Quan had arrived downstairs at the complex. It would take half an hour to get to Sun Yao's place. But Chen Qi was very composed now. He first went to the walk-in closet to pick out clothes, and then styled his hair. He spent half an hour getting ready before heading out. Sun Yao was dressed lightly today, a white tank top on top and denim shorts on the bottom. Mr. Chen, where to now? Zhu Quan asked. Yao, tell Master Zhu. Sun Yao scrolled through her chat history, found a location, and handed her phone over. Master Zhu, it's this spot. Zhu Quan glanced at it and entered the address into the car's GPS. Brother, aren't you busy today? Sun Yao knew Qinshi was an investment, and investors were usually very busy meeting many people and signing many contracts. She was delighted that Qinshi was willing to take time to accompany her to try on clothes. No matter how busy, you'll squeeze out time for you. You've been wearing a lot in your streams these past 2 days. Good. They'll transfer another million to your dad. Qinshi originally didn't want Sun Yao to dance provocatively for so many viewers. Now that she had switched to classical dance, he wasn't as bothered. That damn possessive nature of men. You're just afraid it'll wear too little and be seen by others. Brother probably wishes I'd stream in a padded jacket. A padded jacket isn't interesting, where a Transformer's armor and iron suit would be more fun. You want to tire me to death. That's so heavy. Sun Yao received a WeChat from her dad. Another million had come in. Sun Yao affection 2, current 70. This million added a pitifully small amount of affection. When Qinshi promised to help her family pay off 5 million, it directly added 40 affection points, but that was basically borrowing from future affection. Now Qinshi was just following through on his promise, gradually helping her pay off the debt. The money Qinshi had spent on Sun Yao, 2 million in tips, 2 million for debt repayment, 6,000 on Hermes, and 1,000 on meals. Affection was soaring, but the only return was a 20 hair tie. Before she returned something else, affection can't go up anymore. Qinshi looked out the window. The street scene was familiar. Wasn't this near where he used to work? Should I give it to him now? Will he like it? Sun Yao wanted to give Qinshi a gift, but she was worried he might look down on something so cheap. Ah, she's going to give me something. Qinshi heard Sun Yao's thoughts and was ecstatic inside, but he couldn't show it on his face. Sun Yao rummaged through her Hermes bag and took out a red wooden box. The box looked antique and wasn't large. What could be inside? Brother, yesterday, I went to the folk custom street to buy accessories for my streaming outfits. In a Tibetan folk shop, I saw a beautiful cinnabar bracelet. Sun Yao opened the wooden box, revealing a bright red bracelet that was indeed quite lovely. The shopkeeper said it's an artifact from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, blessed by a revered monk capable of enhancing fortune and warding off evil. I noticed your hands were bare, brother, with nothing on them. I thought I'd buy you something to wear for good luck and to ward off misfortune. Qinshi glanced at his own arms, both completely bare. It was mainly because he had been poor before and wasn't in the habit of wearing watches or beads. It seemed he would need to cultivate this habit from now on. Yao Yao thought of me, even while shopping. Does brother like it? If Yao Yao gave it, I like it. Qinshi immediately slipped the bloodstone bracelet onto his left wrist. Obtain 2,000 soft rice coins cashback of 2,000 Chinese yuan. Hearing the prompt from the soft tycoon system, Qinshi was so startled, he nearly bit his tongue. Holy crap, 2,000. These crappy beads cost 2,000. No wait, these precious beads are this expensive. A direct cashback of 200 million. Yao Yao, you really are the silent type that shocks everyone. He was tempted to pay off the remaining 3 million debt for the Sun family in one go, but he held back. With Sun Yao being so thoughtful, she might give him even more valuable gifts in the future. Accumulating those for double cashback would be truly satisfying. Qinshi forced himself to stay calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. He touched the bracelet and spoke. This bloodstone looks like excellent quality, Yao Yao. You must have spent a lot. Not that much, just a few tens of thousands. I'd be very happy if brother doesn't mind it. Yesterday, the shop owner tried to cheat Sun Yao, asking for 5,000. Sun Yao and Sun Yu haggled for an hour before bringing it down to 2,000. The owner finally sold it to her with a pained expression, having made a profit of 1,700. When they had set out today, Qinshi thought trying on clothes would be boring. Yet before even trying on a single garment, Sun Yao had already given him a huge surprise. Qinshi's bank balance now stood at over 222 million, instantly making him a billionaire. The two of them headed to the Hanfu company. This was Sun Yao's first ever live stream for product promotion. Although the agreement with the merchant was handled by the agency, and she had little to do, she wanted to test the quality of the clothes herself to avoid promoting anything subpar to her fans. Qinshi was in an excellent mood now, responding enthusiastically to everything Sun Yao said, providing ample emotional support. Brother, this green gauze one or the pink gold embellished one from earlier? Which looks better? The green gauze. The fabric seems more elegant, the belt design feels superior, and it makes your skin look paler. Qinshi usually just said things like, both are good, or you look good in everything. Today, in his good mood, he actually elaborated. Sun Yao still had several more Hanfu outfits to try on. Qinshi glanced out the window. His former company was just a 5-minute drive away, and he still had a thermos flask left with manager Wang. Even though he had used it for over a decade, and a scrap collector might not even want it, it was his father's cup, carrying a unique significance. Since it was on the way, he decided to go and retrieve it. Yao Yao will step out for a bit. Be back in about 10 minutes. He'll take you out for a feast later. Okay, brother, hurry back. Over at Su Tian's place, things weren't so pleasant. She had no idea who the informant was, but her mother had found out she was working as a gaming companion. Su Tian was at work when her mother called saying she had seen Su Tian with a man on Douyin. Your grandfather and I worked so hard to raise you and put you through college hoping you would study well, learn useful knowledge, and find a stable job in the future. What are you doing? A gaming companion. I've never even heard of it. I searched online and you've infuriated me. You're an innocent young girl and you go do something like being a gaming companion. How is that any different from a bar hostess? Su Tian's mother had been a victim of a home-wrecking bar hostess back in the day, so she absolutely despised women of ill repute. Mom, what are you talking about, a bar hostess? I'm a green gaming companion. Green. Her mother didn't understand. I don't care what color it is. You can't do this anymore. If word gets out, where will I hide my face? If your grandfather finds out, he'll be so angry he'll have a heart attack. Su Tian knew her grandfather's temper well. The old man was elderly and in poor health. Mom, please don't tell Grandpa. He'll quit, okay? Fine. Come home tonight and see your grandfather. Her mother hung up. The Su family was also native to Donghai City, but they lived in a more remote suburban area. For work, it was more convenient for Su Tian to stay in the school dormitory. Huang Qingyi was hiding outside the stairwell door, eavesdropping on Su Tian's phone call. Hearing that his goal had been achieved, he revealed a sly smile. Huang Qingyi was the son of this company's boss, but he hadn't told Su Tian. He had also started working at the company a few days ago. The reason he didn't tell Su Tian was to make her think he had gone through great trouble and pulled strings just to get her an internship position. This way Su Tian would be grateful to him, and he used the excuse of changing jobs to come to the company himself. In reality, Huang Qingyi just said a word to his father and easily got Su Tian the internship with genuinely good pay and benefits. Huang Qingyi worked in HR. When Su Tian joined, the emergency contact on her forms was her mother. He got Su's mother's number from the onboarding form, searched for her on Douyin, and privately messaged her the Douyin video. That's what led to the furious phone call from Su's mother. After much hesitation, Su Tian sent Chun Chi a WeChat message. Brother, I'm sorry. Something came up at home. I can't be your gaming companion anymore. Chun Chi received the message. Though a bit surprised, it didn't affect him much. No problem. Losing a gaming companion, gaining a friend. That's fine too. Will you be online tonight, brother? Sure. Let's aim for a 10-win streak tonight. Chun Chi put away his phone and entered his former company. The receptionist was surprised to see him. Chun Chi, why did you suddenly resign? Water flows to higher ground. I found a better opportunity. Chun Chi replied. As he walked in, he passed several colleagues, but none he was particularly familiar with, so he didn't greet them. He went straight to the operations department. His old colleagues all stood up when they saw him. Look who's here. The pride of the operations department. The former pride, you mean? Chun Chi, your resignation was so sudden. The colleagues chattered, asking where he was now and if he had found a better path. Only one slightly chubby young man in round-rimmed glasses had a note of complaint. Chun Chi, that was really uncool of you leaving so abruptly. Leaving a huge mess for me to clean up. Zhang Ding looked utterly miserable. Manager Wang said he would handle things, but in reality, he just dumped the new store Chun Chi had been managing on his Zhang Ding. Manager Wang had taken 2,000 from Chun Chi, but only gave 3,000 to Zhang Ding as overtime pay. Without a proper handover from Chun Chi, Zhang Ding had to manage not only his own store, but also organize all of Chun Chi's store data from scratch over the past few days. He had been working until past 1 in the morning every day. If he knew Manager Wang had pocketed 197000, he would have definitely quit on the spot. Sorry for the trouble. He'll buy you a drink sometime, Chun Chi said. Chun Chi entered Manager Wang's office. At that moment, Wang was watching a TV series. Who is it? Don't you know to knock? Manager Wang looked up and saw it was Chun Chi, the lucky fellow who had struck it rich overnight. Chun Chi, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Just passing by to pick up my things. Manager Wang stood up, walked over to the sofa, and picked up a small cardboard box. This was all that belonged to Chun Chi. Just 2 notebooks, 3 pens, a sticky notepad, a pair of earphones, a pack of tissues, and a thermos. It's all here, not a single item missing. I packed it myself. Thank you for the trouble, Manager Wang. Chun Chi took nothing else, only grabbing the chipped thermos. Manager Wang sized Chun Chi up. Good heavens, he was decked out in LV worth at least 100,000. This kid really hit the jackpot, though it wasn't in the news, so who knew how much had won? Chun Chi, what have you been up to lately? Nothing much, just some investments. Ordinary folks love to brag about dabbling in investments or having some project in the works. Hollow talk with no substance. Yet Manager Wang believed him when he said it. You won a lot in the lottery, didn't you, Chun Chi? I've got a great project outside, pretty much ready to go. Just short on some funds. If you're interested, we can talk. Chun Chi brushed him off. Sure, let's catch up another day and chat then. I've got things to do. Then get on with it. We'll meet when you're free, said Manager Wang. A shift in status needed no fanfare. A week ago, Chun Chi was still his subordinate. Now he was someone to curry favor with. Chen Shi stepped out of the manager's office with his thermos just as he ran into HR manager Chow, who was there to see manager Wang. This guy was despised by Chen Shi, no by the entire company. Manager Chow was the boss brother-in-law, the type who loved to assert his presence. How much? Anyone in e-commerce knew. Every time June 18th or Double 11 rolled around, they'd be swamped half a month in advance crunching data, adjusting prices, running ads. Manager Chow's most outrageous move was calling a meeting on the morning of June 18th for safety training, leaving not a single customer service rep available. Monthly performance reviews were HR's domain, and Manager Chow always found fault. Chen Shi had been his target before, getting a few hundred yuan docked from his pay. Manager Chow was taken aback to see Chen Shi. When Chen Shi resigned, head said nothing, filled out no forms, handed over nothing, not even a word to HR. Only Manager Wang knew. Manager Chow had learned of Chen Shi's departure from Manager Wang and chewed him out for the lack of decorum. If Chen Shi ever came asking for a resignation certificate, he'd never approve it. Manager Wang hadn't told Manager Chow that Chen Shi didn't need a resignation certificate at all. He was already financially free. Chen Shi, what are you doing back at the company? Don't tell me you're here to get your wages. Don't even think about it. Your unauthorized resignation caused losses to the company. I should be settling accounts with you. Chen Shi couldn't stand this jerk and ignored him, heading straight for the exit. Don't you walk away. Manager Chow grabbed Chen Shi by the shoulder. Let go. Chen Shi's voice was icy. Manager Wang heard the commotion and rushed out. What's going on? Chen Shi's resignation was cleared with me. His store has been taken over, no losses incurred. Manager Chow showed no respect for Manager Wang. Employee departures must go through HR approval. He didn't give a month's notice or complete any handover. The colleague covering for him suddenly has double the workload. That's disrupted department operations, hasn't it? Zhang Ding indeed had complaints, even though Manager Wang had quietly given him 3,000 yuan. He'd rather not have taken it. Doing two people's work was exhausting, and if anything went wrong, he'd take the blame. We haven't hired a new operations person in days. How's Zhang Ding supposed to cope? Manager Chow didn't know Zhang Ding had received the 3,000 yuan, nor was he standing up for him. He couldn't care less how much these workhorses over time. But being ignored by someone quitting stung his pride. Normally an employee would resign, come to him for a private chat, get lectured, and then go back to work right. The noise from the operations department quickly spread to other teams. Huang Qingyi from HR, hearing that a former employee had quit without notice, was causing a scene, dashed over. When he arrived and saw Chen Shi, he froze. Huang Qingyi pulled aside a colleague from operations. Is that the guy who quit before? Yeah, right before you joined. Huang Qingyi's heart raced with glee. This was a golden opportunity. I knew that poser was renting a car. Damn, turns out he's a former employee from my company. Hilarious. Huang Qingyi hatched a plan and hurried to the design department. Tian, come with me. Where to? Su Tian was in a sour mood. Operations department. Chen Shi looked at Manager Wang. Manager Wang, didn't you say everything was handled? Manager Wang had handled it. Had assigned Zhang Ding to cover, and as long as the store ran smoothly, HR couldn't find fault. Who knew Manager Chow would make such a big show, not only disrespecting Manager Wang, but also going after Chen Shi? Chow Cohen, that's enough. Chen Shi didn't ask for wages, and the store suffered no losses. Just hire someone to take over. Wang Guanhua, is this how you train your staff? If everyone follows suit, where's the discipline? The company will fall into chaos. Besides, hiring isn't something you can do overnight. Manager Wang walked over to Zhang Ding and whispered so only the two could hear. He'll give you another 3,000. Then loudly he asked, Zhang Ding, is everything going smoothly with your work? Can you hold out another month? Once Manager Chow hires someone, the load will be shared. If no one was found in a month, that was Chow Kun's problem. Zhang Ding thought it over. 6,000 yuan for a month of overtime. Deal. No problem, Manager Wang. The store's data looks good, sales are solid. Logically, with Zhang Ding, who was taking over, saying it was fine, the matter should have been settled. But Manager Chow wasn't happy. This undermined his authority in the company. He had to find Chen Shi as a warning to others. Su Tian was brought to operations by Huang Qingyi, and when she saw Chen Shi, she was stunned too. Chen Shi also spotted Su Tian and Huang Qingyi at the door. What's going on? The internship Su Tian mentioned. It's at this company. Huang Qingyi was brimming with smugness. This was his turf. He said to Su Tian, Tian, isn't this the guy from last night? I hear he was a former employee in operations who quit without notice. A low-level employee can't have much money. Just think, you almost fell for his act. Su Tian's affection 1, current 3, Su Tian's affection 1, current 2, Su Tian's affection 1, current 1. Hearing the system prompts, Chen Shi was stunned. What's happening? Don't let it drop any further. Chen Shi immediately walked to the door. Tian, you're interning here. Don't call me Tian. I don't want to talk to a liar. Chen Shi glanced at Huang Qingyi, who was smirking, and knew he was the one stirring up trouble. Chen Shi glanced at Huang Qingyi, who was smirking, and knew he was the one stirring up trouble. Though misunderstood, Qin Shi had already figured out a way to handle it. I'm not lying to you, Qin Shi said. And now dare you say you're not a recently resigned employee of this company. Su Tian despised smooth talkers who never spoke a word of truth. Qin Shi saw that her favorability had dropped to zero, knowing that no matter what he said to Su Tian, now she wouldn't listen. I did resign not long ago, there's nothing to be afraid of admitting. Huang Qingyi was arrogant in his own company, though aside from manager Chao no one knew his true identity. Huang Qingyi almost sneered at Qin Shi with his nose in the air. Still acting tough. You resigned less than a week ago, don't tell me you can afford a Maybach. At these words the office erupted. Manager Wang knew Qin Shi had won the lottery and was wealthy, but he hadn't expected him to buy a Maybach. Other colleagues buzzed with chatter. What? Qin Shi bought a Maybach. No wonder he resigned, maybe he won the lottery. What are you talking about? Did you not get what Huang Qingyi meant? He probably saw Qin Shi driving a Maybach and doubts it's really his. Qin Shi gestured to Manager Wang. Manager Wang, please accompany me to see Chairman Huang. I have a project to discuss. I laugh. Who do you think you are? You think the boss will see you just like that? Manager Wang was certain Qin Shi was now financially strong, and going to see the boss probably meant a major project. Qin Shi needed his introduction, and if the deal went through, Manager Wang would surely benefit. Little Huang, step aside. Qin Shi has serious business with the boss. He has no damn serious business. Just a poser still acting like he has a project. Little Huang, mind your language at work. How can you speak like this in the company? Huang Qingyi said recklessly, what's wrong? I talk like this at home. This is a company, not your home. You're a new employee here, just a few days, and already so arrogant. Wang Guanhua turned to Chao Kuan. Manager Chao, is this how you manage your people? Huang Qingyi's next words stunned everyone. The boss is my father. So is the company my home. Qingyi, I told you to keep a low profile at work, Chao Kuan said. Uncle, I have to teach this poser a lesson. Wang Guanhua's heart sank. Damn, you're the boss, son. Why didn't you say so? Now I feel awkward. Qin Shi whispered in Wang Guanhua's ear. Manager Wang, my lottery win was huge, really huge. Come with me on this trip and your life will be better than it is now. Seeing Qin Shi's calm demeanor and recalling how he had transferred to zero, without hesitation Wang Guanhua chose to stand by Qin Shi. Let's go see Chairman Huang, Manager Wang said. Go ahead, go ahead. He'll watch you get kicked out by my dad in disgrace, Huang Qingyi sneered. Su Tian watched Qin Shi, her heart heavy with regret. She had thought he was a refined and capable elite, but he turned out to be a boastful liar. Senior, why didn't you tell me this was your family's company? I didn't want you to overthink it. Huang Qingyi had hidden the truth earlier, partly to make Su Tian think landing the job took great effort earning her gratitude, and partly to conceal his identity, crafting a persona of self-made success at the company, making Su Tian believe he earned it all. In the chairman's office, Wang Guanhua stood nervously aside. Qin Shi stood before the desk surveying the office, his first time here. Huang Guerong glanced at Qin Shi with displeasure. Wang Guanhua, who did you bring in? Chairman Huang, this is Qin Shi, a former employee. He's here today to discuss a project with you. Get out, get out. Huang Guerong roared. Qin Shi said, Chairman Huang, will be straightforward. I want to acquire this company. What? Wang Guanhua was stunned. You didn't say the big project was acquiring the company. Now I look like a traitor leading the enemy in. I know. Wang Guanhua, throw him out immediately, or you can get out of this company too. Huang Guerong was furious, a former employee daring to say he wanted to buy his company. How could he not be angry? 60 million in cash. I want to be the boss of this company today. 60 million? Can you even scrape together 60,000? Cause trouble and he'll call security. How could Huang Guerong imagine Qin Shi actually had 60 million? He thought Qin Shi was just here to cause a scene. Chairman Huang, Qin Shi won the lottery. A huge one. Wang Guanhua was certain Qin Shi's win was in the hundreds of millions, not just millions. Lottery. How much? I'd rather not say exactly, but I can afford 60 million, Qin Shi said. You can contact your lawyer now to draft a contract. Seeing Qin Shi's unwavering calm, Huang Guerong suspected he had indeed won a massive lottery, giving him the confidence to speak so boldly. Wang Guanhua was a shrewd man who had worked with Huang Guerong for years. Since he personally brought Qin Shi, it was highly likely Qin Shi had a substantial sum of money. Acquiring the company. Are you serious? Chairman Huang, I'm serious, so I hope you take it seriously too. If you don't believe me, you can bring in your trusted lawyers and accountants. Sometimes business deals are settled in just a few words, simpler than imagined. As long as the profit was right, Huang Guerong could sell the company immediately. 100 million. Not a cent less. Qin Shi smiled. Chairman Huang, let's not haggle. I came from this company. Do you think I don't know its situation? Manager Wang is from operations, and the company's lifeline is in that department. He knows the annual profits best. Huang Guerong looked at Wang Guanhua as if he were a traitor. Wang Guanhua averted his gaze, unable to meet Huang Guerong's eyes. In the early years of e-commerce, the company's net profit was between 8 and 10 million. Now with the rise of Douyin and Pinduoduo, e-commerce had become fiercely competitive and profits kept shrinking. The companies specializing in women's clothing faced even stiffer competition. In recent years, sales during the June 18th and Double 11 promotions were dismal. The company's profit dropped to 4 to 5 million, nearly halved. Huang Guoron looked at the financial reports each year worse than the last and felt deeply worried. With the government heavily promoting new energy in recent years, the next decade was uncertain. He was considering switching tracks. If Chen Shi could genuinely acquire the company, he'd be happy to sell. Based on 12 to 15 times net profit, the company was valued at around 70 million. Huang Guoron's asking price of 100 million was pure extortion. Chairman Huang, you must know how cutthroat the women's clothing industry is and how thin the margins are. With decades of business experience, Huang Guoron could clearly feel the market getting tougher. Yet he never imagined someone would come to acquire his company. His company had about 100 employees, a scale so common in Donghai that such clothing firms were a dime a dozen. Acquisition cases typically involved listed companies worth billions. Who would take interest in a small, uncompetitive company? 90 million. This company is my life's work. Huang Guoron began spinning a tale, knowing that with a good story and a polished presentation, you could fool anyone. But Chen Shi wasn't buying it. He wasn't set on this company alone. Chairman Huang, spare me the story. 70 million. After today, I'll have no interest in this company. Tomorrow, I'll be acquiring another one. Huang Guoron's bottom line was 60 million, but as a businessman who wouldn't want to earn a bit more? 80 million. This is my life's work. Chen Shi cut Huang Guoron off. If Chairman Huang isn't sincere about selling, then forget it. I imagine 70 million should easily buy someone else's life's work. You can keep your life's work, Chairman Huang. Huang Guoron cursed inwardly. This kid was impossible to negotiate with. Cashing out at 70 million. Where else could he find such a deal? With this money, he could invest in other projects or simply retire. Chen Shi turned to leave. Not the feigned departure of haggling at a vegetable market, but a genuine move to acquire a different company. Wait, 70 million in cash. Cash flow was king. Huang feared Chen Shi might offer equity or property as collateral. Half an hour later, 3 people entered the chairman's office. They were the lawyer, accountant, and the Donghai branch manager of Daxiao Bank, all known to Huang Guoron. While the contract was being drafted on-site, Chen Shi called Sunny Yao. Yao, the bracelet you gave me really works. What happened, big brother? I just went out to handle some business and ended up signing a contract to buy a company along the way. Sunny Yao was stunned. In the eyes of investment tycoons, was buying a company as trivial as buying a head of cabbage. Bought it along the way. Chen Shi hadn't expected that a simple trip to pick up a thermos would escalate into acquiring a company. Stay put for a while, we'll have lunch a bit later. No problem, big brother. Come over when you're done. Sunny Yao was delighted. Chen Shi had just said it was because of her bracelet that he signed the contract. Didn't that mean she had brought him good fortune? Chao Kuan stared at the chairman's office. They've been in there for almost an hour. Why aren't they out yet? Your dad hasn't been fooled by that kid, has he? Huang Qingyi said, I'll go check. He walked to the office door, turned the handle, and found it locked. Dad, it's me. Something came up, we'll talk later. Huang Guoron replied from inside. He was terrified Chen Shi might back out of the deal. No one was allowed to disturb them now. The bank supervisor called the branch manager, then nodded at Huang Guoron. By regulation, bank employees were not permitted to check customer deposits without authorization. Now, with Chen Shi's permission and the manager's approval, the supervisor checked the balance and confirmed Chen Shi could complete the acquisition. But the supervisor didn't tell Huang Guoron that Chen Shi had over 222 million. According to procedure, large transactions in the tens of millions require a one-business day notice. With the manager's approval, the transfer can be completed today, the supervisor said. The lawyer had also finished drafting the acquisition contract. He was a professional who had handled several such deals. Wang Guanhua, sensing the regime change, flattered Chen Shi. Chen Shi, Chairman Chen. You said if I came in with you, my life would get better. Chen Shi smiled. Manager Wang, the contract isn't signed yet. I'm not the boss. But you will be soon. Wang Guanhua said obsequiously. Don't worry, you'll keep your position as manager. Wang Guanhua breathed a sigh of relief. Which company didn't replace a batch of senior staff when changing owners? Wang Guanhua was content to keep his job, but he figured Chao Kuan wouldn't be so lucky. Half an hour later, the group casually walked out of the office. No one knew that in just over an hour this company had changed hands. Huang Guoron was overjoyed. He had sold the company at a very satisfactory price. It was 10 million higher than his expectation, and he felt he had made a killing. Chen Shi also knew he had paid a bit more. But it didn't matter. 10 million was nothing when he wanted something. He simply wanted to acquire a company immediately. Even if it wasn't this one, another lucky company would have been bought at a high price. Call all the managers. I have an announcement. Huang Guoron didn't go to the conference room. but stood in the hall's work area as Chin-Shi requested. Soon the company's 8 managers gathered in the hallway surrounded by dozens of employees at their desks. Everyone stared at Huang Guerong. As of today, I, Huang Guerong, am no longer the owner of Donghai Xingrong Garments Co. Ltd. The company was acquired an hour ago. The new boss, Huang Guerong, turned to Chin-Shi. Is Chairman Chun. Dead silence. The information was sparse but explosive. Zhang Ding patted his chubby chest. At least it's not going out of business. At his last company, everyone had worked overtime the day before, and the boss even ordered takeout for them. The next day the company was gone. Computers, desks, chairs, all cleared out. Zhang Ding still hadn't received that month's salary. Now the sudden acquisition left him bewildered. But it was just a change of boss, though he never imagined the new boss would be his former colleague. Dad, are you joking? What did this guy say to you? Huang Qingyi was stunned. How had his family's company suddenly become someone else's, and that someone was a show-off? He had just boasted that his dad owned the company, now wouldn't that make Chin-Shi his dad? Brother-in-law, what's going on? Chao Kuan couldn't understand. A low-level employee who had quit just last week was now his new boss after acquiring the company. Wasn't this the plot of a novel? Huang Qingyi grabbed Chin-Shi by the collar and snarled, "What tricks did you use to make my dad sell the company?" "Qingyi, let go," Huang Guerong barked. Chin-Shi smiled faintly. "No tricks, just a normal transaction." "Normal transaction? Normal my ass." Though Huang Qingyi was a spoiled second-generation heir, he knew his family ran a company. He understood how much it cost to buy one. Could this poser come up with tens of millions? "If you don't let go, I can sue you for provocation." "Conveniently, there's a lawyer here," Chin-Shi said. The lawyer stated, "Mr. Chen has acquired Donghai Xingrong Garments Co. Ltd. for 70 million. All contract documents are complete and legally binding." Wang Guanhua pulled at Huang Qingyi's hand. "Let go." Laying hands on Chairman Chen in his own company. "Do you want to be fired?" Wang Guanhua's words were redundant with Chin-Shi, as boss Huang Qingyi would be the first to go. The colleagues erupted in chatter. What kind of plot is this? A loser's comeback, face-slapping. 70 million. Did Chin-Shi win the lottery jackpot? With a new boss, will we be okay? Su Tian's head was spinning in the crowd. He wasn't lying to me. He really is an investor. And I spoke to him like that. What do? I can't even look at him now. The department managers felt betrayed by Huang Guerong. Having followed him for so many years, he had sold the company without a word. Yet Huang Guerong had already made a fortune and cared nothing for camaraderie. "Qingyi, let's go," said Huang Guerong. "Chairman Huang, what exactly is going on?" "You owe us an explanation," said the procurement manager. Wang Guanhua was the least worried. He had chosen the right side, and with the new boss, he would continue life as before. "Manager Liu, don't you understand? The company has been acquired by Chairman Chun. Huang Guerong has sold everyone to Chairman Chun. The father and son Huang abandoned the company's staff and left. Chao Kuan was just a connected slacker who had just offended Chin-Shi. There was no place for him here anymore. Only by clinging to Huang Guerong could he scrape by. The remaining managers and employees were filled with unease. Everyone shared the same unspoken understanding: after a company acquisition, there would always be a major reshuffle or mass layoffs. Especially with the current economic downturn, being laid off would make finding a new job very difficult. Amid the crowd's expectant and nervous gazes, Chin-Shi finally spoke. "Managers, come to the conference room. Everyone else, return to your posts." The company had 8 departments: operations, customer service, design, procurement, administration, human resources, finance, and warehousing. With the HR manager gone, only 7 people remained in the conference room. "We're all old colleagues and acquaintances, so we'll skip the formalities. I'm sure you're all anxious about the company's personnel changes." The managers stared at Chin-Shi. Their relationships were not as he described. Not all were old acquaintances. Some had only exchanged a few words upon meeting, others had never spoken, merely knowing of each other's existence. Chin-Shi uttered 4 words. "Everything stays the same. Of course, if anyone feels uncomfortable with the new boss and wishes to leave, they are free to go." Hearing this arrangement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a change of boss, and nothing else had changed. "Chairman Chen, the HR manager position is now vacant," Wang Guanhua said. "Leave it vacant for now. He'll arrange someone in due time. He'll be quite busy later. If anything comes up, you can communicate with Manager Wang first." Wang Guanhua suddenly straightened his back, feeling immensely proud. "Rest assured, Chairman Chen. He'll help keep an eye on the company." Chin-Shi addressed the administrative manager. "Manager Sun, the company name needs to be changed. From now on, it will be Tianqi Apparel Co. Ltd." Outside, the employees sat at their desks, but none were working. Hundreds of small chat groups were exploding. "There must be a bloodbath in the conference room right now. What should we do? Will they announce the layoff list as soon as they come out? If there are layoffs, as long as the severance is fair. I don't want to be laid off. Jobs are hard to find, and it's tough to adapt to a new environment." Su Tian sat blankly at her workstation. "Will he fire me? So what if he does? I brought it on myself. After more than 10 minutes, the managers came out and returned to their departments. Subordinates swarmed their heads to pry for information. Manager Wang, what kind of ridiculous plot is this? Chen Shi, who sat across from me last week, is now the new boss. I had a decent relationship with Chen Shi before, right? He won't fire me, will he? Oh no, I took one of Chen Shi's pens last month and never returned it. Wang Guanhua cleared his throat. What's all the noise about? Get back to work. Everything stays the same. Huh? What huh? It's just a change of boss. What does that have to do with you low-level employees? Wang Guanhua walked over to Zhang Ding and said, Zhang Ding, you're in luck. Chairman Chen is promoting you to deputy manager of the operations department. Zhang Ding's mind went blank. Earlier, he had resented Chen Shi for suddenly quitting and leaving him a mess. He never expected that after Chen Shi became the new boss, he would give him a promotion. Manager Liu of the design department was anxious. He returned to the design department and saw Su Tian sitting at her workstation. What's the relationship between this intern and the new boss that he wants me to take good care of her? Su Tian, come here, Manager Liu called. Su Tian was filled with trepidation. It's over, it's over. He's going to fire me. She walked into Manager Liu's office. Manager, are you going to fire me? Manager Liu was taken aback. Fire you? What are you talking about? Let me ask you, what's your relationship with Chairman Chen? He told me to take good care of you. Su Tian thought for a moment. They had only met once as an escort and a client, but yesterday Chen Shi said they were friends. Just friends. He didn't fire me after all. He even asked Manager Liu to look after me. Su Tian's affection 10, current 10. Chen Shi received the system notification and was surprised to see such a big increase in affection. Indeed, a feeble explanation was no match for a concrete action. Chen Shi sat in the chairman's office. An old battered thermos on the desk stood out conspicuously. He picked up the landline and called the administration department, ordering them to replace all the furniture and decorations in the office. Just then a WeChat notification chimed. Boss, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have doubted you. Still calling me boss. But now you really are my boss. Call me boss again and he'll deduct your salary. Brother, please don't deduct my salary. I'm just a little intern. You can't bully me. Chen Shi was amused by Su Tian. All right, I won't deduct your salary. I've asked Manager Liu to mentor you personally. Study hard, and if you do well, I'll give you a raise. Thank you, brother. Chen Shi thought to himself that Su Tian was just a poor student with no money or savings. Asking her to buy him gifts or spend money would be difficult. Ruan Yi, can I ask Manager Liu to give her a raise? That wouldn't be directly giving money to the goddess, right? You can. Give her 100,000 or 1,000,000. Ruan Yi replied. Really? Isn't that too much? 50 or 60,000 should be enough. You're actually planning it out. If you don't want your account, go ahead and do it. Chen Shi felt helpless. This isn't directly transferring money to her either. What's the difference between having someone else transfer it to her and you doing it yourself? Trying to find a loophole with me. Then what's the use of me being chairman? I can't even raise an intern's salary. I'm not an unreasonable system. You can't say it outright, but you can hint to Manager Liu. Ruan Yi said. Chen Shi thought this was feasible. As the boss, if his subordinate received his hint, anyone with a brain would follow his wishes. So Chen Shi called Manager Liu back to his office. Manager Liu, that intern in your department, I think her performance is quite good. Manager Liu was speechless. You only came back to the company today. How could you possibly know her performance was good? Are you two having an affair, deliberately playing out some office cosplay, and we're all just pawns in your game? Su Tian's abilities are indeed solid. She's currently doing some graphic design work. In time, she can be assigned independent design tasks. What's her internship salary? A base salary of 6,000 plus 2,000 in performance bonuses. This was the special treatment Huang Qingyi had arranged for Su Tian through connections. Ordinary interns got at most 4,000. Chen Shi thought to himself, damn, that's high. When I was an intern in college, I only got 3,000. Her internship salary is almost on par with other veteran employees. I think the young lady is quite diligent. Perhaps we can make some adjustments to her salary, Chen Shi stated. You are her direct supervisor. You can decide that. Chen Shi couldn't say it directly, but that was enough. What do you mean by deciding? She's an intern and 6,000 is already quite high. How much more can we raise it? You, a person who can afford 70 million, are giving me riddles about a few thousand in salary. Isn't that making things difficult for me? Manager Liu said, all right, let me go back and discuss it with HR. Chen Shi checked the time. It was already noon, time to get off work, and Sunny Yao was still waiting for him. As he went downstairs, several employees saw Chen Shi getting into a Maybach. Within minutes, the entire company knew that Chen Shi drove a Maybach. This was much more impressive than the former chairman's over 2 million Mercedes-Benz S600. It was lunchtime, but Manager Liu had no mood to eat. If he didn't handle the first task assigned by the new boss, well, it would be difficult for him to survive in the company in the future. The HR manager had left, and now he could only consult with Supervisor Feng about Su Tian's salary. Manager Liu, can you let me know what the relationship is between Su Tian and the new boss? How would I know? Anyway, it's not an ordinary relationship. Su Tian is quite attractive, or I think they probably have that kind of relationship. Manager Lu looked around. Don't speak carelessly, be careful it reaches the boss's ears. Supervisor Feng said, the boss wants to give Su Tian a raise, but hasn't mentioned how much. This is difficult. How about this, let's set her salary at the base of our design department, head 8,000 plus performance bonuses. You can assess the performance later, just use a little common sense. Manager Lu said. Supervisor Feng replied, I'm not foolish, the performance should be full marks. Manager Lu informed Su Tian about the new salary situation, and Su Tian was surprised by this unexpected joy. In Donghai City, no company offers such treatment to interns. This is higher than what many professionals with 5 or 6 years of experience earn. Su Tian knew it must be Qin Shi who raised her salary. She sent a message to Qin Shi. Thank you, brother, for giving me a raise. Qin Shi thought to himself, Manager Lu is quite quick to act. How much did you get raised? Brother, you are just pretending not to know. I don't know, it was Manager Lu who adjusted it. You don't know, brother? Then let me tell you, my current salary is quite high, base salary 8,000 plus 2,000 performance. After all that, Manager Lu only added 2,000 on the original basis. Qin Shi thought this was too little, it should be at least 20 or 30,000. However, Manager Lu believed this was already an outrageous salary for an intern who hadn't even graduated yet from a second-tier university. Su Tian's income was much higher than Han Linlin's and Li Ting's. Returning to that Hanfu company, Sun Yao had already changed back into her clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Qin Shi. Seeing Qin Shi come in, Sun Yao took his arm. Brother, what company did you buy? A small e-commerce company that specializes in women's clothing. Women's clothing. Can you take me to see it? I'll take you when I have time. You must be hungry by now. Let's go eat first. Qin Shi was not going to take her if they entered the company holding hands. Su Tian would see them, and who knows how much goodwill that would cost him. I'm really a bit hungry, brother. Let's eat Cantonese cuisine. All right, you can choose whatever you want to eat. There aren't many Cantonese restaurants in Donghai City, though they are all coastal. The flavors should be quite similar. But the most popular remains Hunan, Sichuan, and Jiangxi cuisines. Qin Shi found a Cantonese restaurant that many bloggers had reviewed named Dragon and Phoenix Tower. It opened 5 years ago, inviting Hua Zai to be the opening guest and sing a song, Congratulations and Prosperity. At that time, it was extremely popular, and one had to book a week in advance just to eat there. Now, although it's not as exaggerated, it's still impossible to get a table during mealtimes. Zhu Quan slowed the car, and Qin Shi saw the ancient-style, 3-story building of Dragon and Phoenix Tower. Sun Yao leaned her head out to look. Sure enough, there are so many people. I've been here once before, and it was packed. Brother, let's go eat at Li Ji. That Cantonese restaurant is quite authentic too. I used to be a VIP there, and didn't have to line up. Qin Shi said, since we're here, it's already 1230. If we circle around again, I'll be starving. He has the ability to spend if he throws some money around. What's to fear about not being able to eat? Qin Shi took Sun Yao out of the car. The people waiting to eat at Dragon and Phoenix Tower were lined up outside the door, not minding the heat at noon. A few young girls dressed in Hanfu were there, and Qin Shi worried they might suffer from heat stroke. That seems to be an internet celebrity. Who? Just a few days ago, she wore Hanfu and danced, receiving millions in tips. The few Hanfu girls were discussing. Just as Qin Shi and Sun Yao were about to enter the restaurant, a few young girls walked over. Sister, you must be Yao Yao. You're so beautiful. You look even better in person than in the videos. Sister, you dancing in Hanfu is truly stunning. Can we take a picture together? Sun Yao's fan count had reached 1.6 million. Although not comparable to those big internet celebrities, she was still a streamer with over 1 million fans. She was a bit surprised to be recognized by fans on the street. Just a few days ago, she was still a small streamer with just over 100,000 fans. This sudden change in identity was hard for her to adapt to. Sure, we can take a picture together. Qin Shi tactfully stepped aside, allowing the young girls to take pictures with Sun Yao. Among the people waiting in line, there was even a male fan of Sun Yao, who rushed over to take a photo. After the girls finished taking pictures, Qin Shi joked, incredible. I'm standing next to a big star. Big star? You must give me an autograph later. Sun Yao pinched Qin Shi's arm. Brother, you just like to joke about me. What kind of big star am I at? If it weren't for you, I'd still be an unnoticed small streamer. Sun Yao still understood the importance of gratitude. She didn't let a little fame go to her head. Yao Yao, big star, let's find a private room to eat. I'm afraid your fans will keep asking to take pictures, and we won't be able to eat properly. Sun Yao said, but all the private rooms are full. She hadn't seen Qin Shi use his money to jump the queue. He was the kind who didn't even need to wait in line, directly going to a table. At that moment, a waiter was leading a family of 4 upstairs. Qin Shi stopped them. Excuse me, are you going to the private room on the 2nd floor? This family of 4 consisted of a middle-aged couple with 2 middle school girls. The middle-aged man replied, yes, we're next in line. Hello, let's discuss this. I'll give you 3,000, and you let the private room go to me. How does that sound? Dragon and Phoenix Tower's prices are a bit higher than Dabashu. The last time Qin bought a position at Dabashu, he offered 2,000, and this time he offered a bit more. The middle-aged man glanced at his wife. He was eager to sell immediately. Although he was a company manager with an income of nearly 2,000, he didn't want to miss out on the chance to jump the queue for 3,000.